When I say every minigame, I literally mean all of them. All 10 mainline games, every Game Boy Advance, DS, and 3DS version, the Switch 1 and 2 versions, and even Mario Party E. That gives us a grand total of 1,411 minigames. This list is based on how fun the minigames are on their own, and some minigames have been grouped in categories if their objective is the same or extremely similar. I'm also combining the dual versions of minigames from Mario Party DS and 8 since they're just the same minigames, but with less characters. I'm also not including the gadgets from Mario Party Advance. I'm sorry to the egg roll fans in the chat, I know how much you guys love that one. And finally, you'll see abbreviations behind each minigame. You can pause the screen to see what game they come from if you can't tell. But with all that out of the way, let's get this massive party started and get her ranked. Starting off is Spinister Bowser. This barely qualifies as a minigame, but it technically is one. In the Mario Party E board game, you use this paper-thin playboard and cards to play the game. This minigame's only purpose is to tell you what to do next in the board game, and nothing more. And since it's Bowser, you'll likely be forced to do something to your disadvantage. Lekitu's Luck. It's the exact same thing, but you're more likely to get good luck for the board game. While it's kinda cool Mario Party E exists at all, this is as bad as it gets when it comes to being a standalone minigame, because it really isn't one. Banana Split. This is one of the most gimmicky things that Nintendo has ever made, and that's saying something. You need 2 Nintendo Switches, 2 copies of Super Mario Party, and 2 Joy-Cons just to play this one minigame. I don't have multiple Switch ones, so I had to borrow Nathaniel's Switch Lite, connect a Joy-Con to it since Super Mario Party only uses single Joy-Cons, and then I could play it. The entire minigame, though, is just making bananas and sliding your finger across them. The gimmick is moderately cool the first time you do it, but it gets old real quick, and is too much of a headache to simply play. Bowser Beats. You knew these were gonna come in quick. All of the Bowser Live minigames from Jamboree TV are utter trash. Sure, they're amusing the first time you play them, but they really just boil down to just Xbox Connect slop. For this one, you have to clap to the beat, which sounds simple enough. I like rhythm games. I've played a couple thousand hours of Guitar Hero and Rock Band, so what's the problem with this one? Well, the claps are horribly synced with the song, and there's no way to adjust the timing. And for a camera minigame, this isn't even that creative considering Mario Party can and has made the same type of minigame, but with buttons. Speak Up, Junior. This one is just as unique, and you have to yell "Go" to move Bowser Jr. up and down to collect coins. While I don't mind mic minigames per se, this is a creatively bankrupt way to go about the concept. At least with the Mario Party 7 mic minigames, you have to say specific words to trigger events to happen in most cases, but here you just shout to move Junior up and down on a screen. I'm sorry, but this is just dumb. Talking Flower Says, by far the worst recreation of Shy Guy Says. Everybody that's played Mario Party knows how iconic that minigame is, but this version doesn't even hold a candle. All you do is listen to the talking flower and either squat or stand. This could potentially be fun, but it ends in like 15 seconds. Why not let the minigame run until 3 of the 4 players mess up the talking flower's commands? I know it would have been tiring since you move physically, but wouldn't that have been the point? That's what makes Shy Guy Says so fun. It's getting down to 2 players and seeing who can go the longest before someone slips up. This one could have been okay, but I guess not. Bowser Chicken. It's more yelling "Go," but this time you're trying to move your car as close to Bowser as possible without him stepping on it. While there is more substance compared to the other Bowser Live minigames, it's still not anything great, and it's very hard to tell how loud or quiet you should be to cover the distance. Hitting It Rich. Just smash your hands in the air and get as many blocks as you can. Again, it's the most baseline concept of all time for using a camera, but I'd say it's like, 1% better than the minigames below this, so good on you. Goom Balancing Act. Okay, this is by far the most interesting use of the camera. You have to balance as many Goombas on your head as possible without them falling. While you could do this with buttons still, because you're using your head for balance, you almost feel this virtual weight, which adds a tiny bit of immersion. And I mean tiny, like this is still just as deep as an iToy game from the PS2 era. MPIQ. We have finally gotten to a normal Mario Party minigame, and this one is infamous for how broken it is. The idea is to read a quiz question and be the first to answer correctly. While this sounds good and dandy, the problem is the computers will guess the answer before the question is done presenting itself, or even before the multiple choice answers appear. So that means the only strategy is to not even bother reading the question, but instead spam the buttons and hope that you guess correctly. I've never played a minigame where you're basically required to exploit its entire premise. It's hilariously bad. Paddle Battle. Don't get me wrong, I love all the Mario Party 1 minigames, but this one is by far the worst of the bunch. And that's because you have to rotate the joystick so your opponents will get stabbed by the spear guys. As we all know, the best way to do this is to give yourself a big ass hand blister. And the reason Paddle Battle is the lowest is simply because you're most likely to spend the most amount of time spinning the joystick, which will cause the most physical pain. And it's also a 1v3 minigame. The vast majority of these types of games are unfair to one of the teams and are rarely well balanced. At 1400, we have Pedal Power. It's more joystick spinning. The goal is to power on the lights by cycling and getting rid of the boo. You're still spinning the joystick, but it'll be for much less time than with Paddle Battle. Tug of War from Mario Party 1. Okay, so all three versions of Tug of War are grouped together, and you're gonna see that a lot as tons of minigames have gotten remakes over the years. And of course, the worst version is on Mario Party 1 due to the crappy joystick. It is amusing that the single player is dressed up in a Bowser suit, and the victory animation is peak as f***. Look how incredible this is! But god does it hurt to play, especially if you're up against humans. At least the computers aren't that good and you can take them out quickly. Tug of War from the Top 100. The 3DS version is very similar, except you can't use the palm spinning trick for, obvious reasons. It's much easier to win and puts a lot less strain on your hand, which is nice. Although you don't get that glorious Mario Party 1 winning animation. Tug of War from Superstars. And of course, the Switch version is going to be the best because the Switch Pro and even Joy-Con joysticks are more comfortable to use. I really like the design of the Bowser suit too. They give Bowser these bead eyes and they make it look like it was stitched together very lovingly. But again, no funny winning animation, but that's okay, I'll forgive it. Piranha's Pursuit from Mario Party 1. Get ready to be bombarded with a lot of 1v3s. This is one of the worst ones, and it's gotten remade several times for some reason. The single player rides a skateboard across a swamp and has to jump over rocks and logs. They can also swing on a vine, although it doesn't increase or decrease their speed. As long as the single player doesn't trip, it is impossible for them to lose. The group of 3 on the clouds can ground pound all day to increase the piranha size, but they absolutely will not win unless the one player messes up, so it's pretty rigged against them. Piranha's Pursuit from the Top 100. The version on 3DS looks a lot nicer, but it's otherwise the exact same game with the same unfair gameplay. Piranha's Pursuit from Superstars. And of course, the Superstars version is the nicest of them all. You're gonna get very used to seeing the remade games grouped together as they rarely change much. Coin Shower Flower. Another 1v3. This time, the single player stands on top of a flower and collects 80 to 90% of the coins, while the other 3 are on a slow boat collecting the leftovers. Not only is this one-sided, but the coins can sink into the water, making them even harder to collect. Your only hope is the single player falls off the flower, which I guess could technically happen if they don't know what they're doing. Cointagious. Why yes, I love how fun it is to hit the dice block on the boards. Let's turn that into an entire minigame. How anyone thought this is a good idea is beyond me. Mathletes. Instead of hitting 1 dice block, you hit 3 to make a math equation, and you're trying to get the most coins. Wow. Maths of Glory. It's the exact same concept, but with more of a goal this time. The first team to reach 50 and take down the puzzle castle wins. Yippee. Dice and Dash. For this episode of Dice Block Adventures, you need to match up the icons with your door to get through. If you get a Bowser icon, you have to reset your door, which really sucks, especially when you get down to the last one and mess up because of the faster speed. Toad in the Box. No more dice blocks, now we have enemy symbols, and you need to hit 5 toads to win. The challenge is the box spins faster and faster, and it's somewhat turned into luck for the last couple steps, but at least there's more substance compared to the other Dice-esque games. Picture Imperfect. We're not done with hitting dice, this time you're trying to match up the facial features of an enemy. Each dice block gets faster and faster, so again it kinda comes down to luck, but it's a little bit easier to time. Slot Sync. The same type of minigame, but now it's with a partner. You'll hit blocks to make matches of enemies for points. At least the box itself doesn't spin super fast, it's slightly easier to get the matches you want. Bob-omb Barrage. One player is on a barrel platform, while the other 3 are throwing bob-ombs and trying to get to one in their space. This is ridiculously hard to pull off if you're in the group because the controls are mega ass. Throwing the bob-omb requires you to flick, and it never feels like I'm in control of where the bombs are actually going. And it doesn't help that the single player's platform moves fast enough to avoid most throws, even the ones that get close to them. Aim of the Game from Mario Party 8. I love the idea behind this game. You shoot at falling cards and try to get the highest score. It's fun to fire, but there's one glaring problem. There's no time limit and cards fall endlessly, meaning that even if the other players are stealing the cards or multipliers you're going for, it doesn't matter. Literally, by just waiting it out, you can get any cards that you want, which completely destroys the challenge this game could have had. Aim of the Game from the top 100. Okay, yeah, sure. This one was brought back for the 3DS. Nothing has changed here. You don't even use the touchscreen to tap on the cards, which would have been a nice implementation. But whatever, the minigame is already bad, so who cares? Trace Cadets. This might be my first skill issue of many in this video, but I swear the controls just don't work for this one. Using the stylus, you have to draw outlines of shapes to fill out your square. The issue with that is 9 out of 10 times, the game doesn't count my shape. There's outlines on the touchscreen, and it just seems to be completely random when my shape counts or doesn't count. Especially with a triangle. I swear I'm tracing it down to the pixel, and the game is like, nah, not good enough. Now, of course, I could just be bad, but I feel like Trace Cadets is way too strict with the drawing. Bowser's Block Battle. I almost counted this as a purely luck-based game, but you can technically pick and choose what dice to alter. The idea here is you want the most dice possible to be your face, as you'll get to attack Bowser that many times. Anything left over with the Bowser icon gives him a chance to breathe fire at everyone. While I do tend to enjoy boss minigames, this one is pretty ass because you have so little control over how many times you can attack Bowser. And also, let's keep in mind, we're just throwing dice! It's not that interesting to begin with. Crate and Peril from Mario Party 6. One player tilts a box with shells while the other 3 have to avoid them. This looks like it'd be fun, except the pair of 3 are utterly screwed. They move so slowly and barely have any time to react to a shell changing directions. Crate and Peril from the top 100. Why did they bring this back for the 3DS? The shell speed is about the same and the single player is practically guaranteed to win. Bowser's Fire Bar Fury. Oh hey, this similar minigame is Bowser themed in Mario Party 10. Using the gamepad, you tilt the screen around and attack players with the fire. While it's maybe a tiny bit easier to avoid the flames, it's still brutally unfair to the team of 3. Sneak and Snore from Mario Party 2. We've got another minigame that might be a skill issue again. The objective is simple. Push the button and escape Chain Chomp without waking him up. What makes this one so hard is the controls of all things. If you fully push down on the joystick, you move forward at top speed, but hiding behind the barrel is super delayed and the Chain Chomp will catch you and take you down. If you slightly tilt the joystick, hiding in the barrel is faster, but you'll move much slower. I swear, I always seem to pick moving slow and fast at the worst times because you get next to no warning that the Chain Chomp is gonna wake up, as his sleepy bubble is barely enough of a notification. So I very well could just be bad and have never picked up on a strategy, but I've always found the controls to be overly finicky for what could have been a really fun minigame. Sneak and Snore from Superstars. And for some reason, the Switch game brings back this minigame. Obviously, it looks a lot nicer, but the controls are the same and it's really not any better. Gatekeepers. This one by a landslide wins the award for most boring minigame of all time. All you do is pick up a key and take a wild guess at which door it opens. The only semblance of strategy here is keeping track of other players messing up the wrong key combination, but that's it. You go one at a time, and it's so tedious and dull. Gatekeepers could have been an okay minigame if everyone ran around at once, but going one at a time is such a drag. The Beat Goes On from Mario Party 3. Unless you have the memory of an elephant, you're gonna struggle with this game a lot. Everybody takes turns remembering button inputs, and holy crap, it goes on for way longer than it should. Once you get past like 8 or 9, my brain starts forgetting what's what, which makes this feel incredibly unfair to everyone involved. The Beat Goes On from the top 100. Are you serious? This minigame returns for the 3DS? Why? Who was asking for this? Sure, it looks more cleaned up visually, but it's still just... why? Buzz-a-Fuzzy. Tilt the 3DS around to aim your arrow at some fuzzies. It sounds like it might be fun, until you realize that the motion controls get thrown out of whack after playing for 5 seconds, and they're just kind of awful. Hot cross blocks. I'm not gonna lie, this one is really annoying. The goal is to get across the lava, and to do so, you pick a set of blocks on the right side. However, if 2 or more people pick the same blocks, then nobody moves. This could make the minigame take anywhere from 30 seconds to 3 minutes, depending on the RNG. This just isn't fun. There are much better mind game minigames out there. Fast feed Yoshi. You try to eat coins with Yoshi while avoiding the Shy Guys. If you eat 2 coins, then you win, and if not, you lose. It's a minigame, alright. Slot machine. Now we've got a barrage of gambling minigames to get through. With this one, you just try to match the pictures to win some coins. You can attempt to time your jumps, but it's not that easy to do. Bowser slots. Wow, it's the same minigame, but with this deranged Bowser skin trying to eat the slots. You know, maybe you should just do that so we don't have to play this. Scratch 'em. You'll scratch 5 spaces and hope you get some matches. If you ever wanted to experience the thrill of buying a lottery scratch ticket and losing, then this game is for you. Match 'em. Literally just a basic slot machine. There's nothing else fancy about it. You gamble coins and hope you get some matches to get a return. Stop 'em. You gamble some coins into a color and hope that the light stops on them to get a return on investment. To me, it's one of the most boring ways to gamble. Drop 'em. You drop a coin and hope that it lands in the box. You could argue there's some strategy with where you drop the coin and when to do it, but the pegs randomize it to the point where you have to just hope for the best. Pair 'em. The goal is to get rid of all the cards by making matches, but you have no way of knowing what's coming up. You can also gamble money on certain suits, and that's it. Game Guy's Roulette. At least these 3 Mario Party 3 Game Guy minigames are slightly better. You place a bet, and a shell spins around a roulette. If you hit the character you picked, then you end up winning. Game Guy's Magic Boxes. You pick a chest and hope you get Toad. If you do, you can guess again to double your money, or lose it all with Koopa Kid. It's just another gambling thing. Game Guy's Lucky 7. For this one, you roll some dice with Game Guy. Whoever gets the closest to 7 or hits a 7 will win, so it's kinda like a poor man's version of blackjack. Game Guy's Sweet Surprise. You get a small and large chain chomp, and you place a bet on which one you think will eat the cake the fastest. The chances are higher the big guy will, but if the small guy wins, you get a larger payout. I'm only placing it as the top of the Game Guys because it's kinda cute watching the chomps eat the cake. Slotto Whirl, another slot machine, but this time you're trying to line the slots up for a key. You could try multiple times over if you don't get it, so I guess that makes it more fun? Question mark? Match that item. Gambling as a group. Now that's what I call a true party. The goal here is for everyone to hit the same icon on the slot. If you mess up, then you can keep trying. It's a little long-winded, but it's fine, I suppose. Spin-off. For this 8-player game, you have to match up slots with a partner, and the first to do so with all 3 images wins. The images don't move too fast, and it's easy to redo if you make a mistake. Lucky Lineup. So this time, you play slots with the other players, and you're trying to get the highest score before time is up. It's the most interactive slot-themed minigame, hence why I've got it as the top one. Bowser Jr. Breakdown. For this minigame, you'll hit a dice block to cause a gauge to light up, and every increment of 3 lets you attack Bowser Jr. and get points. It's very slow going and one of the worst boss minigames out there. Pachinko Wizard. You pick a place to stand and hope that Lakitu Spiny doesn't hit you on the way down. With the way the pegs move, it's complete dumb luck if you'll survive or not. Fruit or Foe. Shy Guys run into a house while holding apples, and you have to take a wild guess on which one has the most apples. Or you might run into a chain chomp if you're unlucky. Bowser's Bogus Bingo. So get this, the players select bingo cards, and with the gamepad, Bowser rolls a huge dice block and it may or may not fill in these cards. After 5 rolls, anybody that got lines on their cards loses hearts. Wow! Yeah, I'm sorry, but this one is so lame. Doors of Doom. Pick a door. One lets you move forward and the other has a Bowser jump scare. I could see this being potentially hype if you manage to make a lot of progress, but also a dud if you get stuck at the first door constantly. Get a rope. 3 ropes are on the screen. Select one and hope it's the right choice. One is a winner, one is nothing, and one is a weight that drops on you. Pitfall. Instead of pulling a rope, you'll swing off one and hope you land on the platform. If neither of you do so, a fly guy will randomly pick one person to save. Vicious Vending. Rotate a lever to get coins or a thwomp. It doesn't matter how you turn it, there's no way to predict what outcome you'll end up getting. Balloon Busters for Mario Party 7. A mic minigame where you'll say bigger to inflate the balloon. There's no telling how big it'll actually get. It's kind of like Balloon Burst, but without any of the strategy. Balloon Busters for the top 100, and here it is again, but you'll instead blow into the mic to increase the balloon size. And honestly, that makes way more sense than saying words. Mecha Choice. Pick a door, any door you want. You may get trapped with the Mecha Koopas, or you may survive and win the entire thing. Chips and Dips. Pick a card and try to get the most chips. If you get the Bowser card, you'll lose half your stack, and yep, that's all there is to it. Stacked Deck. Each player takes turns picking cards. Toads let you survive, the Boos reshuffle your turn order, and Koopa Kid is the eliminator. While things can get shaken up from the Boo card, there are far more interesting luck-based games out there. Mystic Match'em. Another card game. This time you always hold 3 cards and the goal is to get a match of 3. You'll discard 1 card per turn and randomly select another and hope that it matches with what's in your hand. If someone picks the Boo card, you lose your current cards and they all get reshuffled. If there is somehow strategy in this game, then I'm not seeing it. It seems like you just randomly pick cards and hope you eventually get 3 of a kind. You can't even pick cards that are face up. You have to pick random ones and just hope for the best. Goomba's Chip Flip. The goal here is to be the first player to reach 50 points by flipping these chips and getting their points. Of course, there's no way to tell what's under the chips, so you just have to take a wild guess and hope for the best. Deckhands from Mario Party 7. Card games and luck really go hand in hand, don't they? For this one, you'll randomly select cards from a deck that range from 1 to 13. Whoever ends up with the most points wins. Deckhands from the top 100. Not much of a difference with this one, except that the camera is more zoomed out. Of all the luck-based games, this was definitely a choice for remaking. Pound Peril. You push switches and hope you find the right one, as most will cause injury. Even after getting a switch one, it gets randomized again, which makes it even harder to win. Panels of Doom. Pick a panel and then take turns rolling dice. Whatever the number is determines which panel breaks apart. We're really just hitting the dice. All I can compliment is that eerie looking sky. Whoa. Panel Panic. Literally the same thing, but all the panels get covered by 9 players and they all hit the dice blocks at the same time. I guess it's better because it ends faster? Cardiators, a slightly more dramatic way to randomly pick cards. You start by hoping you get a higher card than your rival, then you'll pick another card from a table, which is a random attack. These attacks do a set amount of damage, and the goal is to survive the longest. I suppose this is a way to shake things up. Peer Pressure from Mario Party 9. Pick a fishing rod and hope that you get a Cheep instead of an urchin. Even though all the rods will be bobbing in the water, it's impossible to tell which ones are safe and which aren't. Peer Pressure from the top 100. And of course, this got a remake on the 3DS. And I just know how much you guys were clamoring for this one back in 2017. Cheap Chance. The same concept, but it's on the DS. The only reason I'm ranking it higher is because the bottom screen shows you the ropes, giving you a sense of illusion that you can tell what rope has the Cheep, but there's still no way to actually know. Pinball Fall. Pick a ball and hope you make it to the bottom. What actually makes this one luck-based is that the rotating blocks are random each time you play, and you have to pick a ball each time. If you get stuck in the hole, you can shake your way out, but there's really not much you can do to try getting first. Hide and Sneak from Mario Party 3. A 1v3 where the solo player has to guess where the team of 3 is hiding. While you may see the players briskly running around, this literally means nothing. It's a placebo to try to trick the solo player from picking the wrong hiding place. While it can be unfair to the single character, the team of 3 can just as easily all pick the same hiding spot and get spotted all at once. Hide and Sneak from Superstars. Obviously, it looks a lot nicer, and you don't use arrows to pick the hiding places anymore. I'm not sure why they switched it to buttons, but it doesn't change the circumstances. Trick or Tree. Some trees dance all around, and you have to take a wild guess on which one's the tallest. You'd think that maybe you could keep track of which tree is what, but they're all shaped exactly the same, so there's nothing you can do about it. End of the Line. This technically isn't completely luck-based, but it also kind of is at the same time. The goal is to get through 3 tunnels by taking the right junction, and there's no way of knowing which way is correct. If you pick the wrong direction, you'll fly off the path and have to restart. You can screen cheat and see what your opponent is doing to help, but there's just as high of a chance of someone getting all 3 junctions correct on the first go. Peel Out, a very similar idea, but it's with 4 players and you have no idea how many bananas you'll end up with at the end. Spin and Bear It. You select a place to stand, the wheel spins, and you just hope you don't get squashed by a hammer. Seer Terror. pick one of 4 ropes, and Bowser will peer into his magic ball of bullshit and something good or bad will happen to you. It's kind of amusing that Bowser is randomly a fortune teller for this minigame, and just never again. Scaldin' Cauldron. Pick a cauldron, and pray that Bowser doesn't cook you up. This one can get a little scary since Bowser slowly examines what he's gonna roast, like he really doesn't want to rush things at all. Hide and Go Boom from Mario Party 4, a 1v3 where one player lights up cannons to try launching the team of 3 into Kingdom Come. Like with Hide and Sneak, there's a placebo effect of characters running around deciding where to go, but it really doesn't matter. I find this aesthetic to be really cool and pretty looking. Hide and Go Boom in the top 100. The remake on the 3DS is much more lush looking with a gorgeous red sky. Merry Go Chomp. You pick a color, the pillar spins, and have to hope you don't stop next to the chain chomp. It may seem like you can predict when this spinning will stop as it slows down, but it comes to a halt whenever it feels like it. Garden of Eden. Pick a plant to water, and the goal is to grow one that doesn't have a piranha plant as that'll eat you alive. It's an okay concept. I like the suspense of wondering if you'll die to Mother Nature or not. Cut from the team. You take your scissors, cut random ropes, and pray that you don't get launched into the cannon. I kind of like that the game has a moment of pause before it decides if you're getting flung away or not. Bowser's Big Blast from Mario Party 2. One of the most iconic luck-based minigames in all of Mario Party. You push down a switch and pray that Bowser's head doesn't explode. Every player has an equal chance of blowing up or not blowing up, so it's 100% luck-based. Bowser's Bigger Blast. I'm not gonna lie, the explosion is actually a little bit bigger. But outside of that and the better visuals, it's the same game again. Bowser's Big Blast from the top 100. Interestingly, this remake is based on the aesthetics from Mario Party 2 and not Mario Party 4. But beyond that, it's what you'd expect. The explosion is the nicest it's looked so far. Bowser's Big Blast from Superstars, and the Switch remake is again based off the original from Mario Party 2, and the explosion is once again a huge improvement. You're the Bob-omb. You select switches until you get the one that causes King Bob-omb to explode. Both players pick at the same time, so you never really know what's going down. It's kind of nice that you don't have to take turns. Haunted Hallways. Everybody starts in one room, and you have to find your way to the end by randomly walking through doors. While this is entirely luck-based, you get an indicator of what rooms have already been spotted, so you can attempt to avoid those rooms altogether to save time. Don't Wake Wiggler, one of the most nerve-wracking minigames of them all. You pet a Wiggler that's sleeping, and it slowly starts to wake up. Whoever pets him and awakens his beauty sleep loses. Same as lame. For this one, you have to push a button and hope that nobody else pushes that button. If that happens, your level raises up 1, and you need to be raised 3 times to win. You could argue this isn't really a luck-based minigame, but like, it pretty much is. You really have no idea who's gonna pick what. It's anybody's chance at victory. And if you're playing with all human players, then this is one of the greatest mind games of all time, trying to read other players' patterns and whatnot. Day at the Races. While this is a game of luck, you can technically pick a character based on what their animation looks like, as that determines how fast or slow they'll go. The fast characters technically have higher odds of winning, but even still, you never know who's gonna actually win. Random Ride. This is a very similar concept with a bit of a twist. The name of the machine being positive increases the odds of it winning, quite literally. There's no guarantee, of course, but having the name of the vehicles help you decide what might win is hilarious, and it can still be just as hyped to cheer on your pick and hope it succeeds. Saber Swipes. And now we're on to our first duel minigame. Push buttons faster than the other player to win. It's incredibly basic and not all that riveting to play. Quick Draw Corks. And here's another one. Wait for the Goomba to tell you when to push the A button in a shootout. You know, maybe these shouldn't be compared with normal minigames, but I did say every minigame and meant it, so we're just committing. Shy Guy Showdown from Mario Party 5. Wow, it's the same minigame, but in Mario Party 5. Whatever button Shy Guy holds up, just press it first before your opponent. Shy Guy Showdown from the top 100. I'm honestly shocked they remade this for the 3DS. Like, seriously, there are so many better choices than this one. Give me a break. We've finally made it to the item minigames, and these are purposefully not that in-depth. Their existence is to simply get an item for the board, and not much else. So all that happens is you pull a lever and try to time out an item that you want. Mallet Go Round. It's the same idea, except you hit a hammer to knock down platforms, and whichever one you get to the bottom of first is the item you win. I appreciate how easy it is to pick the item you actually want. And at 1300, we have Winner's Wheel from Mario Party 3. You spin a roulette and push a button to get an item. Truly the most riveting gameplay I've ever seen in my life. Winner's Wheel from Superstars. Yay! They brought it back to the Switch. I know that we needed item minigames, and they're fine when playing on the board, but on their own, this is such a nothing burger. Prize line. Some wheels are spinning, and you'll stop it to connect lines and get an item. Yep, that's all it is, fellas. Coffin congestion. Items are in a coffin, and they spin around while giving you very little time to spot the one you want. Although in reality, it's stupid easy to keep track of the items and grab whatever you feel like. Roll out the barrels from Mario Party 2. Items, as well as Koopa Kid, hide in a barrel, and they roll around. As usual, it's easy to keep track of the item you want to grab. Roll out the barrels for Superstars. And this returns for the Switch, with a completely new background. It almost looks like we're in a battle circle from the Origami King. Did anyone else notice this? Swing and swipe. Koopa Kids hold up chests with items, and you swing a hammer to get the item you want. I guess hitting the Koopa is satisfying by like, what, 6 to 7%? Ghost Guess. Another easy single-player game. Pick the boo that moves first. Just watch the shadow and you're set. Shell Game. Some shells spin around and you just pick the one with the money. It's a way to get yourself some free coins. Sleight of Shell. It's Shell Game again, but with a group of people trying to guess and you avoid bob-ombs instead. It's not really better or worse, it just looks nicer. Shy Guy Shuffle. Instead of coins or bob-ombs, you have to keep track of which Shy Guy has the most food. I like this one a bit more simply because the Shy Guys move around more sporadically, making it harder to keep track of the best option. Prize Drop. Release a coin and it falls into an item slot to earn you that item. And can I just say this, but it has been really hard to rank item minigames. There's nothing to these. A Stone's Throw. You'll push a stone down an icy path and try to get an item. I'm only ranking it higher than these other ones because it requires a tad bit of skill to learn the strength of your throw. Dory Dip. Ground pound Dory's back, and she'll reach down and grab an item for you. I can appreciate the Mario 64 callback, but nothing beyond that. Swinging with Sharks from Mario Party 3. Jump off a swing and you get an item. I suppose this is more engaging than some of these other item minigames, I guess? Swinging with Sharks from Superstars. It even got a remake on the Switch, which, I guess fair enough, why not, right? Roll with it. Finally, a somewhat decent item minigame. You tilt the platform and roll your ball to the item you want. I really like how it requires some precision to get the better items. Block and roll. The single player has to carry a block from one side to the other while the group is rolling boulders at them. The problem with this is that you move as slow as a sloth when carrying the blocks, and it's incredibly difficult to get even one block across. Maybe I was doing something wrong, I don't know the strategies perhaps, but it doesn't seem like the single player stands any sort of chance of winning. Lost and Pound. One player picks a circle to stand on, while the other three pick where to hammer. I almost counted this as a pure luck minigame, outside of the fact that you can play mind games with human players as the single person. But even still, this is a dull minigame that's incredibly unjust to the one player. Jump Rope. Another rigged 1v3. The single player controls a jump rope while the other three have to jump over it. Literally just spin fast as as the single player and they'll win just about every time. Coconut Conk from Mario Party 3. One player is in a barrel rolling around on the ground, while the other three ground pound the trees to drop coconuts. This is another one where I think I just have a skill issue, because I always seem to get hit by coconuts due to the slow rolling. But at the same time, in the group of three, I'm constantly ground pounding my group by accident. But I do feel like the single player is at a huge disadvantage because of how slow the barrel rolling is. Coconut Conk from Superstars. The remake on Switch has improved a tiny bit. The barrel rolling speed is maybe a smidge bit faster, but it's still out of their favor if you aren't the ones pounding the trees to drop nuts. Bob-ombs Away. A similar concept to Coconut Conk, except the group of three drops bob-ombs that hit pegs on the way down. At least the single player isn't stuck in a barrel this time and can actually run around, but even still, it's really hard to avoid the bob-ombs because it's unpredictable where they're gonna land. Sinking Feeling. That's right, Island Tour has AR minigames, which is admittedly really cool, but unfortunately, it's not very fun to play. You're climbing a tower that's sinking into the lava, and you need to continue going up and up. While I love the concept, using the AR camera is super laggy as you can see, and it forces you to move your 3DS around a ton to simply see where Toad is. This is the kind of technology the Switch 2 could probably perfect now, but I doubt we'll see Nintendo try this again for a while. Mushroom Medic. Want to play the easiest game in the world? Well, here you go. All you're doing is looking at the heartbeats of each character and selecting the one with a different beat. It's extremely obvious, and I played this for several minutes without it ever getting difficult. This might have a semblance of challenge with the rumble on instead, but it was turned off when I played it, and it was laughably simple. Wario's Buzzer Beater. It's another quiz show, but it's not completely busted like MPIQ was. After looking at the screen, Wario asks a question, and whoever answers correctly first gets the most points. While this does work, there's 10 questions total, and it drags on for forever. And this is Wario we're talking about. Why isn't his dedicated minigame about collecting money or eating garlic or something? Pop Quiz. Very similar to Wario's Buzzer Beater, but there's only 3 rounds so it doesn't drag on as long. The questions are also a little bit harder. Curtain Call. Oh my goodness, another quiz game where you race to see who can answer Toad's questions first. These sometimes get hard, but usually they aren't much of a hassle. Drop Quiz. Wow, I wonder what this one's about. The only difference between this quiz minigame is that it's a lot tougher with more obscure questions, and there's less rounds. That doesn't make it more fun, however, and it's another unfair 1v3 with the one player having control of what questions are asked. 3-Door Monty from Mario Party 3. More quiz fun time! Okay, well, it's not exactly a quiz. You have to keep track of the enemies and what doors they're going into. So it's basically the same thing over and over. 3-Door Monty from the Top 100. And of course, this was remade for the 3DS with completely redesigned floors and housing. How special of them. Fruit Parade. It's pretty much just Drop Quiz again, but without the 1v3 player element, and you can take notes. And I find that to be neat and all, but my god is there a lot of quiz games. Thwomp the Difference. The thwomps rise into the air, and you have to find the difference in the image. All these games are the same. I'm only ranking this higher because of the nice visuals. Big Top Quiz. If you ever wanted to play the same game, but it's Toads rolling on a ball instead, then boy are you about to have a hell of a night. Absent Minded. Wow, it's Find the Difference again, but with more variety. Sometimes the photos are torn up or super pixelated. Just incredible, guys. Wow. Tap Dash. Have you ever wanted to stare at a Mario enemy and tap their card with a touchscreen before? Of course you have. That's what this minigame offers, and yep, that's what it boils down to. Bananas Faster. Jump onto a roulette and try to collect some bananas. Your jump is super laggy, and the roulette spins pretty quick, which makes it easy to completely miss the banana you're aiming for. With practice, that could be remedied, of course, but it's also just a dull concept in general. Watch 'em. There's a Koopa on one of the pipes, just pick the right one to win. I've played so many games like this in the past, and this is one of the worst ones because it doesn't get hard enough to become difficult to keep track of. Dress for Success. It's the same style of minigame, except you pick a character's body instead. I guess it's better than a Koopa hiding in a pipe. Mega Sledge Bros Card Chaos. You pick a card on the ground and watch the Sledge Bro get hit by the amount of bullet bills you selected. I'm sorry, but just picking cards isn't very entertaining. It just isn't. Deck Dry Bones. Dry Bones will land on a colored platform, and you have to pick the right color from the flipped colors as fast as possible. It's not as mind-numbing as the Sledge Bro card game, but it's still nothing special. 10 to Win. It's more card shenanigans, but at least there's more mind games with this one. You pick a card that can give you, your rivals, or everyone points, and the goal is to reach 10 first. It doesn't always make sense to give yourself points, as you may miss out being in first or last place. I wouldn't call this the most thrilling minigame ever, but at least more thought was put into this one. Soar to Score from Mario Party 10. You're spinning on a rope and have to let go at just the right time for the most points. I don't mind minigames like this, I suppose, but there's not much substance to it, which you could argue is the case for almost every minigame, but this one is very Soar to Score from the Top 100, and it was remade for the 3DS for some reason. Because the frame rate is cut in half, it looks like it's going slower, but it's still just as challenging to hit the middle, and it looks a bit more cleaned up. Big Blowout. Blow into the Nintendo DS to clear candles and reach the end the fastest. The idea is unique, but you really do just blow into the mic a few times with nothing else beyond that. Cheap Diamonds. The Cheap Chomps get some diamonds, and they spin around making you guess which one has the most. We've seen this type of minigame before, and we'll likely see it again until the end of time. Lost in the Shuffle. It's another shuffling minigame. This time you have to keep track of the toad with the most dolls inside of it. It's a little bit harder, so I'll rank it higher for that reason. Gusty Blizzard. we've got another DS Mike minigame. This time, you're trying to freeze your opponents until they're a snowman. Even though our breath produces hot air and this makes no sense whatsoever, let's just ignore the logic. This is a 1v3 as the other team uses the stylus and tries to stay warm with some rubs, so I guess there's more substance than Big Blowout for that reason alone. Toppling Terror. Time out when to blow the thwomp, and whichever team expels the most air wins while the other team gets squashed. I'm only ranking it higher because I like the idea of using your literal breath to push a big-ass rock creature, and it somehow works. Utter nonsense. The concept is cool, but executed horribly. You listen to a voice line from a character and try to imitate it with the 3DS microphone. The issue, however, is you can say whatever you want, as all that matters is getting the sound waves to look similar. And when you listen to it back, the microphone peaks so bad that it's genuinely hilarious. It's more fun to poke fun at the minigame than properly play it. The Choicest Voice. It's the exact same game, but you go for 3 rounds instead of 1. This isn't as bad as the Bowser Live mic minigames, but that's not saying much. A Bridge Too Short. This one is fairly luck-based. You and another player run across bridges and have to pray that it doesn't collapse. If it does, you'll go back and have to try again. This one is a little bit dumb, I'm not gonna lie. Etch and Catch from Mario Party 3. We've got another skill issue game. The goal is to draw circles with a partner around a toad stamp. It sounds easy enough, but the controls are super wonky. They feel very slippery, and it's quite easy for both players to move in the same direction by accident. While of course this minigame would be more enjoyable if it's 2 human players that are more in sync, the controls are just really awkward in general. Etch and Catch from Superstars. The remake has smoother turning, but the control scheme remains the same. I wouldn't call this a bad minigame per se, it's just not one I'd actively go out of my way to play. Soil Toil. With the touchscreen, you spin your car wheel to go forward and team up with someone else to win a race. I don't hate the premise, but the controls are clunky and I wish you mashed a button or something instead to move forward. Tightrope Treachery. One player walks across the rope while the other 3 fire at them with cannonballs. While you can get decent with your aim to knock the single player off, it's very difficult to pull off because you really need the whole team helping. If I'm ever the one walking on the rope, 9 out of 10 times I'm making it across by just being careful and staying right in the middle. It's no guarantee, but it is fairly unbalanced. Rainbow Run. It's the same game, but you walk on a rainbow route and, well, hold on, are we above Peach's Castle from Mario 64? It kind of looks like it, but anyway, this one is a little more balanced since the rainbow jiggles around a bit. I still don't find this minigame all that fun on either end, but at least it's been improved. Title Toss from Mario Party 3. Another minigame with a cool concept. One player ground pounds on a boat making waves while the other 3 have to survive. You can make smaller big waves, and while it may sound like it could be well balanced, it simply isn't. It's very easy to avoid most of the waves, and the knockback isn't that bad unless you get hit by the tallest wave. It could have been a lot better, but it needed some tweaking. Title Toss from the Top 100. And of course, this was remade for the 3DS. Outside of the visuals, not much has really changed here. Title Toss from Superstars. The Switch version, however, is slightly better, seeing as the group of 3 suffers greater knockback when getting hit by any kind of wave. While I wouldn't really call it fair still, it's slightly improved. Making Waves. It's the same concept, but reversed. The group of 3 makes the waves from the outside, while the single player has to survive on this turtle raft. Funny enough, the opposite problem exists with this one. The waves aren't very strong, and it's easy to survive in the middle as long as you keep the raft relatively flat. Beam Team. I love the idea of 3 UFOs trying to abduct a single player as a minigame, but holy crap, look at how fast the UFOs move! How does this one person stand any sort of chance? Now, yes, the UFOs do get stunned if they knock into each other, but that barely makes a difference due to their sheer speed. Bowser Toss. This is very close to being a button masher only game, but instead it overcomplicates throwing Bowser. You mash A to spin and use the joystick to aim. The only issue is that aiming is extremely finicky, and I never know what angle I really need to be at to get a good distance. Ground Pound. Welcome to the world's easiest single-player minigame. You simply hip-drop the posts that are flat and win. And even if you didn't pay attention to which ones are pointy, you can still clearly tell because the butterflies don't cover the tips very well. Fruit Picker. Fruits show up on screen, they flip away, and you have to guess which ones are where. There's a billion minigames like this one, and it's just fine. Bowser's Sinister Slots. With the gamepad, you tap on a slot machine, and this selects a character with bullet bills that'll chase the players down. I really like the idea of controlling Bowser for minigames, but this one is kinda lame. You don't have very much control of who to target, as it's literally just a glorified slot machine. Arch Rival from Mario Party 2. One player shoots arrows at the other 3 to win. I'm pretty conflicted on this one, because I really like the idea. But man, if the Boo or Bowser choose to trap you, you're completely screwed, regardless of how slow the arrows are. It's extremely unfair to the group of 3, even if they're ignored by Toad and the Koopa Kid. Arch Rival from Superstars. I really don't know why they brought this back for the Switch game. Even though it feels like the Archer's hitbox has shrunk a bit, it's still unjustly to the group of 3. Arch Rivals. Now this is bizarre. A reimagining of Arch Rival, but at the opposite camera perspective. I don't think I've ever seen a minigame do this, but the changes don't stop there. The archer shoots arrows at targets, while the other 3 will move them around. The archer cannot move on their own, and the team of 3 can move the targets wherever they want. So now we have the opposite problem, where it's really unfair to the single player. Deep Sea Divers. You and a partner have to go swimming for chests. The bigger chests have more coins, but are also farther away and harder to reach. While I like the minigame, my biggest qualm is for the guys that are reeling. The only way to reel fast is to spin the joystick with your palm, especially if you're going super deep. It's not as egregious as Tug of War or Paddle Battle, but it's not what I'd call pleasant. Kagoomba. We've got another AR card minigame. This one has you shooting down a bunch of Goombas and Thwomps. While the sensors aren't super great, it's kind of fun even with it being clunky. Trash Landing. This is almost a luck-based minigame. You pick a rope and have to drop onto an item while avoiding this mucky trash. With some practice, this one is okay, but it also sucks if you get the bucket or soda since you have almost no warning to time your drop. Block and Load. Another poorly balanced 1v3. The single player has a huge cannon to blast away the blocks, while the group of 3 has tiny cannons. Even as a group, the destructive power of the single player cannon cannot be matched. The team of 3 just doesn't stand a chance, even if they know what they're doing. Big Top Drop. One player is swinging and throwing balls, while the other 3 have to avoid them all. This may look like the team of 3 would get destroyed considering how slow you move on the tightrope, but it's actually super rigged in their favor. If you want to win, literally just make tiny microscopic movements when a ball is headed your way. While the single player can spam a ton of balls out, none of them can be close together, so the single player doesn't stand much of a chance. Sink or Swim. Pretty similar to Big Top Drop. This time the group of 3 are swimming in the water and have an air meter. The single player can also drop balls in one spot sequentially if they want, and even though they have a fragment more of a chance, it's still heavily in the team of 3's favor to survive. Lights Out. 3 players run around with a light bulb, while one is a hammer trying to smack them all. This is another 1v3 that's not balanced well, because the single player can attack horizontally with the hammer, giving them a ton of range. While you can win in the group of 3 and use the darkness to your advantage, it's much more difficult to do so. Candlelight Flight. A fairly similar concept to Lights Out, except it's reversed. One player is holding a candle, while the other 3 are shooting water guns at you. While this sounds insanely unfair to the single player, at least they can get hit multiple times, and the group of 3 are forced to stop in their place while shooting the water guns. I like it slightly more, but I still wouldn't call it a great minigame. Blame It on the Crane from Mario Party 4. We're not done with 1v3s quite yet. This time, one player uses a crane to try to grab the other 3 trapped in balls. While the group can move around a bit on their own, the single player has a pretty clear advantage of timing out when to lower the crane. The controls are a little gimped as the crane moves up and down, but they still have full control of when to drop down. Blame It on the Crane from the Top 100. So this version's only real difference is the single player holds A instead of pressing it. The arm moves slightly faster too, but it's still not hard for them to win. Blame It on the Crane from Jamboree. And finally, it was remade again for the Switch. The controls for the crane are different once more. You can move around freely instead of it being automatic. However, the group of 3 are able to move around faster, so it's not quite as easy to win as the single player. Eyebrawl. It's a little strange that there's a few minigames based around killing the eyeballs from Mario 64, and this one isn't so hot. You'll use pointer controls to make the eyeball dizzy. This is simply not fun to do in a 2D plane. It feels good to do in Mario 64 because that requires you to be decent with making smooth turns. This doesn't work because you don't get that same sense of precision, especially because you're racing against someone to defeat all the eyeballs first. Goal from Mario Party 4. As usual, I love the idea, but the execution isn't great. One player is the goalie, while the other 3 are trying to shoot balls into the net. If the group gets 10 balls in, they win. The goalie can move and dive around pretty quickly, which is nice, but the simple fact that there's 3 characters all kicking balls at once makes this incredibly challenging to win as the single player, especially if the group is well coordinated. Goal from Mario Party The Top 100. Yeah, we've got another remake, although this time the net is huge. This might seem like a disadvantage, but the soccer balls don't move quite as fast, so the balance is about the same as the original version. Goal from Superstars, and this is pulled directly from the Top 100 version. Massive net and all. The only difference is that there's more Goombas filling up the stands. Now go ahead, tell your best friend this fact so they can stare at you for 5 seconds and question why you brought that up. Go do that right now. Cherry Go Round. Spin your stylus and throw a cherry as far as possible. I don't mind minigames like this usually, but you really gotta spin fast or you're not gonna get any distance. And I'm pretty sure it's impossible to beat the CPUs on the hardest difficulty as well. Chicken. This one is just okay. You have to be under the thwomp the longest without getting squished. You can get an idea of how close the thwomp is to falling from the shadow, and there's a fake out button which is kinda pointless to use. Rumble Fishing. As soon as you feel a rumble in your controller, you pull up and try to get to the biggest fish. It's over before you know it. Castaway Mario. We're back to the e-reader. You catch fish with Mario and have to catch the one Peach is requesting. It's extremely primitive, but it's fine for what it is. Hand, Line, and Sinker. Another mid-game. The single player tries to reel in fish, which are the group of 3. The problem with this one is that the controls are super finicky, especially when it comes to the single player using the rod. As a fish, you can't move very fast either, so it's pretty tough for the group to win. Tile Savvy. You like basic tile-moving puzzles? That's literally all this mid-game is. Complete 3 tile puzzles before your opponents. Dizzy Rotisserie from Mario Party 6. This one seems hard, seeing as the joystick controls are funky and you gotta be the first one to reach the door. However, as soon as you learn which direction is forward, just rotate the controller in that direction and clear the level in 10 seconds. Dizzy Rotisserie from the Top 100, and they brought it back for the 3DS. The only change is that it looks a lot darker. I guess the lighting change makes sense considering we're in Bowser's Castle. Dizzy Dancing from Mario Party 2. We're not done being confused yet. A record player spins the characters around and the first person to grab the musical note wins. It's extremely quick and you can tilt your controller to move normally like with Dizzy Rotisserie, but it's slightly more intriguing. Dizzy Dancing from the Top 100. Okay, so this remake got a decent upgrade. You'll collect multiple notes under a time limit instead of one. This one change makes it so much better as it allows everybody to have a chance at getting notes, and it makes the minigame last much longer on top of that. Dizzy Dancing from Superstars, and this is the same as the Top 100 remake, collecting as many notes as the time allotted. I wouldn't go out of my way to play it, but I like the improvement regardless. Trackstar. You could almost say this is purely a button masher game, but not exactly. The single player controls a train, and the group of 3 have to take forks in the road and try to avoid getting run over. If the train takes the same path as someone else, both players have to mash and the train will either collide with them or they'll get away. Now, I'm a really good button masher, so I tend to win these games no matter the circumstance, so it really just comes down to who can mash the fastest. Peer Factor. We've made it to our first DK minigame, and this one is fine. You pick a barrel and hope the path you took gives you the most bananas. While you do technically see the entire path before picking, you don't always get to pick the exact barrel you want, and it's unpredictable where you'll end up going because the barrels bounce off each other. Pipe Maze. A similar idea. One player picks a pipe for a chest to go down, and the rest stand there hoping they get it. While this may seem completely random, I've played this game so many times that my eyes can dash across the screen, and I can give the chest to myself every time. Diamond a Dozen. It's basically the concept of Pipe Maze again, except that every player has a chance at picking the pipe they want. So at the very least, everyone has a shot at getting the most gems and winning. Chain Chomp Romp. And here we have the most interesting type of Pipe Maze-esque minigame. You'll instead pick a minecart and use that to fire cannonballs at the Chain Chomp. I'm only placing it higher than the others because it's aesthetically the most appealing one. And at 1200, we have Awful Tower. There's a few minigames much higher on this list that are the same concept, but this Mario Party 3 version does not age well. You simply have to climb up to the top, but the physics are just awful. The jumps are very stiff, and getting hit with a hammer knocks you back much farther than it should. I wouldn't mind this if jumping was a little more forgiving, because man, this minigame can be annoying. Crazy Cogs, a 1v3 where the single player spins a cog and the other 3 run around trying to avoid bullet bills. It seems like the solo player has a huge advantage to lure players towards the bullets, but the shadows pop up so early that it gives the group plenty of time to avoid most of them. Suit Yourselves, an incredibly simple matching game where you grab the card that Kamek is holding up. I wouldn't mind this, but it goes on for forever and it almost puts me to sleep by the end. Memory Match, a similar premise except you hip drop panels to make matches. You could literally mess up every combination and get the Bowser space and still win this. Memory Mash, the exact same concept, but now it's with a partner, and the goal is to find more matches than the other team. I guess it's slightly more engaging, but only by a sliver. Matchmakers. Wow, it's another version of 2v2 matching, but now you go through rooms and try to be the first to escape. Knock Knock Match. It's literally the same type of game, but instead of matching cards, you're matching characters hiding indoors on a cruise ship. I mean, sure, I'll rank it higher because of the premise. Flippin' Fine. This looks like Memory Match from Mario Party 1, but the cards get rotated around, and you'll only get the item for the first match you make. So I guess that's better? Mini Match. Another memory game. A bunch of enemies are on colored spots, and you take turns selecting enemies and putting them in the right spots. It's not all that great, but at least it's more challenging than most memory-based minigames. Heir to a Fortune. You got some coins on a cloud, and the goal is to collect as many as possible. The catch is that only one character can stand on one cloud at a time, so you can choose to take a risk and go for the clouds with the most coins, or go for the lower amounts which are safer. While it's not the best minigame ever, I can always appreciate the mind games. Bombard King Bobo, an extremely similar concept. Some bombs roll up and you have to grab one to get points. However, if anybody selects the same bomb, then neither of you get the point. I guess this premise is a bit more interesting than going for coins. Rock Paper Mario. Yup, it's just rock, paper, scissors, but you'll use Mario, Peach, and Bowser as replacements. I'm kinda surprised this minigame didn't happen in the first Mario Party. Darts of Doom. You play a game of darts where the goal is to get the most points, but you can't get a bullseye or Bowser will roast you. Or if you get the lowest score. Either way, someone is getting crisp. What makes this minigame a bit strange is the dart icons sporadically move on their own, and you have to time your throw without getting any in the middle. It feels a bit random and unfair, but I guess that makes sense since this is a Bowser minigame. Fruits of Doom. This time, Bowser is hungry for some fruit and lists off the ones he wants. Oh, wait, you didn't catch all that? Yeah, the idea here is to take turns feeding him fruit and hope you give him the ones he actually wanted or he'll burn you. Balloon of Doom. Everybody takes turns blowing up a balloon for Bowser. Whoever blows it up in front of him loses. You can control the amount of air you add by the height of your ground pound, so there is some strategy to this technically. But the balloon doesn't even look that good. It's not shaped after Bowser or anything, like it's just a JPEG of his face. Time Bomb, a somewhat okay dual minigame. The Goomba gives you a specific time to push the A button, and you have to push it as close to his number as possible. While it's super basic, it feels a bit tense since you have to count in your head and try to get it as close as possible. Clock Watchers. Instead of pushing A, you'll yell into the GameCube microphone to stop the time. I find it funny that both minigames involve a Goomba telling us what to do, despite Mario Party 2 and 7 releasing so far away from each other. Peek and Sneak. A pretty basic game of Metal Gear Solid. You simply have to hide behind the pillars and sneak across when the Koopa kids aren't looking. It's super easy, but one of the more unique minigames out there. Mushroom Brew. You're making a stew for the Goomba, and you press either A, B, or Z to add mushrooms. I don't understand why speed matters when making a brew, but that's how you win the minigame. Conquer de Force. The idea for this one is to push the player's stop button, and as a group you're trying to avoid getting conked by the Conquer. This one is almost entirely trying to play tricks on the others, and seeing if you can fool them into avoiding getting hit or not. It's not my favorite kind of minigame, but it's okay for what it's worth. Tricky Turntable. And this is a very similar idea, but with less at stake. The goal is to just win as many coins as possible and avoid the bob-oms. You'll push buttons to rotate the coins and get as many of them as you can to your team. Womp Stomp. The same style of minigame, but it's a boss fight. You'll turn your lever to set it to 0 or 1, and the final number is how many rotations the platforms will get, and that determines if you get squished or get to squish the womp. Fruit Cahoots. Once again, you push or avoid pushing a button to make something move to win. In this case, the goal is to get the most apples and stay away from the bob-oms. Be My Chum, a more creative Mike minigame, but it's not anything crazy. The group of three is in the water, and the single player shouts commands like Cheep Cheep, Blooper, or Sushi to release those characters. What can make Mike minigames fun with human players is you could technically say the words and choose to not push the Mike's button, as that would throw people off. That spin doesn't work with just CPUs, so this one can be a mixed bag on enjoyability. Double Pounder. With a partner, the goal is to ground pound the same colored switches before time runs out. There's not much more beyond that. It feels like it's missing something. Bobbing Balloons from Mario Party 3. One of the better item minigames. You have to time your shot to get the item you want. It's not quite as mindless as the others, despite it being incredibly short. Bobbing Balloons from Mario Party Superstars, and this one was brought back for the Switch, which was a really good choice. It can be fun trying to time out your hit. Melon Folly, an extremely average minigame. The objective is to collect all the fruit while avoiding the barrels. You're not able to retrace your steps, and to clear the level, you have to get the full watermelon. This one is overly simplistic, as it takes a while before you get to the point of needing to activate neurons to bounce around in your head. Crane Game from Mario Party 1. I know a lot of people hate this minigame, and while I don't think it's great, it can be fun depending on who you play with. One player can choose to grab money from a chest or steal coins from someone else. If the single player grabs someone, you can both mash A to either hold or get dropped. So it's a battle of who's the best button masher. Now, I like button mashing games personally, but I can also see how this isn't very fun for some people. Crane Game from Mario Party 2. It's similar to the version from Mario Party 1 with some minor improvements. For one, you can grab timers now to extend how long the game goes, and you can pick up more than one person at once. This means more opportunities to get money as the single player, and more chances to survive as the group of three. Stage Fright. For this 1v3, the single player is on a stage avoiding fireballs, as the game states, from the group of three. They don't really look like fireballs, but okay. This one is very difficult for the single player to survive. Even though the group doesn't have control of the platforms as they move on their own, it's still really easy to corner the character on stage and take them out. Hammer Slammer from Mario Party 2. Charge up a hammer and slam it into the item you want. It's not quite as easy as mashing as hard as possible. You have to figure out how much height to raise the hammer to hit it to the exact item you're craving for. Hammer Slammer from Superstars, and this was brought back for the Switch, but with a completely different background. I guess floating in space didn't make that much sense, so now we're in some castle and standing on a cloud. Dart Attack from Mario Party 7. We've got another Mike minigame. This time you'll shout fire and a dart shoots out to hit a target. While the microphone doesn't add any meaningful value, as this could just be done with a button, it is kind of fun trying to learn the timing to get the highest score possible. Dart Attack from the Top 100, and this got a remake for the 3DS, with the only difference being that you blow into the mic instead of shouting fire. Although I guess you could technically still shout if you really want. I mean, the power is in your hands. Bowser's Wicked Wheel. A Bowser game where you'll spin and stop the wheel to try to trip up the players to hit electricity. You can start and stop the wheel at any given time and cause confusion and chaos, but you're still at a disadvantage as the players can react quickly and avoid losing hearts. Shock, Drop, or Roll. I feel like this is one of the most overrated Mario Party minigames out there. It's the same idea as Bowser's Wicked Wheel, but the solo player uses regular controls to move the wheel around. While the team of three can trip up, they have so much room for error. Look, they can literally run on the side. Why isn't gravity doing its job? Changing directions isn't fast enough either. It's extremely difficult for the solo player to win this one. Rotisserie Rampage. The same minigame, but on a rotisserie. As delicious as that sounds, it has the same prevalent issues. The team of three is very likely to survive, but they don't have nearly as much lenience as Shock, Drop, or Roll. Rail Riders. Destroy your DS's touchscreen by sliding forward to accelerate, and see if you can get the farthest distance. I really love that we're trying to fly off tiny little leaves and we're using a stair banister to build speed. It feels like one of those things that you do as a kid with toys. However, it's not very fun to mash the touchscreen to build speed, so it's just kinda okay. Corkscrew Climb. Everyone runs in a line and has to jump over the amps. It's a fairly straightforward idea, but man, you have almost no time to react to the jump when you're in the front of the line. And that's an issue because the person that wins is the one that's in the front, so best of luck with that. Dry Bowser's Brain Bog. I think this is the only Dry Bowser-themed Mario Party minigame. Fun fact of the day, go tell your grandma that so she can look at you blankly and then fall asleep on you. Anyway, for this game, Dry Bowser throws bones at you, and you can knock them back by hitting the button combination shown earlier. We've seen this type of minigame a million times, but this is one of the better implementations. Ray of Fright. One player controls a giant laser, while the other 3 have to avoid it. The laser can bounce off the walls, which makes this extremely difficult for the group. The sheer speed of the lasers isn't easy to step around. Power Washer. Not lasers, but water jets this time. One player controls the water by spinning on the touchscreen, while the other 3 have to avoid it. While it's similar to Ray of Fright, just the fact that the water doesn't bounce around makes it feel a little more balanced. It's still hard to win as the group of 3 because you can turn the water quickly, but the odds are a bit more in their favor. Talkie Walkie. Another mic minigame. This time, the solo player has to yell commands to move while the group of 3 are throwing spinies at him. Given how slow the spinies are thrown, it's a walk in the park for the single player to get across. Sand Trap. If you've ever played Kirby 64's Checkerboard Chase, this is kind of like the inverse version of that, but not as fun. The goal is to get rid of Bowser Jr. by teaming up with someone to get rid of blocks. If your teammate doesn't cooperate, however, then you're not going to make very much progress. Balloon Burst. Yes, the Mario Party E version, which nobody's familiar with. You'll simply hold A to blow up the balloon and take turns with a second person. I'd normally rank this with the other variants, but this e-reader version isn't even close to as fun or frantic. Crowd Cover. Toads are covering an image, and you have to be the first to guess what the right one is. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but you can usually notice small details to give you the answer quickly. Knock Block Tower. Punch the boxes, but not the thwomps or you'll knock yourself off the tower. The controls are a little finicky, but this is a passable minigame for what it is. Time Bomb Ticks. One of the few times Waluigi gets official sprite work. The goal here is to just push the numbers in order before time runs out. It's definitely a minigame of all time. Skide and Seek. Using the touchscreen, you'll take notes to keep track of the enemies that are in the cloud. I love the idea, but the touchscreen is so small that it's hard to take quick notes without losing track of what's happening above. I should have taken better notes and not write subscribe at the beginning, but I don't know, this one does the job, I guess. Attention Grabber. Wave your Wiimote around to attract the ship over to you to save you. It's a decent idea, but at the end of the day, you're just waggling your remote around. Bowser's Fence Fury. Bowser swipes at the girders, and we have to avoid his incoming attacks. They are a little slow, but this one's perfectly fine. Daisy's Rodeo. Can I just say that I love the sprites for Daisy and Mario Party E? They're very endearing. The goal is simple. Stay on Bowser and push the buttons to avoid falling off. And that's about it. Hey Batter Batter. Take one big swing and the item you get is based on where the ball goes. You only get one shot at it, but it's moderately cool timing out your swing to get what you want. Punch a Bunch. Oh god, a Bowser statue! Just punch it with a boxing glove to destroy it! Although your glove will inflate in size if you give it time. The challenge is swinging the glove at its maximum capacity. Tackle Takedown from Mario Party 9. I'll admit, I f***ing suck at this minigame as the single player. You try to get a touchdown while the group of 3 are defending, and even when I try to sprint through, I always get tackled. Tackle Takedown from the Top 100. Oh hey, look at me completely failing again, but on the 3DS. It's an alright minigame. I do wish there was a bit more to it though. Tackle Takedown from Superstars. Wow, another remake on the Switch. It's interesting that the touchdown zone looks different in all 3 versions, but that's all I really have to say about it. Puzzle Pronto. Use the stylus to complete all the puzzles before the other players. They're really basic, but it's somewhat engaging since they're a bit different from one another, and racing to beat them first is fun. Strawberry Short Fuse from Mario Party 6. Half of these monkeys have cake, and half of them don't. They'll run around, and you have to take turns to pick ones with the cake to survive. While there's a lot of minigames like this one, at least here it's significantly tougher to keep track of 5 things instead of just 1 or 2. Strawberry Short Fuse from the Top 100. Again, a really weird pick for a remake, but okay, sure. Outside of a different color palette, nothing has changed. Stone Eye Bowling. Aim for a ball down a hill filled with sand and try to get a strike. It doesn't look that hard, but the ball is extremely heavy and does not change direction much unless it collides with a large mound of sand. I'm bad at this one, but it's an okay minigame. Bump, Set, Spike. There's more volleyball games out there, but this is the most primitive one, seeing as you're either hitting or spiking the ball over and over. There's no more complexity besides just nailing the timing to get points. On again, off again. Using the on-off switches from Mario World, one player pushes a button and tries to hit the group of 3 with the grolls. This might sound like it'd be a decent minigame, but honestly, it's pretty easy to avoid the grolls. It takes a lot of skill in mental games to fool the team into getting hit. Short fuse. There's quite a few minigames where players take turns trying to blow a bomb up in someone else's face, and this is one of the more interesting ideas. You'll use the microphone to blow the fuse farther and farther down, and it gets a bit scary when it's down to the last little bit. Honeycomb Havoc from Mario Party 2. One of the more well-known mini-games. You hit a block of 1 or 2 to collect fruit and coins, and try to force your opponents to take the beehive. Depending on who you play with, it's either total luck or lots of pre-planned strategies to survive. I've always felt like this minigame takes way too long, but I do like the mental gymnastics this one has. Honeycomb Havoc from the Top 100. Here it is again, just on the Nintendo 3DS. The background is a lot more lush and alive, but it's otherwise the same thing. Honeycomb Havoc from Superstars. Man, a third remake for this one. I think I actually prefer the environment from the Top 100, but I also like the higher resolution textures. And man, the fruit looks genuinely edible and delicious. Head Waiter. This is the same idea as Honeycomb Havoc, but a lot scarier. You and your opponent throw a Bowser head back and forth, and it counts down by 1 or 2 depending on which button you press. The trick is that the counter disappears, and you have to guess what number to use. Maybe it's not as strategic this way, but I also like that it's more chaotic. Nightlight Fright from Mario Party 5. A chain chomp is heading your way in a dark alley, and you have to stop it with your flashlight as close as possible to win. While this one is a little bit luck-based, every character's chain chomp reacts a bit differently to the obstacles in their path, and it can be exhilarating trying to time your flash just right. Nightlight Fright from the Top 100. Another remake, but now with a sky that's much darker and is missing the 2 blinking stars. It's probably light pollution since we're in a city, right? Nightlight Fright from Superstars. For this one, the moon has been moved a bit, and the night sky has proper stars again. It's interesting how there's so many different visual changes to these remakes. Chomp Walker. Another chain chomp game. This time you're trying to give it a walk and prevent it from getting too distracted from the chicken and bones. It really gives that immersive feeling of walking real dogs that are being stubborn. Wheel of Woe. Back to the mic games. One player shouts enemies like Chain Chomp, Shy Guy, or Bullet Bill, and the team of 3 have to survive. There's a lot of chaos for the team of 3. It's not easy for them to make it through. Tree Stomp. 3 of the players are in big mecha tree robots, while 1 player has to run around and avoid them. I'm glad that Yukiki occasionally throws bananas on the ground for the mechas to trip them up, because it is not easy to survive as the single player. There's just not a lot of space for them, and the tree stumps are big and bulky despite how slow they move. Unfriendly Flying Object. Yeah, this minigame was just not that well thought out. As the solo player, you drop a bunch of spikes at the team of 3. The odds of the solo player winning depends on if they know they can stack a wall in the middle or not, because doing so makes it impossible for the group of 3 to win. Paddle Skedaddle. Once again, I have major skill issues with this minigame. You'll race the other players by paddling downstream, but you have to use the touchscreen and swipe left and right to turn. I'd much rather use the shoulder buttons or something, but I guess this works. Bowser's Clawful Climb. Bowser has to mash ZL and ZR to climb the tower to reach everyone, or if you're really slow like I was, then they'll all get away safely. Odd Card Out. This is a game of spot the difference. Whichever character stands out from the other has to be pointed out before everyone else. It's another simplistic idea, as it can be fun to do quickly. On the Spot. Have you ever heard of Simon Says? That's what On the Spot is. Poke the thwomp where he wants in the right order and you'll move forward. Fool Me Once. If you can remember 7 buttons, you can complete this minigame. There's quite a few great minigames that look like this, where you actually have control of moving around and doing stuff, but this is just a game of Simon Says. Fast Fishing. When the bobber dips into the water, be the first to pull up and get the cheap cheap. It's very simple and fine. Treasure Trawlers. You have to find treasure underwater either through the rumble of your controller or the exclamation block notices. This one is a little bit luck-based, and if you're curious what the nighttime version differences are, there are none outside of some rain. Rumble Fishing. An extremely similar minigame. You have to find the dragon eel before everyone else. While it's usually quick, I like the tension this one has with trying to find the dragon eel before everyone else does. Rumble Ready. Another rumbling minigame. Whoever feels it first and catches 3 capsules or gets the most wins. It's just another reaction variant. There's not much to say beyond that. Flash and Dash. The single player has to hide from the group of 3 from the flashlights. While it's fun to run around avoiding the light, it's pretty tough to win. Even with the radar indicator, it's too easy to get stuck somewhere in the maze and get completely screwed over. It's like trying to beat Pac-Man without any power-ups. Word Herd, a 1v3 mic minigame where the solo player is the annoying younger brother causing trouble, and the group of 3 are the older siblings trying to be responsible. The single player tells the Goombas to stay away from the fence, while the other 3 try to get them herded out. The only way to get the Goombas over the fence is to basically push them across, so this leaves the group of 3 with a very tough job. Conveyor Bolt. One player is dropping lighting, while the group of 3 have to avoid it. Funny enough, the nighttime version is the complete opposite. You got 3 lightning cloud zappers and 1 person running away. It does feel like no matter what time of day you play it though, it's pretty unfair to the character running for dear life. They don't move very fast, and it's hard to have any sort of getaway. Even the lightning itself changes. At nighttime it's a bit smaller. Surge and Destroy. Very similar to Crate and Peril or Bowser's Firebar Fury. One player moves lightning around a square while the other 3 have to avoid it. The difference is you don't get completely screwed by touching the lightning. It'll just stun you briefly. It's the electric ball that eliminates the team, so they have a bit more of a chance to survive. So it's still not that fair, but it is an improvement. Grab Bag from Mario Party 1. When playing this on the actual board, this minigame is absolutely hilarious. You take all the coins you have in-game, and players can literally steal them from you as much as they want until the time runs out. It's so brutally unfair and I love it, but as a standalone minigame, you're really just getting behind someone and shaking their bag for money. Grab Bag from Mario Party 2. And this is the exact same thing, but you take mushrooms instead. I don't know if that's better or worse, to be honest, because as standalone games, there's nothing different about them besides the backdrop. Bridge Saw Puzzle. You have to make a bridge in front of you using the puzzle pieces below. It's a little weird at first because the pieces will auto-flip, but the general idea is pretty basic and decent. Fruit Talktail. I don't know why, but I've always had a soft spot for this minigame. The player with the mic calls out the names of the fruit, and all the other fruit platforms will drop. If the team of 3 is eliminated, the single player wins. Like the other mic minigames, your enjoyment with these will vary greatly if you're playing with human players or not, because it can be fun to psych people out with what you're saying. Spike and Span. The single player can bop the floor while the team of 3 have to avoid the spikes. This allows the one player to juggle the spikes, making it a lot easier to hit all 3 players, so I wouldn't call it the most forgiving. Timing is Money. While this is yet another dice block minigame, this one is a bit different. The selection never rotates that fast, so with a bit of practice, you can consistently get 4 to 5 coins and cash out. This doesn't make it a great minigame as the task is still dull, but it's an improvement over the other variants. Bodybuilder. You and your teammate have to hit the correct body part to build the robot. Similar to Timing is Money, it's pretty easy to time out the button press to get what you need, especially since the game literally highlights it for you. La Bamba. One player drops some bombs, the other 3 have to avoid them and the spikes. Since the bombs have such a delayed explosion, it's not that hard to circle around them and stay safe. I feel like this would have worked a lot better as a 2v2 minigame and not a 1v3. Stump Change, a very dull version of bumper balls because there's no bumping. All you do is collect bananas and they're gone in like 5 seconds. Goomba Gotcha. There's 3 types of Goomba on screen and you'll simply click the one the game tells you to click. I don't mind this game, but I feel like it could have been a lot better if the type of Goomba you need to get would rapidly change and you lose points for clicking the wrong ones. Rubber Ducky Rodeo. One player controls Rubber Ducky, and they want to knock off the team of 3 before time runs out. This is done by wiggling the back around a bunch, and maybe it's just a me problem, but I've always struggled to stay on board. It feels a little skewed to the single player, but I could just be bad. And at 1100, we have Swervin' Skies, another 1v3. One player is trying to shoot down the other 3 by hitting their balloons. You'll use motion controls to move around, and it's definitely clunky. I actually think this minigame is fairly well balanced because all the planes move at the same speeds, and the bullets are about the same size as the balloons. I just don't find the controls to be all that fun. Go Go Pogo. This looks like it'd be a fun minigame. You bounce around on a pogo stick and clear pipes to reach the end. Unfortunately, the controls are super slippery and it's a pain getting around. Maybe this is a hot take, I've just never been a fan of this game, even when I played this as a kid. Heatstroke from the Top 100. A really cool idea, but doesn't work well in execution. One player hits blocks and tries to fool the other 3 to not jump. As the single, you can do fake outs with your hammer, but if you've gotten good at this one, it's really easy to jump safely every time. I think if the lava bubbles moved around a bit, it'd be more distracting and make it easier for the single player to win. Heatstroke from Mario Party 5. And of course, we've got the original. Not much has changed here, it just runs a little bit better. Card Smarts, another card game. The idea is to play the card that's highest to earn a point. The strategy is that you don't necessarily want to pick your highest cards right away, as it might make more sense to save them for later. It's a game of mental gymnastics, and while it's kinda boring for Mario Party standards, I don't mind it. Mario's Mallet. Oh my god, it's hammer time again! Mario has to smash Goombas and avoid hitting Luigi. It's very bare bones, but I like it because Peach's big-ass smile on her sprite cracks me up. Moped Mayhem. You thought Mario Kart World's 24 players was too much? Well, I bet you haven't heard of this minigame, which includes 30 racers. It's the silliest shit ever. It tanks the frame rate very heavily, and it's not even that fun. The controls are stiff, the track looks bland, and there's not even items. But I will give it credit. There is some sense of charm to having this many racers on screen at once, and there's a thwomp riding. Not even Mario Kart World has a thwomp, just has a stupid cow. Stratosphere. We got another microphone game. This time the single player shouts move up or move down to change this platform and try to get the team of 3 hit by bullet bills. It's interesting to see these visuals because it looks like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, but that game didn't exist yet. So I guess it's more like New Soup on DS, but I digress. Spike Strike. Some bubbles pop out, and you're trying to click on a hammer before anyone else to attack fishy boopkins. It's a functional game that looks more action-packed than it really is. Sweet Sleuth. Shy Guy wants a sugar crash, and you simply have to give him the candy that he's craving. This one is okay, but all you're really doing is selecting candy with the touchscreen and flinging it forward. Moving Mushrooms. We've seen this type of minigame before. You try to knock mushrooms into your colored cubby. With poison mushrooms getting thrown into the mix, it's actually quite a fair 1v3 all things considered. It's just not that interesting, but at least it's balanced. Conveyor Meltdown. I'm getting some deja vu, because this one looks similar but uses conveyor belts to guide the mushrooms to the right spots. It's also one player only, which is honestly kind of nice so you can focus on getting a high score. Twist and Sort. You put the fish in the fishy pile and the bloopers in the bloopy pile. I wonder what kind of minigame's coming up next. Eye on the Prize. Oh goody, oh boy. This time it's between 2 players and it's the same f***ing thing again. At least the colorful balls of goo look kind of nifty, I guess. Road to Victory. I've already talked about a minigame like this one on the DS where you use the touchscreen to turn. This one requires motion controls, and honestly, it feels a lot better to play, despite how slow the boat moves. Verbal Assault. Basically, it's a mic minigame where the single player cries out fire, missile, drop bombs, and laser, and the team of 3 have to avoid the attacks and try to destroy the mothership. While the single player's attacks are fairly slow, it can still be challenging to avoid them while also taking out the ship with your little baby gun. And if you're curious, the nighttime version does nothing different outside of the visuals. Plunderground. Monty Moles get some jewels put in their chest, and you have to try to grab the one with the most money before anyone else. There's tons of minigames like this one. And while I like the waterfall in the background, it's also super forgettable. Archaeologus. This is one of those spot the difference games, but is a bit more unique than the others. The objects spin in 3D, and it can take a bit more time to figure out which one stands out. Popstar Piranhas. And here's another one. This time piranha plants will be jamming out, and you have to figure out which one stands out amongst the crowd. Like with Archaeologus, it's not always obvious since the piranhas are spinning around at different angles. Bowser Wrestling. It's not exactly the wrestling minigame you'd expect. You'll take turns mashing L and R to try and knock the opponent off the arena. You have a stamina meter to watch out for, so you can't spam it too fast or you'll get dizzy. This one is kinda just fine. I would have definitely preferred an actual wrestling minigame. Locked Out. Remember how bad Gatekeepers was for Jamboree? This is the same idea, but done better. There's doors in front of each other, and you'll race to grab the right key to make progress. One person will always be left behind, and you can even attack each other over the keys. While I don't think it's perfect considering you might get lucky if the correct key spawns closest to you, the fact that you can fight back makes it more enjoyable. Smash Compactor. A fairly similar concept yet again, but instead of keys, certain holes open up that are used to escape from getting brutally eliminated. It plays a bit more smoothly than Locked Out, and I love how the end result is turning into a meat pancake. That's so gruesome. Banana Shake. Vigorously shake the tree to get bananas and avoid the... hammers? Hold on, how are there so many hammers stuck inside the trees to begin with? Well, whatever. This one's alright. It's really hard to avoid the hammers as you need to have pinpoint reaction speed. Spray Anything. It's the ultimate water gun fight. One player has to avoid water balls while the other 3 try to hit them from the side. This might sound completely unfair, but if the team of 3 isn't well coordinated, you can easily win. Just look at how slow and sluggish the water balls are, and the team of 3 can stun each other if water balls hit them on top of that. Smash and Crab. Every time I see this minigame, all I can think of is Coconut Conk. One player is trying to avoid getting smashed by the hammers, while the other 3 team up. What's unique about this game is the group of 3 all have different roles. One player drives the crab, and the other 2 swing their own hammers. So getting all that teamwork lined up isn't guaranteed, especially since the single player can sidestep fairly quickly. Flash Fright. A similar idea to Flash and Dash from Mario Party DS, although now you can see the entire screen and the roles are reversed. One player has a flashlight, and the other 3 are running for their lives. This might sound more balanced, but honestly for the team of 3, as long as you keep moving, you'll likely never get caught. Sled Slide. I really want to like this one more. You ride a sled across a course and have to complete it as soon as possible. I find it to be fun, aside from the fact that it's way too easy to slip out. I could maybe understand doing a sharp turn that creates the spin, but literally you do a basic turn and the sled spins around and comes to a stop. Torpedo Targets. I think we've got another skill issue game for me. The goal is to swim around and hit as many targets as possible. The controls work, but the turning is really sluggish, and aiming shots takes a good amount of practice. I just think it's hard to play when I know the controls could be so much better fine-tuned nowadays. Cosmic Slalom. I really enjoy high-speed minigames like this one. The goal is to blast through the tube as fast as possible while using your boots. My only gripe is that you use motion controls to tilt, and while it does technically work, it just doesn't feel as good or precise as a joystick would. Number Crunchers. While the mic minigames aren't anything crazy, this one in particular has an interesting twist. The single player can either call out numbers or shapes to call the thwomps, making the team of 3 be more on their toes about what platforms are safe. It's a nice way to mix up this style of challenge. Mathematician. Funny enough, there's another math-themed mic minigame in Mario Party 7, but it's completely different. Boos float across the screen, and you have to call out the number to take a shot and earn a point. There's a bit of delay, so the challenge is about timing out your number to hit a boo, and I honestly kinda like this one. Helter Shelter. Some shells roll up from the seas, and you gotta pick the one with the most pearls. You can tell by the ones that shake, although you might grab seaweed if you're unlucky. River Raiders from Mario Party 3, a 1v3 coin minigame where the single player drives a Koopa boat around and the group of 3 are dragging in the back. The controls are very stiff, but the minigame still works when it comes to being balanced. River Raiders from Superstars, and they brought it back for the Switch with the same stiff controls. That water sure looks pristine though, like seriously you can see right through it. Feeding Frenzy. Using motion controls, you'll throw balls into the Cheep Cheep robot at the top or bottom. When the mouth is lit up, you'll get bonus points for your throws. While I love the concept, it can be hard to judge how hard you have to throw for the bottom, as I'll often throw nothing or accidentally overshoot for the top. Spinner Cell. The single player has such a cool role. They control 2 spiky spinners with a joystick and C-stick simultaneously. The group of 3 has to avoid them, and what's interesting is the small spinner only stuns the player, while the big one takes them out. The odds of who wins this game entirely depends on the single player's hand-eye coordination, because the group of 3 is pretty screwed if they can keep track of both spinners at once. Pix Fix, a pretty simple puzzle game where you'll rotate pieces to make the picture match up. The twisting motion with the remote doesn't always work, but for the most part, this is a pretty serviceable minigame. Piano Pool. The piano throws rings, and the objective is to grab as many as possible. The controls are a little bit awkward since you turn with motion and the angle doesn't exactly match up, but I'd say this one does the job. Bowser's High Dive. As Bowser, you'll pick a left or right side and try to butt stomp the characters for points. This one is alright, especially since you can see Bowser's shadow and get a fairly good idea of where he's going to end up. Money Belts from Mario Party 4, a halfway decent coin minigame where one player runs on the top of a belt and the team of 3 are on the bottom. While there's not much at stake here, I do think it's a tad bit unfair to the group of 3. If you're on top and know what you're doing, you can get a vast majority of the coins. But if they're not very good, then it actually evens out pretty well. Money Belts from Superstars. Not much has changed from the remake. In fact, even the graphics are similar outside of the background having 3D candy instead of it being a JPEG image. Found it? Pound it! There's an image on screen, and you have to ground pound that same image before everyone else. It's rudimentary, but it works. Cage Match. We got some Mario World action with this one. The goal for you and a teammate is to smack Bowser Jr. on the other side of the cage. You can both swap sides, which makes it pretty fun to catch Jr., especially since he moves faster than you. The trick is to try to corner him and predict which direction he's going to go. Hop, drop, and roll. We've seen 1v3s like this before. The single player calls out Grolls and Bullet Bills to attack the team of 3. What makes this one a little different is both sides have an advantage. Either the single player masters timing his attacks, or the team of 3 masters weaving around the obstacles. Minor setbacks. As a team, you work together to bring some gems across a cave while avoiding piranha plants. When playing with CPUs, there's a good chance they'll move too slowly and make you miss the S rank, but overall this game is decent enough. Spooky Spike. I know this one's really simple. All you do here is dive into the ground and knock beach balls back towards the boo. But there's something about the way you dive across the sand and the speed you go doing so is just really satisfying to smack the ball across. Watermelon Whalin'. The solo player bashes the opponents to bust open their watermelons. There's other minigames like this one, but the fact that it ends after just one hit makes it feel too short. Shrub Hubbub. If only trimming shrubs were this easy in real life. It's a race to see who can slash them away the fastest. The touchscreen does require surprisingly accurate swipes for it to count, but it's overall a decent minigame. Roller coasters. Use your stylus to roll your way to the finish line. The controls and physics are a little sensitive, but it's fine for what it is. Steel Diver. Oh, thank God, we got a Mario Party game inspired by the 3DS hit Steel Diver. Everyone loves that game, right? Sarcasm aside, you collect coins and avoid the spikes while in a clunky submarine. You can also get bonuses to add more coins or double your score, and it's not too bad. Bowser's Bad Breath. At this point, I'd say we're getting to the minigames that are slightly below average to close to middle of the road. As Bowser, you can blow into the mic and breathe fire to try and get points off the characters. Using the gamepad to aim is strangely satisfying too, and I kinda dig this one. Blowboat Battle. Using the joystick and microphone, you'll blow a toy boat from one side to the other. I actually enjoyed this minigame. My only qualm is that it's short and brief. I know it kind of has to be so people don't pass out by accident, but I think it could have been a little bit longer lasting. Earn It. A pot spins around, and you have to guess what kind it is from the photos before anyone else. There's a couple minigames also like this one, and it's not too shabby. Loggerheads from Mario Party 9. It's time to split some logs, but don't touch the bob-ohms or bad things will happen. Shocker, I know. I don't mind this minigame. It's a fairly basic reaction-based one, and it's not too bad. Loggerheads from the Top 100. Apparently, it was good enough to bring back for the 3DS. The main difference is that the Whittles' heads have been squished down in size, and there's no motion controls as well, which is kind of nice. Log Jam. It's a very similar idea, but you're on a team of 2 and you're seeing who can slice the most logs, and it's also a bit faster paced. Greedy Eats. You get 2 plates with different amounts of food. Each player gets to pick the plate they want, but the catch is the food must be divided between each player. It might seem smart to grab the plate with more food, but maybe the plate with less food won't get picked for that very reason, and ends up giving you more food at the end of the day. Study Fall. The premise is simple. Stick your magnet as close to the bottom of the chalkboard as possible. I know this is basic, but I love the aesthetic so much, and how competitive it can be with other players to inch yourself closer and closer to the bottom. Stampede. This is so dumb, but smacking stamps on a sheet of paper with a remote just feels right. You avoid the Bowser papers, but otherwise you're just smackarooning. Box Mountain Mayhem. I know this coin game ends in like 5 seconds, but I kind of like the aura of us being in a random warehouse, destroying all the inventory, and taking all the money. Banana Punch. This is pretty similar to Box Mountain Mayhem, but you're punching barrels for bananas. It doesn't have the epic aura, but the controls are a little smoother. Slammer. Between you and another player, you'll be selected to smash with a hammer. You have to do this quickly as the hammer attack can be blocked by a shield, so it's a very quick reaction-based game. Slap Down. Speaking of reactions, a flower shows up in the middle, and when you see the same one appear from the one of the question blocks, you slap your hand down first to win. This one can be hard to win. The CPUs are especially quick with this minigame in particular. Pour to Score. Got a food scale at home? Me too! Let's bring that to Mario Party 8! It's silly this is a minigame to begin with, but the accuracy on the Wii Remote's tilting is solid, and it's fun trying to get the weight that you need. Flash forward from Mario Party 10. For the camera hog fans at home, punch your enemies and try to be the standout in a photo. It's all about timing with this one to win. Or maybe you'll get the funny result with nobody on the podium. Flash forward from the Top 100, and this minigame makes its grand return for the 3DS, complete with a brand new background. We got some nice Luigi cake too, oh yeah. Flash forward from Superstars. The Switch version is the best because it includes the background from Mario Party 10, the Top 100, and a few new ones just for the heck of it. Slapperazzi. a very similar concept. The main difference is that Koopa walks around in a handful of spots, and you keep running around to be the attention hog. I feel like it's a more interesting way of doing this type of minigame. Chainsaw. The idea of this is so gruesome. Use a chainsaw to cut at a chain, and the loser gets squished and probably dies. You can't just spam L and R to cut though. Doing so will tire you out, so you have to be careful. Zoom Room. You gotta catch Bowser Jr. as a team while running through a maze. There was something similar to this on the DS, but this one is a lot more fun because of the perspective itself. Running through a 3D maze is inherently more satisfying, and it's a bit more fair to have 2 players chasing 1 compared to 3. Dart Gallery. The team of 3 shoots darts on the single player, but there's only a limited number of darts that can be fired. The group basically has to get 3 hits or they'll lose, but they can also try to set traps so the ball gets stuck. Getting the trap is hard to do, but it makes a victory basically guaranteed. Grab and Gold. Another 1v3. The single player has 1 basket for coins, while the group of 3 has 3 of them. The single player has the bigger basket, making it easier to grab them, while the group has smaller baskets. It's actually fairly well balanced, but there's just not much to it. Money Belt. This is essentially a game of short-term memorization. Boxes going through security will either have nothing, money, a punching glove, or a bomb, and you have to open all the ones with the coins. I found that by counting out the correct boxes in my head, I'm able to win this every time without making any mistakes. X-Ray Payday. So, fun fact, they had to rename this one because the Mario Party 4 minigame Money Belt was also remade for Mario Party Superstars, so having Money Belt and Money Belts wouldn't have worked out so well. Crops and Robbers. As a team, you and your partner tend to a garden by either hammering away at the Monty Moles or picking the carrots. It's a fairly average minigame and works well. Bowser Jr.'s Bonk Battle. Jr. is running around a 90s translucent checkerboard while our goal is to attack from underneath. The depth perception is a little hard to follow at times, but using his shadow makes this one a bit clearer. Grab It. Mario can't get enough of catching bunnies apparently, so they made an entire minigame where you just do that. And honestly, it's pretty solid for being on GBA. You're not gonna just catch bunnies out of thin air. You have to lure them away from their safety holes and get a good dive at them. Soccer Ball. Instead of using your feet to play soccer, run around on top of a ball. I love how silly the concept is, even if it's a little slow going. Making it a 2v2 was also the right call. It feels relatively well balanced. Rowboat Uprising. There's another rowboat game like this in Mario Party 8, but I vastly prefer this version because the extra players makes the turning much smoother, and it's over fairly quickly on top of that. Dory Pedal Paddle. I completely spaced out recording this game, but it's very similar to Rowboat Uprising. You'll paddle with the Joy-Cons, and it can be interchanged with the other one I just brought up. Thrash and Crash. I don't mind this 1v3. The single player is in charge of initiating obstacles to hit the group of 3. While I still think the group of 3 has a higher chance of winning, you can at least mess around with timing your attacks. Delaying the bullet bill launches or wheels can cause commotion if done properly. Go with the Flow. A pretty solid team minigame. You want to get a hot air balloon to collide with as many mini balloons as possible. This is done by using wind currents that each character gets a chance at using, so it's very physics-based. Waluigi's Rain. Waluigi chucks a bunch of coins and hammers out of the pipes, and you gotta collect as many coins as possible without hitting any hammers. I love the Waluigi sprite. His nose is comically large. Bowser Jr.'s Clobber Cage. We've got a gimped version of Bash and Cash where you have to steal the hammer from Jr. and bop him on the head a few times to win. It's not quite as good since it's pretty easy to win. Hammer and Sick'em. It's kind of similar, but now you're on a team and you're just trying to pop the other team's balloon. It's funny that despite all the characters, the minigame can end in a matter of seconds. Boulder Ball from Mario Party 3. One player throws boulders down a path, while the other 3 try to climb up to win. This has always been an interesting minigame to me, because it's hard to tell if it's unbalanced or not. On the one hand, the fact that the single player can only throw 1 boulder at a time kinda sucks since there's 3 bodies running up at once. But at the same time, you can bounce the boulder across the walls if you want, and the group of 3 have slippery controls and run up the hill slowly. Sometimes it feels fair, and sometimes it doesn't. I guess it depends on who you're playing with. Boulder Ball from Superstars. And this is pretty much the same, although it seems like the run speed has decreased slightly for the group of 3. Side note, but I am really impressed with the dirt textures. Like, seriously, they look so damn realistic. Winner or Dinner from Mario Party 8, a coin minigame that takes place in the desert. Coins pop out of a vase and you have to avoid piranha plants. It's just the usual spiel that is until a tornado comes in at the end and eradicates everything in its path. Oh dear. Winner or Dinner from Superstars. They made it again for the Switch. And yes, of course they kept in the completely random tornado scene, but now with extra camera shake. Coin Block Blitz. About as classic as you can get with Mario and coins. You'll jump and break boxes for money. Some boxes only have one coin, while others have multiple. It's fairly random, but you can also try stealing boxes from others if you want. Coin Block Bash. The same game, but the blocks are tougher to break, and one player gets a hammer that can smash blocks in one swipe. That may seem like a disadvantage, but anyone can steal the hammer and use it for themselves, so overall it works out. Fungi Frenzy. It's not really the same concept as you ground pound blocks for points, but I don't know. It's a set of 9 blocks lined up as a square, so close enough. It's the Pits. 1 billion players are on an arena, and a light spins around on screen. If you're in the light's radar when it stops, then you can say goodbye and fall into the pit of despair. It can be a little hard to tell when the spinning will stop despite there being a timer, but I think that adds to the fun for this one. Trying to keep yourself out of harm's way isn't as predictable as it looks. Pesticide. Between 4 plants, you try to create a solar punk by either watering them or spraying a pesticide to get rid of the bugs. It actually gets pretty hectic after a while, which I never thought I'd be saying about a minigame from Mario Party Advance. Sort of fun. The play on name really encapsulates itself so perfectly. You sort balls into the right spots, and yep, it is in fact sort of fun. I like trying to pass the balls along quickly for a high rank, but also, we're just sorting random sports balls. Trading cards. Strangely enough, this is like an advanced version of Sort of Fun. In the team of 8, you have to sort through a bunch of cards and put everything in the correct order. It's a simple idea, but it works because of the variety of things we need to sort, like how a mushroom is drawn, or making a dragon eel. Slappy Go Round. This one really is all about psyching out the other player. You can either jump or ground pound, and want to try getting the hand to slap your opponent. What ends up happening is lots of fake outs and lots of surprise smacks from Master Hand. Treasure Dome. It's a big game about opening chests to open keys. You get one chest open, and that's got a key, and that key opens another chest, and that chest is the key to open another chest, and that repeats until you've done them all. Slot Card Derby from Mario Party 1. Some people might say this is one of the worst Mario Party minigames out there, but there's a reason it's been remade 4 times. The goal is not to blaze across the track as fast as you can, as that won't work anyway because you'll spin out. The real goal is to go just fast enough to not spin out, but also stay ahead of the others. While I don't find it to be the most fun, there is something to be said about maintaining a certain speed and winning by going just fast enough. And can we talk about these designs? Mario and friends got their big-ass heads sticking out of the car. It's goofy, cartoony fun at its core. Slot Card Derby from Mario Party 2. This is basically the same game, but it adds in an extra course 3, which is personally my favorite of them all. And now at 1000, we've got Slot Card Derby from the top 100. The controls have been altered to make slightly more sense, and that's the only reason I'm ranking it higher, as it doesn't have all the courses from Mario Party 2. Slot Card Derby from Superstars. And there you go, another beautiful remake of a minigame that's fairly decisive. Or at least that's what I would assume. People might say this is the best minigame ever created for all I know. Peepa Peepa. I know people don't like tilt controls for a lot of 3DS games, but goddamn, it's not half bad with this one, as you'll use the 3DS like a flashlight to zap Peepas out of existence. It actually works fairly well, color me impressed. Koopa Kappa. Koopa kids are careening down a conveyor, and you push that matched button to seal them up. You can't let more than 5 get away or you'll lose. It's another simple idea, but it's fun for what it's worth. Boxing Day. A mic minigame where you literally try to punch the team away before they flip all the question blocks. It seems like it'd be easy for the team to win, but the arms have a lot of reach and are fast. If the team of 3 is well coordinated, they can probably still win, but it won't be a cakewalk. Mild Gunman. There have been plenty of reaction-based minigames already, and this one involves 4 characters and racing to push a button the fastest to shoot the target. The only reason I'm ranking it a bit higher is the satisfaction of seeing your time and just the larger scope of competition. Coin Up Bop. Mash the buttons fast to win. The single player pushes all of his own buttons while the group of 3 hit them individually. I'm honestly indifferent to these types of minigames, they fit the bill. Pedal Pushers. It may look like a reimagining of Slot Card Derby, but the controls are alternating between mashing the D-pad and buttons. When approaching the water, you have to slow down or you'll slip up. While there are better racing minigames, I don't mind this one. Income Stream. The single player is riding Plessy, while the other 3 are chilling in the back. It's just another coin game, but God, I love the pun of the title name. Income Stream, because we're on a stream? Pullback Attack. A mouse minigame from Jamboree TV, a rare breed if I say so myself. You'll basically pull back to charge and try to get your car to the end. It's a little clunky, but you really get that sense of pull when the car gets flung forward after pulling back. It's not my favorite mouse minigame, but it's not too bad. Line in the sand. For this 1v3, the solo player draws circles in the sand and tries to eliminate the other 3 players. The team that'll win entirely depends on how skilled the solo player is with pointing. You have to draw circles quickly and accurately, and if you can, you might be in for the clear. Musical mushroom. If you've played musical chairs, it's the same idea. Music plays and randomly stops, and the first person to touch the treasure chest wins the coins. It does rely maybe a little bit on luck. Like, as an example, you're not going to make it if the music stops and you're right in front of a blue mushroom, but the rush to reach the chest first is really fun. Piece of cake. A fairly interesting touchscreen game. You have to cut a piece of cake in the correct spot to match it with the fruit inside. It's a little convoluted at first, but I enjoyed it the more I played it. Messy Memory from Mario Party 3. There are so many basic memory games, but this one stands out a bit. There's a bunch of items on a shelf and they get knocked to the ground. The goal is to re-add as many items as you can in the same spots, and what I really like about this one is you can hide your results once you're done so people can't easily cheat off you. Messy Memory from Superstars, and they brought it back for the Switch. It's looking much fancier and cleaner as you'd expect. Home on the Rang. With a boomerang, you'll fling it across the screen to smack some Pokies around. You'll get bonus points if you take a Pokie's head, and yep, this one can be fun, especially if you chain together a bunch of hits with one throw. Cage Catch. One player is trapped in a swimming pool, while the other 3 control a cage that's trying to trap them. This is another 1v3 that can be heavily debated on how balanced it really is. While the cage drops like an anchor, all 3 players have distinct roles in moving it around and dropping. And that doesn't mean it's always connected. But I'd say even then, it could be hard for the solo player to survive just because the cage itself is so big. Spotlight Swim from Mario Party 3. And this is a similar idea, but with the opposite conundrum. One player is swimming in a pool, while the other 3 all have a spotlight. If all 3 spotlights collide with the single player, they lose. This would make it almost impossible for the single player to win, except for the fact that they can dip underwater and escape for a brief moment. While there's a trail of bubbles that follows them, that can make it challenging for the group of 3 to be synchronized enough to win. Spotlight Swim for Superstars. Here it is again, in glorious 1080p. Not much has really changed here, except that the underwater bubbles are a bit easier to see just because the game itself looks nicer. Vine Climb. The name says it all. You climb vines, avoid spiders, and collect bananas. It's nice not being restricted to just one vine like all these other mini-games. It's fun swinging from one vine to the other. Shooting Stars. Why not include a carnival-themed ball roller? The goal here is to get the high score by scoring points. Using the touchscreen to flick the ball actually feels nice. Mario Matrix. When a panel lights up, click it. This works because you're moving around with the pointer controls and it's fast. And I like the little click sound you get too. Tragic Carpet Ride. Taking a page out of Mario Galaxy, a Mattermouth tries to eat the players and you have to stay on the carpet for as long as possible. It tends to get a bit tough when multiple Mattermouths come in. Tank Down. Imagine Shell-Shocked but shrunk down on a Game Boy and you punch instead. That's pretty much what this is, and while it's not as smooth to aim your shots, it can still be a little bit of fun, especially when you hit someone. They go flying into the stratosphere for a second. Chain Chomp's Lava Lunge. A Chain Chomp and you are pitted in an arena, and you want to lure the Chain Chomp towards the red squares so it'll get a taste of some lava. This reminds me of the Bowser fights from Mario Galaxy 1 quite a bit, but on a smaller scale. Sumo of Dumo. This is like a very stiff version of Bumper Balls. 2 players are in a monster truck and have to try knocking each other while the stage is collapsing. It's fun, but the controls take some time getting used to since you use the joystick and C-stick to move around. Something's Amiss. Using the rumble if it's turned on, you gotta hunt for gems in the fog. It's a little random if you find a gem before the CPU, but it can still be a good time. Nutcases. You'll shake boxes to figure out which ones have the most acorns. This game is a decent utilization of the HD rumble as you get a sense of how many acorns are in each box. Jigsaw Jumble from Mario Party 9. There's a lot of Jigsaw puzzle games. I'm fond of this one because it's rapidly paced. You fly through 5 puzzles and solve them in quick succession to win. Jigsaw Jumble from the Top 100. And hey, they brought it back for the 3DS. This game had a lot of questionable minigame picks, but this is one of the solid ones and it works because of the touchscreen. Photo Finish. Another Jigsaw. You have to solve the entire puzzle by rotating and placing the pieces before anyone else. The main difference is you solve the entire puzzle instead of just finding one missing piece. Puzzle Pandemonium. You take a bunch of jigsaw pieces as a group and try to solve the puzzles as fast as possible. I do like the teamwork aspect to it, even if it does kind of simplify the process. Jigsaw Jitters. We're not done with jigsaws yet. This time you'll put together proper sized puzzles. It's pretty much the same experience if you were to do this in real life, but without all the mess and seeing an outline of where a piece will fit. Picture Perfect. This kind of counts as the same thing too. A picture of a Mario object is on screen, and you'll need to click the right photos either by yourself or with a group of 3. This one is decent since the single player has 4 squares to get right, while the group of 3 has 9. So it kinda comes down to if the team is working together or not if they want to win. Shuffleboard Showdown. One player throws chips to the top screen, trying to trip up the group of 3. I love the idea of this one so much, just being so small that casino chips are considered a danger. This is one of the better balanced 1v3s because while the chips are small, they're also a bit unpredictable since you can track them with your eyes perfectly due to the dual screens. Fight Cards. A 1v3 where the solo player tries to draw the same symbol as the group of 3. It's technically just luck, but you can play mind games with human players and try to trip them up by playing rock over and over and suddenly switching to paper or something. There's a lot of minigames like this one that we're about to get to. Cardinal Rule. Another card game where you match up some cards to win, and you have to follow the picture that's on screen. Very cool, very neat, very card-like. Mario Speedwagons from Mario Party 4. Vroom vroom, drive drive. This very short minigame demands you to accelerate as fast as possible. The key to winning this is to switch gears as soon as your sports car reaches the correct speed. It's over in a flash, but I do enjoy trying to optimize the gear switch so you don't lose speed. Mario Speedwagons from the Top 100. A remake that's the same, but you also get a little bit more of a sense of speed when you hit that next gear. Sea Monkey? Haha, another funny pun. You go jet skiing and save some monkeys from the water. The controls aren't perfectly smooth, but they're functional enough that it can be a pretty fun one to do. Grabby Gridiron. A bunch of footballs are bouncing around a stadium like they're bouncy balls, and your team of 2 has to catch and get them through the goal 5 times. It's a little hectic from all the bouncing, but it can be a solid time. Hole Hogs. It's a game of whack-a-mole. One player smacks with the hammer while the group of 3 choose where to pop their head out. They get points for not getting hit, so there's a good bit of yin and yang. Spring Fling. Another 1v3 where the single player ground pounds colored blocks in an attempt to fling the team of 3 away. While it can be a little hard for the single player to win this, at least his platform is much smaller, so he can move around his field faster than the team of 3. Air Farce. Another gliding minigame. The goal is to get as far as possible before splashing into the water. I'm not very good at this one, but you really gotta practice it a bit and learn how close you can get to the water to maintain your height for longer. Astrological. There's a lot of minigames like this one, but Astrological is different because there's so many tiles to keep track of. Trying to find the correct one often takes a bit, and it feels like a race with all the other players. Drop Shot. One player whacks bombs towards a group of 3 as they cling on to the girders for dear life. This could have easily been an unfair 1v3, but the fact that Spike throws the bombs at a slow pace means that the single player has to make every shot count, and the team of 3 has more opportunities to dash towards safety. Kamek's Card Tricks. A little card game against Kamek. You pick cards with down arrows to attack. However, Kamek will sometimes flip them or add in Kamek cards to attack. So it's fairly average. I don't really know what else to say about it. Ballistic Beach. Be the first person to shoot 2 balloons from far away. This looks simple enough, and maybe it is and I'm just bad, but your shots have to be quite precise. Barrel Baron. Another rumbling minigame. This time it's for 1 player and you're trying to dig for oil spots. I mean, f it. Why not bring a dose of reality to Mario Party? I love burning through non-renewable fossil fuels. Totally Electric Escape. Jump scare mouse game. Ah! Sorry, I don't know what came of me. Anyway, the goal here is to slide your character through an electric maze. And yep, I'm super shit at this one, but it's still a fun idea and I'm glad it's a minigame. Sunset Standoff. A 1v3 where 1 player controls a big-ass bomber bill, and the group of 3 have to avoid it. It's hard to say which side is more likely to win, because it kinda comes down to how well the team of 3 can weave. They have to survive for 5 rounds, and if at least 2 of them survive most rounds, they're guaranteed to win. Mega Monimals Maze Mischief. Another maze minigame, but this is one of the better ones. All 4 players race to the end to fire the biggest cannon shots at the Monimole. It's a great incentive to figure out the maze fast. Cheap Chump. A water vortex made by a big Cheep Cheep is trying to suck everyone up. I find it kind of nice that there's a map on the top screen so you can see when the Cheep Cheeps are on the way, as it helps me a little bit because it's hard to survive if you get caught in one. Locomotives. Pop balloons with trains by tapping the direction they'll go in. You don't have to pop all of them, thankfully. Just 3 is enough to win. Out of my way. This one isn't half bad. You make your way through platforming and have to get to the end. You'll find thwomps and womps in the way, so you need to push and dodge them to get through. With that said, this minigame isn't as fun as it could be. The main problem is that if you fall, chances are you'll have to turn around and try the entire course all over again. It can be annoying when that happens, despite the fact that I really like these types of minigames. Switchway? Would you look at that? It's the same minigame, but the course design has been changed. There's also some platforms that go up, down, and sideways when you jump or ground pound them, which is kind of cool, but it has the same issues, so I can't really rank it much higher. Crazy Crosshairs. This shooting game is a little funky. On a team, one player controls the vertical movement and the other horizontal. Whoever takes out the most scuttlebugs wins, and I actually like this one. It's not my favorite shooter, but I can appreciate that it tries something a little different. Shoot Your Mouth Off, a mic minigame where the solo player calls out numbers and releases attacks against a group of 3. What I like about this one is that it's not as obvious what enemy is coming up. Yes, there are numbers next to the Bob-omb and Bullet Bills, but when you're in the thick of it, running around for your life, you're not likely to pay much attention to that. And the Shy Guys have to walk over to the commands anyway, as they don't happen instantly. Bash and Cash. I already know a lot of people hate this minigame, but hear me out. This 1v3 revolves around one player being stuck in a Bowser suit, while 3 players have hammers. On the board games, this can be super unfair to the single player because the pot of coins is the exact amount they have from the board itself. And while that sucks for them, that's what makes it so special. And honestly, you can avoid losing money too if you're good enough. There's been plenty of times that I've played this and lost little to no coins by just bouncing off everyone's heads. Squeaky Shakedown. It's the same game, but more fair and inverse. 1 hammer, 3 bags. Maybe in some alternate universe that's a shocking video from the mid-2000s, who knows? Ice and Easy. A very quick mouse game where you slide your tube across some ice to hit some balloons. What I like about this one is that while you do want to take a second to time your slide, you don't want to wait too long or the CPU will go in and hog up all the points. Hexoskeleton. Fight a big dry bones by ground pounding the switches in the correct order. I'm kind of amazed that the 3D works at all on the DS, as we saw very few 3D titles on the handheld. Ruins Rumble, a 1v3 where one player pilots a ship and has to take out the group of 3 plus dry bones. It's almost like Pac-Man, but the ghost is overpowered and can run much faster than the other players. While you're in a maze and can throw the single player off with the turns and corners, the fact of the matter is that they are cooking on their aircraft. Rudder Madness, a very slow but decent minigame. You have to control the Leaf's rudder with the Wii Remote to get in first, and the controls function nicely. It just takes a while to get to the bottom. Tube It or Lose It from Mario Party 5. One player has a spiky tube, while the other 3 are just trying to have a good time. It always seems like the spikes will win without much problems, but with careful weaving, you can avoid the spikes and it makes for a somewhat balanced minigame. Tube It or Lose It from the Top 100. Interestingly, the main change with this remake is the tube colors. They're the usual red/blue/green/yellow instead of being more varied. Not that it really matters though, it's still pretty fun. Tube It or Lose It from Superstars, and the tube colors change again for the Switch. The classic orange spikes and 3 black ones, which honestly works a lot better since they more closely resemble tires. Throw Me a Bone. We're basically playing fetch with a puppy. You pick a direction and throw a bone for the chain chomp to move. All of these pegs are the obstacle here, and it's very hard to clear this without bumping into at least one of them. Bob-omb. One of the more creative minigames in Mario Party Advance. You have to time out dropping Bob-ombs to destroy the statues underneath you. This is easier said than done. You really have to learn the Bob-omb cycle before knowing what you're doing. Cajun Cookin' from Mario Party 5. It's another push the buttons in order minigame, but I really like how failing this will burn you to a crisp. I gotta give it some bonus points for the extra tension. Cajun Cookin' from the Top 100, and it was so good that they brought it back. I know I sound a little sarcastic here, but I do actually enjoy this minigame. Synchronicity, a boat rowing game with a team of 2. What I like about this one is if you match the timing with your partner, you'll get a little boost, and that always feels good, especially since it's not likely to happen on every stroke. Tally Me Banana, one of the more intricate DK games. You have to jump from barrel to barrel to grab bananas while also avoiding the water. This one can get a bit scary because you never really know if your next jump will be safe or not. There's a chance there will be nothing for you to land on and you'll be splashing into the H2O. Boogie Beam. This one is kind of bopping. You'll tap the screen to the beat of the song. The left side if you have the spotlight, and right if not. There's quite a few music-based minigames, and while this one's pretty simplistic, I like the little jam. Trapeze Artist from Mario Party 6. A simple concept. Drop the cage when the most Goombas are underneath it. A lot of this minigame can be boiled down to luck, and also playing your cards right. It's easy to wait too long and get greedy for points, so figuring out the best timing to cut your rope is a fun time. Especially when you manage to catch a gold Goomba with a bunch of brown ones. It feels great when pulled off. Trapeze Artist from the Top 100. As with most of the remakes, it's basically the same, but the colors are more saturated instead of washed out. Trapeze Artist from Superstars. And would you look at that, another remake from the Switch. It's interesting to note how all three versions go for different styled yards, houses, and trees. Chip Shot Challenge from Mario Party 3. Here we go, we're getting to the better golf games. Every player takes a turn and tries to get as close to the hole as possible. The only downside is that going first as a beginner player is a huge detriment, because the later your turn is, the more you can learn from other players' mistakes. I just like that you can aim every aspect of your shot and get a hole-in-one if you're really good. Cheap Shot Challenge from the Top 100. Despite being on the 3DS, the grass looks a lot better and smoother. And you know, this is really reminding me that I need to eventually play Mario Golf World Tour. I know that game is good, I just haven't gotten around to it. Chip Shot Challenge from Superstars. And the grass looks even better! Who would have guessed that the Nintendo Switch held such power? Going back to Mario Golf though, I have no desire to revisit Super Rush because, man, that game is such bleh. Keep Away Mayhem. A soccer version of Monkey in the Middle. One player tries to steal the ball while the other three pass it to each other. This isn't the easiest one for the solo player to win because the ball passes are fast, but the team can get the ball stolen directly from the player if they aren't careful. Jumpman from Mario Party 7. Haha, get it? Because Mario used to be called Jumpman? Anyway, it's you versus DK. You're both racing to climb to the top while avoiding barrels. There may be no princess this time, instead the reward for winning is bragging rights. Jumpman from the Top 100. And hey, a decent pick for remaking a minigame. The colors are much sharper than the original, but it's otherwise the exact same thing. Top it off. Believe it or not, it's another card-themed game. This time you'll see a card on the bottom screen and have to select the top half before anyone else. Goomba Wrangler. This is such a DS-focused game. You'll draw circles to catch Goombas for the most points. It honestly feels like something that you'd play in Mario 64 DS or New Super Mario Bros. It's a pretty good time despite it being tough to win against CPUs that have insanely fast circle speeds. Sunday Drivers. It's another one of those listen to Shy Guy games. He throws up a sign and you'll swing away. There's a few golf-themed minigames in Mario Party, and this is one of the weaker ones since you don't really have control when to swing, but overall it's not bad. Bullet Bill Bullies. For this 1v3, a solo player runs around on a switchboard while the team of 3 shoots bullet bills at you. It's not the most balanced 1v3 ever, but the switchboard moves fast while the bullet bills take their sweet old time. Star Turn. There's a star in the middle, and you'll move lines around to place it in a perfect square or just proper alignment. It's kind of neat, but there's not much more to it. Hazard Hold. This 1v3 reminds me a lot of the Mike minigames from Mario Party 7. The solo player pushes buttons to unleash attacks against the group, which is the same concept except without using your vocal cords. Just the fact that controller inputs are more responsive is why I'm ranking it a bit higher. Parasol Plummet from Mario Party 3. A coin minigame where you'll open and close an umbrella to get coins. There is also hammers to watch out for, but you can't get eliminated. This is one of those games that takes a bit of practice to get used to, and once you understand the physics of your floating, it can be fun trying to nab as many coins as you can. Parasol Plummet from Superstars. And here's yet another remake from the Switch, the biggest difference being that it's much less cloudy. Maybe there's just not a lot of water vapor in the sky, who knows? Mass Appeal. Grab some bananas while avoiding the peels. Oh, the irony. It's over real quick, and that's because the timer's short. There'll likely be a few bananas left behind. Diddy's Banana Blast. It's on like Donkey Kong. Shoot through barrels to collect as many bananas as possible. It's pretty much the same idea as Mass Appeal, but more exhilarating to shoot yourself out of the barrels. DK's Banana Bonus. Wow, it's the same minigame, but you only shoot up into the air. I like this one slightly more because you can also hit bonus barrels that launch you high into the sky to potentially get a golden banana at the very top. Boo Tag. The title says it all. You play tag with a Boo and try to have the least amount of quality time with him. While you can get screwed over if players are targeting you heavily, it's still pretty enjoyable, especially when a second Boo is added to the mix. Fruit Scoot Scurry. You jump around on a bunch of platforms collecting fruit. Now that we're getting somewhat close to the halfway point of these minigames, so many of these are fun, but don't do anything to really stand out as something special. This is a perfect example of that. Keep Away. This is such a weird game to me. You have to get a key into a door while avoiding the Spike Koopas. You can pass the key to other players, but the Spike Koopas move so slowly that they will never catch you unless you intentionally give them the key. It's fun to do, but the Koopas are super brain dead. Twist Ending. It's time to crack open some locks to open the treasure chest. This is done by twisting the Wii Remote, which feels a little weird at first, but it works. The only thing that's kind of annoying is that if you over-twist, you have to circle all the way back around to unlock the chest. Lunar Ticks. Oh look, it's kind of Pilot Wings! The goal here is to land on the target as close to 0 as possible. It's super basic, but timing that out and getting 0.13 seconds away is a pop-off moment. Shock Absorbers. Fun fact, there's another minigame in Mario Party 5 also called Shock Absorbers that's completely different to this one. The Mario Party 7 game has you pounding in a certain direction where the button lights up. In a weird way, this reminds me of Pichu's power plant from Pokemon Stadium 2. Now I just want Pokemon Party. That could be a cool spin-off. And at 900, we have Hopper Pop, a 1v3 where the single player is in a spiky ball, while the group of 3 are not. If they get popped, then they're out for the count. Strangely enough, I feel like this is one of the better balanced ones, just because the spike ball moves so slowly, and the group of 3 are gimped by only being able to jump on the spot. Both teams have a bit of a control disadvantage, even if the solo player can turn a little bit easier. Circuit Maximus. Make your way through a maze while avoiding a bunch of amps. The day and nighttime versions are visually different, but this is another solid one. There's a lot of pressure to try blasting through the maze at blistering speeds, but it usually makes more sense to be a little patient and wait for the moving amps to get out of your way first. Pogo A Go-Go for Mario Party 7. A 1v3 where one player rotates the ground, and the other 3 have to avoid the holes while bouncing on pogo sticks. I'm not really sure what the consensus is on this one, but I've always found it skewed a little more towards the group of 3. While the spinning can be unpredictable and hard to avoid, in most cases you can jump around the holes if you're careful enough. Pogo A Go-Go from the Top 100, and we've got a remake for the 3DS. It's not looking all that different besides the sharper colors as usual. Pogo A Go-Go from Superstars. I'm honestly kind of surprised it got remade yet again. I feel like there's way more minigames worthy of the remake status personally, but it's still pretty solid for what it's worth. Hyper Hydrants. One player hits the pump while the other puts out a fire. The hitboxes are a little funky as it seems like my water isn't hitting my flames, but this is still a solid minigame. Both partners have to rely heavily on each other to win. At the Chomp Wash from Mario Party 8. This is another one of those minigames that's super basic, but is great to play. You use the Wii Remote to scrub down a chain chomp and clean him before everyone else. That's all there is to it, but it's just inherently satisfying to clean the little guy. At the Chomp Wash from the Top 100. And here we have a really interesting remake that translates perfectly to the 3DS. Instead of motion controls, you use the stylus, which honestly is a little more immersive than in Mario Party 8. There's tactile feedback with the screen, so I like it a little bit more for that reason. The paint splatters aren't as natural looking though, so I'll give the Wii version points for that one. Chomp Wash. Is this a remake as well? I mean, kind of is? One player still washes down a chain chomp, but the other 7 are patching holes in your hose so the water pressure doesn't die down. I like how much more intricate this one became. Splatterball. You'll shoot down a bunch of Koopa kids with paintballs. Even though the movement controls take a second to get the hang of, this actually works pretty well. It feels a little bit like a classic rail shooter. And, well, I mean, that's because it is. It literally is that. Growing Up. Another minigame where you're pressing the correct buttons, and the faster you do so, the more your own vine will grow. It's amusing seeing how high up you can get the vine. I just wish the dice itself rolled a bit faster. Skipping Class. Would you look at that? Another minigame where you push buttons, but the sequence of hitting them is faster paced. And we're also jump roping and doing sick-ass tricks if you're the speediest, so that's kind of rad. Snow Way Out. One of the better 1v3s. You got one player throwing snowballs at the team of 3 while standing on a roof. If they get smacked by the snow, they freeze up and fall to their demise. The run speed and velocity of the snowballs feel fairly well matched. The only small thing is that the team of 3's perspective can sometimes make it hard to tell how close a snowball is to them. Revolving Relay. A pretty solid 2v2. You'll take turns with a partner moving the Ferris wheel to reach the end. This one can be hard to win. You really have to work with gravity to get from one side to the other. Slipknot, one of my favorite metal bands as a kid. Known for classics like Before I Forget, Psychosocial, and... wait. Oh, sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. You tilt the 3DS to slide across the water. And I have to say again, despite how finicky the motion controls can be, it works pretty well for this minigame. Silly screws. This almost counts as a button masher too. The goal is to run from one screw to the other. What makes this hard is that you can overdo your button presses and be forced to turn around, which wastes time. That's what makes it stand out, even if I prefer the mindless unga bunga press the button kind of game. Bowser's Sky Scuffle. This is another one where you'll use tilt controls and fire cannonballs at Bowser while avoiding his flames. You'll also get blocks that show up to deal even more cannonball hits. While this isn't my favorite Bowser minigame, I like that it has a bit more variety. Frigid Bridges. I love the idea for this one. You'll run across a path and have to extend it with ice blocks. While it's a great concept, it's not enjoyable to play. And I know this is partially a skill issue, but holy crap, failing is so punishing. It takes freaking forever to get back up, and the turns aren't very smooth. I still think it's a solid minigame, but you're really not going to enjoy it until you've spent quality time playing it and fully understand the physics. Toad and Go Seek. A toad goes into a house, and we have to be the first to find him. It's not as easy as it sounds, as the ground all looks the same, and there's several houses that look similar too. It really forces you to pay attention to the surroundings when he enters the home. Goomba to Maneuver, a long game of follow the leader. The idea is to keep as many Goombas behind you as possible and try to weave around the spikes safely. I'm no master at this one, but there was something endearing about all the little Goombas just following me around. Pipe Cleaners. I brought up that Pokemon Stadium 2 Pichu minigame earlier. This is even closer to that concept. You try to bop as many baby Bowsers as possible with a hammer, and it's fun trying to knock out a bunch in succession. Bowlover from Mario Party 1. It's bowling, but with a twist. The solo player throws the ball and can even control its direction after it's thrown, while the group of 3 each control a pin and can jump around afterwards. There's arguments to be said about both sides being unfair to the other. The solo player having full control of the Koopa shell makes it easy to hit most of the pins, but at the same time, the group of 3 can separate to the point where it's tough to hit them all. I think this can be a decisive minigame in general, but that's kind of why I like this one. Bowlover from Mario Party 2. Weirdly, the dynamic completely changes in Mario Party 2, simply because the bowler gets an extra throw. While this gives the solo player more of an advantage, that's assuming they hit 2 players on the first throw. Otherwise, the outcome isn't going to change much compared to Mario Party 1's version. This version also has multiple lanes and takes place outside, which is a nice change of pace. Pyramid Scheme. With a partner, you carry a barrel and catch coins that are falling from the sky. I don't know why, but the background really reminds me of the pyramid floor in Luigi's Mansion 3. Dark and Crispy from Mario Party 6. Bowser is hiding in the dark and tries to burn every player. While this may seem difficult, the fire doesn't move that quickly, so as long as you stay away from him, you'll likely be fine. Dark and Crispy from Superstars, and they brought it back for the Switch with much better lighting. Well, I guess you could say harsher lighting, as the general atmosphere is much darker. Ground Pound Down. That's the name of the game. Ground pound through all the blocks first to win. Some blocks will be tougher than others, and with tall enough ground pounds, you can break through 3 chunks at once. This one is pretty solid. It's fun trying to find the optimal path. Balloon Attic. This reminds me of Swervin' Skies, but inversed. One player is floating around with balloons, while the team of 3 tries to shoot them down. The balance for this one really depends on how good the solo player is at maneuvering his plane. While the balloons are big targets, they can quickly turn and become trouble to hit. Smash Dance. Ground pound the tiles to win when they light up. There's a day and nighttime version, but that's purely just visuals. And you want to know what else? I like these cool looking purple flames. Oh yeah, look at that. Tile and Error. Oh my goodness, more ground pounding! This time, as a team, you want the most blocks in your color, which can only be flipped from your ground pounds. It seems like the same game as Smash Dance, but there's a little more substance to it. Shell Stack. Whenever I think of Mario Party Advance, this is the minigame that comes to mind first. Shells shoot out of the pipes, and you have to stack them up as high as possible. It's a simple premise, but trying to time your jump is fun, especially when the shells get faster and faster. Revolving Fire. Another 1v3. One player spins fire around while the group of 3 have to avoid it. Not only does the team have to avoid walls of flames, but the solo player can also ground pound and create a circle of lava for a brief moment. Even though it seems like the solo player has the advantage, the group of 3 can move and jump pretty quickly, so it's fairly balanced for what it's worth. Goomba Guess. Goombas and Galoombas are on a pipe-shaped arena. You have to memorize all the Goombas, and when the lights go out, tap all the Goombas you remember. There's tons of memorization games like this, but I really like the element of flipping the lights out, and all the players have to compete to get points after that. Stompbot XL. Drive through a volcano and avoid the rocks and lava. The simplicity of this track is what makes it work so well. It gets harder as you go, and there's occasional health packets to help you go a bit farther. Squish You Were Here. Walls close in, and you have to survive by not getting flattened. It's usually simple to do as the walls don't close quickly, and you've got plenty of time to figure out where to go. Prime Cut. Cut a steak as close to the middle as possible. Something about Mario Party Jamboree and its food mini-games. They really made them look super tasty. It's also fun trying to get that perfect 50% split. Catapult from Mario Party 6. You and a partner get flung into the air to collect coins. What I like about this one is that with careful movement, you can get all the coins as a team, and it feels nice to not miss any of them. Catapult from Superstars, another remake, with all the rainbows gone missing and the castle in the back has a green roof instead of red. I guess the reason is so the coins are slightly more visible? Bowser Pop. It's Catapult, but only involves 2 players trying to collect the balloons. This one is simply more engaging because you can move the lift around the stage and you have to take more care with your landings. ID UFO. UFOs appear in front of your ship, so you and your partner must pound the panels that match what the ships are. It's not as easy as it looks though. The ships and images are at different angles, so you really have to pay attention to the shape. Boo Buy. A nice little game where you'll take different colored boos and lure them into the correct picture frame. It's not all that difficult, but it's a lot of fun to run around and nab a bunch of points. A cornucopia. You carry a bunch of acorns across a path and have to avoid the Goombrats. It gets more cramped as you go on, and whoever ends up left with acorns is the winner. It's a solid one. Hot Bob-omb from Mario Party 1. The classic game of hot potato. Has anyone ever played that in real life, or is this just some weird joke? Regardless, the goal is not to explode from the Bob-omb. You can try to guess when it'll blast off based on how much it's blinking, but there's no guarantee of your safety, which is where the fun comes into play. Hot Bob-omb from Mario Party 2. They tried something a little different with this one. You actually have to catch the Bob-omb when it's thrown to you this time. We're also in a stadium surrounded by other Bob-ombs, and I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like a great idea. The game also doesn't end after one explosion. You keep going until only 2 players remain. Bob-ombic Plague. The minigame returns, but now with 8 people. It doesn't last for 8 rounds. Instead, the player holding the Bob-omb and the people next to them are eliminated, up until only 1 remains. I think this idea really adds more attention to the concept, so I'm a fan of it. Lit Potato. The same game, but with way more players and more Bob-ombs. Instead of the explosions hitting surrounding players, it's just the unlucky person holding them. What I really like about this version is that it's team-based, so you can strategize and try to force the other team to hold the Bob-ombs. Blooper Scooper. A blooper tries to suck everyone up, and you have to survive to win. Other ship parts become obstacles, but as long as you swim around, you'll probably be fine. Castaways from Mario Party 1. Alright, we've approached one of the most interesting coin minigames out there. Castaways has you throwing a rod to catch money. The catch is that throwing isn't as easy as it looks. It entirely depends on how much you flick the joystick down and your timing. However, if you master the controls, you can get over 50 coins in just one game. But if you don't know what you're doing, then this can be a frustrating experience. Castaways from Superstars. Another remake that has improved controls simply because the controller itself is much more functional and comfortable. Not much has changed beyond that. Coin Corral. Despite being in a completely different environment, the concept is fairly similar. You'll lasso for treasure chests to get coins, and this works shockingly well with the Joy-Cons. The motion controls feel great and accurate. I think the reason I like it more than Castaways is that your throw happens so much faster. Blazing Lassos. Sir, a second Lasso Mario Party minigame has hit the tower, and I like this one slightly more, as lassoing with the Wii Remote feels more natural due to its larger size. You're also going for points, and it just feels a bit better to do overall. Get along, Goomba. We're not done yet. On the 3DS, you'll use the touchscreen to lasso around some Goombas. While I think the Wii Remote and Joy-Cons feel a bit more immersive, the touchscreen is a tad bit more precise. Cheep Cheep Reach. And this is kind of like Castaways 2. You'll throw a rod out to catch Cheep Cheep and get points. While it's definitely not as strategic as Castaways, I really like the unpredictability of which direction the fish are going to swim in and trying to react to that. Goomba Stomp. Get in a big wooden robot suit and squash a bunch of Goombas. It's dumb fun. I like seeing the Goombas get launched out of existence, and I mean that literally if you look close enough. Net Worth. Another satisfying teamwork game. You'll raise a net when Cheep Cheep is swimming underneath it and try to score as many points as possible. I love the risk and reward factor there is to try to time your net throw with the biggest catch you can get. Metal detectors. It's time for more rumbling action. This time you'll dig at the ground when you feel the strongest rumble. Now, I don't have the rumbling games grouped together, even though I guess I could, but I think the concept behind it really changes the experience a lot. Like with this one, I like that the Pokies can take away your coins if you get hit by one along the way, adding another semblance of challenge. Surf's Way Up. Would you look at that? It's the Sonic Advance 1 special stage! Okay, but really, you surf around space collecting points. The motion controls work pretty well for this one, even if I would prefer a joystick for a game like this. Fuel Me Once. We've already seen many games like this one. You have to push A as close to 100 on the pedometer as possible to try to land right in the middle. I really like the premise of Fuel Me Once. It's suspenseful when competing with the others, and it even looks kind of fun to do in real life. Sub-Marathon. In this 2v2, one person pulls the lever to move through the water while the other one rests. Although you really don't need to switch, technically. That's just if the lever pusher gets tired of mashing L and R. This is one of the only minigames I've played where you technically don't have to do anything to win if your partner has the endurance to push through. Rumble Fumble. Check under some buckets, and you're trying to find 3 Shy Guys before anyone else. There's a lot of Rumble minigames out there, and this one is pretty solid. Crank to Rank from Mario Party 8. Another smooth-brained minigame. Crank that hog of a remote to get the flag up the pole as fast as possible. It has really solid audio-video feedback, which is why I like this one so much, even if it's over in a flash. Crank to Rank from the Top 100. You wouldn't think this minigame would translate well into the 3DS, but cranking the wheel on the touchscreen is still good fun despite being a little slower. I could see someone preferring the original, but you get better tactile feedback when using the touchscreen. Night Lights. It's the same thing, but now we're building some kilowatts by spinning your Joy-Con. I actually like this one because it's a bit harder than Crank to Rank and lasts for longer, but not long enough that your arm is going to fall off by the end. Cannonball. This almost qualifies as a button mashing minigame, except that you spin the joystick to shoot yourself out of a cannon to get the farthest distance. It's the same premise, but we're technically not pushing a button, so I'll count it as a fun little minigame. Dragon Eel Slayers. A dragon eel swims through the water while everybody collects Koopa shells. When it jumps into the air, you'll chuck your shells out, score points, and rinse and repeat. The obstacles get harder to avoid as his damage gets lowered, but it's a pretty solid time. Foul Play. The controls are a little weird because the camera is very restricted, but this is still enjoyable. You try to be the first to pick up the chicken that's running around, and I love the little slide you do when reaching for the little bugger. That little animation adds this extra sense of desperation to just grab the damn chicken. Truckin' and Cluckin'. A similar idea where chickens show up, and you need to hold them to get points via them dropping eggs. This whole thing is kind of amusing if you think about it. We're holding up chickens, and their only reaction is to shit eggs on us. Silver Lining. More coin game action. This time you bounce on a bunch of clouds and try to grab as many coins as possible. It kind of has new Super Mario Bros. 2 energy, where sometimes a ton of coins will fly on screen and you get dopamine hits when you grab a bunch of them at once. Flip the Chimp. The name speaks for itself. Use the Wii Remote to make your chimp flip sides and avoid the coconuts that fall down. If you're not familiar with this minigame, it's really easy to get bonked, but the coconuts don't move that fast, so it's not much of an issue to avoid them. Settle it in court. Another fun play of words. You simply need to shoot the most hoops to win. Aiming isn't really required, as you just need to flick the remote when the basketball icon's in the middle, and then you're good to go. Net Gains. A pretty solid mouse minigame. The objective is to collect Cheep Cheeps while avoiding the urchins. You can make your net by sliding it across the screen, and it's quality once you get the hang of it. Bill Blasters from Mario Party 5. Another unique one. You have to hit players with bullet bills while your platform is rapidly spinning. However, the more you get hit, the slower your spin is, which gives you a chance to catch up and be the last one standing. While it can be tough to time your shots, I really like the thought that was put into this one. Bill Blasters from Superstars, and it's returned once again for the Switch. Not much has changed here, besides, the nice graphics, but that's a given. Sugar Rush. You'll see a picture of a cake and have to put the same toppings in the right spots. It sounds simple, but is honestly pretty enjoyable since you're racing another player to finish that. It almost feels like being on some random cake competition show. Top This. A somewhat similar concept. You drag as much of your fruit as possible into the open slots. So I guess it's not really the same since you're following a guide, but close enough, right? Fling Shot. You'll build power, then glide through the sky and get as fast as possible. For Game Boy Advance, I'm pretty impressed with the intricacy of the minigame. It's fun hitting the tornadoes and catching a ton of air. Fireplace Race. The goal is to light 30 candles and avoid the swoops as they'll pick you up and make getting an S rank harder. This one can be fun since it's nice to see the room slowly get more and more lit up. Ringleader. Using the flick of your wrist, the goal is to go through a bunch of rings with a dolphin. This is another simple idea, but it works really well and it's fun trying to get all the rings. Hammer it home. Not your average day of woodworking. The hammer charges up and the goal is to swing your hammer at its maximum capacity. Doing this will let you hammer through the nail in one swing and bop all the nails in first. House of Booze. Y'all like Pac-Man? Yeah, this minigame is just Pac-Man without the Power Pellets eating ghosts. And guess what? I like Pac-Man, so it's quality. Cash Flow. A 1v3 coin game. One player collects coins in a Koopa shell while the other 3 slide on their booties. Like the previous 100 minigames I've gone over, it's pretty solid, but I'm kind of indifferent to it. Bumper Balloons. You gotta pop the balloons of your color before the other team. It goes by in a flash, but it's a pretty solid time. Bowser's Roulette Rage. For this Bowser game, you'll pick 3 spots on the gamepad, spin the wheel, and stop it. At that point, you can only hope the characters are in those spots to blow them up with some bombs. It's a little luck-based, but you can also gather an idea of when to stop the wheel just by how they're running around. What a Racket. The 1v3 where it's a big racket versus 3 small rackets. I actually quite like this one. Both sides feel well balanced since the big racket gives you a big range to smack bombs, but not enough to get bombs coming in from multiple spots. Dodge Bomb. This one is a bit hectic. You'll throw bombs at other players to eliminate them. And the bombs just kind of exist in our space, so it's really easy to mess up or get eliminated yourself. Mario Medley. It's time to go for a swim. You'll hit a button combination up above and need to maintain your stamina. I've never been a super big fan of these games, but I like that each style of swimming involves different ways of pushing the buttons. Rockin' Raceway from Mario Party 3. I think this is another decisive minigame, and I'm kinda split on it. You mash 2 buttons to go forward, but you have a stamina meter and will spin out if you burn through it. There's a couple spots where you can get an extra boost of stamina or stop on the spot. I've never been good at timing the power-ups. I always feel like I lose or just barely win. But it's also really satisfying to get the timing down and know exactly when to run into the power-up you need. Rockin' Raceway from the top 100. And now onto the 3DS version. This time you mash the L and R buttons, which feels a little bit more natural. The camera is also more zoomed in, which isn't a bad thing as it's easier to see the carrot power-up. And you know what? The toy horse models look pretty damn good. They really nailed the look. Rockin' Raceway from Superstars. Whoa! The camera zoomed out again for the Switch version. It still looks great and is the best way to play it. Crater Crawl. Somehow, our heroes got themselves into the bottom of a volcano and have to crawl their way out while lava spurts from beneath. I absolutely love the absurdity of this concept, even if I'm bad at it. Womp Maze. This is a nifty one where you gotta get through the maze, but womps block your path along the way, so you have to find your way around them all before the other player to win. Countdown Pound. And here's another great mind game one. The goal is to ground pound as close to 0 as possible. You can do fake out jumps as much as you want and try to trip up the other player, and I love trying to get it right down to the millisecond. Grid is good. We've got a grid of numbers, and you try to get the most points by picking a shape and selecting numbers. If any of the shapes touch each other, then those points cancel out. It might not sound that great, but this one's pretty decent. Juice Box. On a team with a partner, you need to make a match of the fruits shown on screen. It's a very basic idea, but it works well when you're trying to be the first group to find the correct match. Trial by Tile. The same concept, but you have to find a match by yourself. While you don't have the teamwork aspect, the shapes of icons change as you go along, so Juice Box and Trial by Tile could be swapped pretty easily. Junior's Jauntlet. It really is a jauntlet. You have to survive several sections against Bowser Jr. Avoid charge and chucks, chain chomps, skewer logs, you name it. By the end, you have to run from Junior himself. Yeah, there's a lot to this minigame. In fact, maybe it goes on for a tad bit too long. Lean Mean Ravine. I don't know how they did it, but the physics with this minigame feel so nice. The goal is to get to the end first, and I really love how floaty the hovercrafts are. It feels very bumpy, and you get this great sense of impact when colliding with the ground after hitting a ramp. Bobsled Battle. It's the race of the bobsleds. Whoever gets to the bottom of the mountain wins. While I like all these coins and bob-ombs on our path to make things interesting, I think I slightly prefer the intricacies of your turns in the more well-known bobsled run. Speaking of, Bobsled Run from Mario Party 1. And here we are, another iconic minigame. You start by mashing A to build speed, and then you slide down the path as fast as possible. What makes this one so great is that even if you're lagging behind, if you manage to cut corners just a little bit better than your team ahead, you can sneak up and win the whole thing. The race is very tight, which makes it quite exhilarating. Bobsled Run from Mario Party 2. Extremely similar, but now we're riding a penguin, and we see the penguin's little hole, which is awkwardly disturbing. And at 800, we have Bobsled Run from Superstars. Holy crap, what a glow up. And also Rip the Penguins, we're back to just riding regular old sleds, but seriously, the ice looks so good now. Limbo Dance, a one-player game where you do the limbo across a bunch of sticks, ranging in different heights. While it's a simple idea, the execution is well done. Mario's jump bends back based on how fast you push the A button, and Mario will literally fall on his ass and lose if you mash the A button too quickly. So there's a balancing act of getting low enough to not hit the sticks, but not too low that you'll get a face full of dirt. Star Catchers. Stars shine in the sky, and the goal is to claim them with a tap before the others do. It's another one of those mini-games that wouldn't really work if it wasn't on a DS, which is why I'm fond of it. Player Conveyor. You get a bunch of conveyors on screen, and you need to find the right path to take you to the middle. There's also pipes you can use to warp around, and yeah, every time I play this, I just think of the Team Rocket buildings from Pokemon Red and Blue. Cruisin' for a Bruisin'. An angry pack of bruisers chase you down a path, and you have to survive the longest. There's multiple forks in the road. One of them is empty, while the other will have pipes to run around. I guess you could argue it's a little luck-based if you pick the paths with pipes and lose to that, but you can still weave through them swiftly and win. Pokey Corral. On a big pile of sand, you need to not fall and avoid the pokies. It's not as easy as it looks, as bumping into just a couple pokies can knock you off. Get a Grip. As strange as this is to say, this really reminds me of the levels in Astrobot where you rotate your controller to grab the little pegs. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is, but you use the mouse. Saucer Swarm. Space Invaders, but in 3D. The goal is to shoot down all the ships without them reaching you. As long as you're constantly looking around, you likely won't get hit, but it can still be hard to keep up since your turning is fairly slow. Fish and Cheeps. A bunch of Cheep Cheeps are swimming down a river, and you simply have to avoid touching them longer than your opponent. This one is pretty solid, as it gets tight when you're in the water for a while. Stardust Battle. A fight to the death against the Millennium Star. You'll grab shooting stars and throw them at the Mustache Star. It's a little janky since you have to wait for the stars to land and you can easily get hit by them, but it's not too shabby overall. My only gripe is that it goes on for a while, which makes sense since this is the final minigame. Mega Cheep Chomp Shell Shock. You'll shoot Koopa shells at the Cheep Chomp to get points, but that also alters the direction the Cheep Chomp is facing. So it may not be wise to spam all your shells, but instead hold on to a few and try to prepare for which way the Chomp will end up facing. If you get bopped, you'll lose 2 points, which is pretty crucial for a game where you only get 2 points per round. Rain of Fire. Bowser creates literal fireworks, flames rain down, and you have to avoid them. It's not that hard if you watch the shadows, although you may need to book it depending on where you're standing. Crushed Ice. You ride an ice crusher and plow over all the Koopa kids. Even though it's on the Game Boy Advance, the controls feel nice and it's pretty fun trying to hit all the Koopas. Fish Sticks. When one of the poles starts dipping into the water, run over and grab it for some epic fish. If only fishing were this easy in real life. Ballistics. We somehow got ourselves trapped on the roof of this tower, and the goal is to avoid all these bullet bills. It feels like I've seen this game like 30 times already, I'm not gonna lie. Toe the Line. A very unique 2v2. A shape is built with the rope, and you have to recreate it with your partner as fast as possible. This will either be a really fun game if the team is able to figure out a game plan, or annoying if both players try standing on the same ends. Lava Tile Isle. An all-out brawl where you knock your opponents into the lava while the Grindles move around. There's a lot of mini-games like this one, and while it's still fun, the movement feels a little sluggish. The newer games do a better job at making these little brawlers. Fist of Clouds. Very similar to Lava Tile Isle, but it takes place in the sky and the physics feel a little better to control. Like I said, there's tons of minigames just like this that flow better. Royal Rumpus. You and a rival compete to squish the most Goombas. I love how the Ukikis are just casually swinging in the back, watching the Goombas get pulverized in front of their eyes. Rat-a-tat Flat. And we've got a similar concept here, but you squish the scaredy rats. I'm only ranking it higher because we never get to see these little guys compared to the overabundance of Goombas. Bonanza, another herding minigame, but more enjoyable than the other ones I brought up. The idea is to bring as many boos to your side as possible, and I really like that it's just 2 players. It feels more balanced this way, and really allows you to focus on herding the boo and not worrying about the other players as much. Lava Labyrinth. You race through a fiery path and try to reach the chest with the biggest gem. Magmars might get in the way, but as long as you figure out your path early on, you'll likely get the big cash out. Mush Rush. A simple game where you smack the Koopas with your hammer. As long as you don't reach all the mushrooms, you'll make it to the end. This actually gets a little tough. The Koopas move fast, and you can't make many mistakes with your hammer swings. Mini Baseball League. A pretty basic game of baseball. I don't think I need to describe the rules. It's baseball with a toy-like aesthetic. You'll either hit or throw the balls, and it's not too bad. Real Smoothie. You'll make a fruit smoothie by grabbing the correct fruit. The left side gets the oranges, and the right gets the strawberries. It's a nice idea for a minigame, but mixing both of these fruits together would probably make for a tastier smoothie. Like, let's just be real with ourselves. Great Bars of Fire. You'll either jump or duck under the fire bars. You got 3 hit points to your name, and it's not too hard, even when the bars start to speed up. Down the hatch. To get coins, you'll push them down the chute using a pointing finger. I really like that the Mario and Luigi dolls actually look legit. The perspective of the minigame is very different. Twist and Route, a pretty unique idea for a racing minigame. Your wind-up car can only move when you wind it up, so you have to keep doing that while also steering and reaching the end. I'm honestly complete garbage at this one, but that sense of speed you get when you finish a wind-up is so nice. It's a really great minigame. I just kinda wish it was a 2v2 where one player would wind the car and the other would steer. Forest Jump. While running through the wind, logs come piling in, and you need to either jump or run under them to survive. While I really like this game, you'll likely never die, or it'll be a long time before you do. It doesn't get all that difficult. Cheap Cheap Check. We have now reached the counting mini-games, where you count a bunch of stuff on screen to win. For this one, you gotta figure out how many Cheap Cheeps there are. It's actually a 1v3, since the solo player can click around and make the fish swim away to make counting harder. Although I don't think their distractions do that much, but it's still solid for what it's worth. Roll Call from Mario Party 2. This counting game has 3 different versions. You'll either count toads, boos, or bob-ohms. What's really cool about this is all of them have their own gimmick to change things up. The bob-ohms will sometimes explode, and boos will change transparency as an example. Roll Call from the top 100. And now we've got the 3DS version. While it only includes the bob-omb variant, that was always my favorite one as it provided the most challenge. Roll Call from Superstars, and the Switch remake brings all the types back and makes the field look much more vast and spectacular. Goomba Village, a more interesting take on counting. This time you have to try to keep track of which house holds the most Goombas. It's so easy to pay attention to a couple houses, only to lose track of the one actually collecting all the Goombas, so you really have to keep your eyes darting at them all. Senseless Census, another unique counting game. You're on a train car and need to run around it to count all the toads. This is exceedingly hard as the toads are constantly getting up and walking around, and of course they brought toad-themed suitcases. And some of them are even playing the hip video game system, the Nintendo Switch. Look at that guy go. Goomba Spotting from Mario Party 9, a much more intense version of counting. Goombas run from one hilltop to another, and you only get one shot at counting them. And you can't see your counter either, so the pressure is on to not make any mistakes. Goomba Spotting from Superstars. And of course, we got another remake for the Switch, and it looks a bit cleaner, but it otherwise remained unchanged. Goomba Gallop. We're not done with counting Goombas yet. This time, the 3 varieties of the Goomba species are walking down a path, and you need to keep track of which group has the most. Once again, you can't check your count over and over, and you have to make a vote on which group you think has the most. Which door has more? This time, you have to count in order to figure out which door to go through for extra points. And you're also on a timer to clear as many doors as possible to maximize your coins. I like that you're a bit more involved compared to the others. Steal the Beat. This one has one player smacking the bongos, and the group of 3 have to play the same notes. If they make too many mistakes, they'll end up losing. I enjoy music games, so this one is pretty solid. Move to the Music. I think a lot of people kind of hate this game, but it's a 1v3 where one player picks notes to play for a song, and the other 3 have to follow through and play them. If you have a bad memory, you're not going to like this one at all. But if your memory is okay, it's not all that hard to beat the solo player. It really comes down to that aspect. Hip Hop Drop. We've got another minigame where you push the correct buttons to win. This time you're on a pogo stick and have to get across all the panels. It's not as fast feeling as some of the other ones, but it does the job well. Teetering Towers. You jump from tower to tower and get coins along the way. It can be a little hard to tell the distance of your jump, but it's otherwise a solid one-player game. Pumper Cars. Using the remote, you'll pump the car to move forward, so it really relies on your physical strength. It feels good to do, and it's pleasant. Ozone. Some panels have circles and X's. Just pound 3 circles first to win. It's fairly easy to follow, even with the stage spinning at the beginning. Bowser Jr.'s Pound for Pound. A callback to the King Boo slot machine from Mario Sunshine. I never thought I'd see that in Mario Party Star Rush of all games. You'll ground pound the switches to attack Junior while also avoiding his punches. You don't need to throw a pepper at him or anything, but it still has the same energy as that King Boo boss. Globe Gunners. This one is super trippy on the DS. You run around on a globe trying to hit players with your blasts. I also love that it's a globe of the world too, despite it being a bit challenging to nail shots due to the angle we're at. Gritteron Gauntlet. Charging Chucks want to tackle you. The only objective is to avoid getting touched. You'll always see them coming, but the Chucks will charge in different directions at the same time. Mega Mecha Koopa Swing and Stomp. That's gotta be one of the longest names. This is another boss game. You'll climb up and grab onto these chains to swing and bop the Mecha Koopa in the head. Halfway through, he'll start moving around faster and spitting fire, which makes the minigame a lot more engaging. Bumper Sparks. You need to knock Bowser Jr. into the electricity 3 times to win, and yeah, this really reminds me of the Spiky Topman fight from Mario Galaxy. Doing it with a partner makes this one of the more enjoyable ones since you can use each other's momentum to attack Junior. Barrel Peril. This takes the idea of sneak and snore and actually makes it fun. The goal is to sneak around in a barrel and avoid sleeping chain chomps to get to the end. If a chain chomp sees you, it's not a big deal as you'll get knocked away instead of being eliminated. But you still get punished for getting hit if you're out of the barrel, seeing as you get flown 50 feet in the air. But it's nice that you can keep going and finish. Wompathon. Womps just doing what they do best, slamming into the ground and shouting, "Urgh!" Yeah, the goal here is to just not get protruded into a pancake. You'll be able to tell when a womp is dropping since they'll start shaking beforehand. Treadmill. A running game where you have to avoid spikes and reach the end. Since the treadmills propel in different directions and swap around, you gotta be really careful with how fast and slow they're going. Kebab and Weave. A bunch of skewers will start stabbing away, and you have to avoid them. I know, it's the millionth minigame I've talked about that's like this one, but I gotta at least give props to the unique perspective of the skewers attacking from the background. Skewer Scurry from Mario Party 10. And here's another take on skewers attacking. In this 1v3, one player pushes a direction and the skewers will stab that way. While the group of 3 has blocks to protect themselves, it has to be on the correct side or they'll be screwed over. While I do think the advantage is in the group of 3's favor, it's easy to slip up since the single player can interchange what skewer is coming up and fool people. Skewer Scurry from Superstars. Wow, another remake, and it looks basically the same since Mario Party 10. But I do like the lighting in the remake more. It's got a slightly darker tone to it. Curvy Curves. Does anyone else feel like this is Candyland? God, I haven't played that game since I was like, 5 years old maybe? Anyway, the goal here is to get to the end in your cart. The single player navigates on his own, while the group of 3 are all tied together. If anyone touches the sides, you'll get stunned in place for a second or so. It can be really hard to judge how close you are to the side, on top of the fact that you can't turn really sharp. Even though it seems like the single player would have the advantage, it really depends on how skilled everyone is in general. Both sides have a chance of winning. TikTok Hop from Mario Party 3. This might be another hot take of many from this video. Here we've got a minigame where you need to jump over the minute hand while standing on the hour hand. It starts off simple, but over time both hands will move independently and it can get really hard to keep track of. Now arguably, being stuck closer to the middle is more difficult because the minute hand moves slightly slower due to the hand physically being in the space longer. But I honestly can't tell that much of a difference. I find this minigame tough to get through regardless of what side you're standing on. TikTok Hop from Superstars. And it's made a grand return for the Switch. The only real difference is they removed the space in the words TikTok for some reason. There's also random tools in the background, which I haven't noticed until now. Wow, look at those tweezers. Mob Sleds. A 1v3 where one player has to avoid the team of 3 on the sleds. Just looking at it seems brutally unfair to the solo character, but the sleds don't move that fast and can only travel forward. As long as you're careful and don't corner yourself, there's a decent chance you'll survive. Pie Hard. Throw pies at your foes and score the most points. I'm admittedly horrible at aiming the pies, but there's a sense of satisfaction with shooting someone in the face with the creamy goodness. Bound of Music. Jump around on the cloud to find hidden music blocks to get points. You could almost say this is luck-based, but there's also the strategy of keeping track of the spots you and your other players have already jumped on. Bowser's Fire Hazard. Bowser shoots flames at us while platforms are collapsing, so as you'd expect, just survive. This is honestly a really cool one. I like how involved it is with all these obstacles getting in your way. Mega Bloopers Bubble Battle. One of the only interesting card-based games. Against the blooper, you'll create matches of cards, and then they combine together and get shot at them like a bullet. I don't know why or how the physical cards got so powerful, but I'll take it. Penguin Pushers. You push penguins through a gate as a team. There's been a couple minigames like this one already, but I feel like the controls and general physics of the penguins work best in this version. Goomba Scoopas. It's the same idea again, but you'll use a mouse to move a bulldozer to push the Goombas. It almost feels like I'm trying to vacuum dog hair off a couch, and the hairs are being stubborn and I can't quite get them off. Tidal Fools. The tide rolls in, and you'll collect the coins that are left over. It's a simple yet enjoyable little minigame, especially since you need to avoid the water as it rushes up shore. Follow the Money. Another coin-running game. You'll follow the path, avoid all the enemies, and try to get the most money. It's good. That's my professional recommendation. Fish and Drips. One player pushes buttons, the other three push buttons as a group. We've seen this kind of minigame at least 100 times, and it's solid. Hop-O-Matic 4000. The same type of minigame, but it's a 2v2. You'll push buttons to hop forward with the bug machine. Mole-It. This one changes drastically depending on if you're playing the day or night version. The goal is to bop the Monty Moles and avoid the plants. During the day, it's a lot easier because the pipes are on the top, while nighttime has the pipes on the bottom, which gives the piranha plants more chances to snack on you. Paint Misbehavin' for Mario Party 8. Paint the Goombas with your color while your opponent does the same. I really like the concept, and the fact that the Goombas jiggle all around make it more exciting trying to keep up with having the upper hand on your color. Paint Misbehavin' for Superstars, and it's made a return for the Switch. And interestingly, the big change is that the game itself is zoomed in. You still see a lot of the same background elements like the paint and books, but I guess the reason is so you can see the Goombas more easily. Oil Crisis. You wouldn't think this one would be fun, because you have to shout commands into the microphone to hit the oil barrels and avoid the slicks. But the controls are shockingly responsive, and I really enjoyed trying to get as far as I could before running out of gas. Bowser's Hammer Slammer. Another solid Bowser game where you'll use the gamepad to smash a hammer at your foes. Even though you can't see it on screen, the gamepad's perspective is a first-person view of Bowser, so it really feels like you're in the front seat to go hammer time. Sky High Cannons, a slightly more interesting coin game. This time, you'll shoot yourself out of a variety of cannons and grab as many coins as you can. This technically exists as a DK minigame already, but I like that there's more openness and freedom with this one. Juiceworks, a really interesting team game where a few players pick up apples, squish the juice down, and take that juice to a truck to be distributed. The teamwork aspect of it all works well, and it's almost like working in a factory or something. T-5. The panels have a green light that moves up and down the line. To win, you need to ground pound every time the green light is over your space. The catch is that it moves faster and faster the farther up you get, and by the end, it's pretty hard to nail the ground pound to win. I like that this minigame takes a simple concept and really expands its difficulty in its own way. Fast Food Frenzy. A 1v3 where one player chucks a bunch of food down a lane, and the other 3 players have to avoid it all. This kind of reminds me of Money Belts, but you can jump over the food and the lane itself is much more unpredictable. It might be slightly skewed to the group of 3 because you can only lay down so much food at once, but I still think it's solid. Clock Stoppers. A time is set, and you and a partner have to quickly move the hour and minute hands as they match up. I was really bad at this one for some reason, as I could not keep up with the opposing team. But I like the idea quite a bit, and it works well for a 2v2. Mass Meteor from Mario Party 6. Swim through space and avoid all the meteors. It's another basic concept, but when you're racing to beat the other player, it makes it a lot more fun. If you can manage to not hit any of the asteroids, you're guaranteed to win, or at least tie. And dude, there's Goomba asteroids. Mass Meteor from Superstars. Oh hey, they remade it for the Switch. The only difference is that space actually looks like space, and it's much more colorful. Pair of Aces. You and a partner are flying around in a dark sky, trying to shoot down Junior. He doesn't stand much of a chance. You can even barrel roll over his fireball attacks. Koopa Curl. I don't know why, but this is one of the most memorable Mario Party Advance minigames to me. I played it a ton as a kid. The idea here is to score the most points by curling Koopa shells, and the results can drastically change up until the end. You might knock your opponent's shell around to gain an edge, or you'll mess up and flub your score. Starring Artist. We've got another 3DS minigame that intuitively works on a touchscreen. Constellations appear, and you have to draw them before anyone else. I like trying to speed through these, and there's an extra challenge because you can't lift your stylus off the screen while tracing. Wing and a Scare. You take off and have to fly through the openings in the walls. This is another one with smart utilization of the Wiimote, as you'll have to twist it around to rotate. Gladiator. This 1v3 has one player on a ball while trying to squish the others. Outside of Monimoles that occasionally pop up, it's a fun challenge. Waterworld. You'll surf around in little shark-shaped boats and try to get first place. The water physics feel fairly realistic and can be fun once you get the hang of the controls. Later Skater from Mario Party 5, a really solid skating game where you try to get first by skating in circles. The controls take a second to get the hang of due to the angle, but it gets really fun when you start cutting corners and saving fragments of time on each lap. Later Skater from the Top 100. As much as I like this minigame, I'm kinda surprised it got a remake. The ice looks a lot more like ice, but it's otherwise the same thing. Later Skater from Superstars. What? Another remake? I mean, sure, why not, right? The camera is much more zoomed out like the original version, but it's still unchanged outside of the nice graphics. Snow Go. It's pretty much Later Skater, but it takes place in the snow and you can go off a sick ramp for extra speed. The snowman throws snowballs too for an extra dose of challenge. Tile Driver. You hip drop to make the picture in the middle. What I like about this, despite how slow the game runs, is that you can very quickly form the picture with fast hip drops. Quilt for Speed. While this is technically another slot machine game, it moves so slowly that it barely counts as one, and the premise is pretty cool. It's a 1v3 where each team takes their little Goomba car to the end of the level, and you can only move from the arrows that you select. While the solo player moves slower, the group of 3 is more likely to make input mistakes that stop their progress, so unless the team of 3 is super well coordinated, it's fairly well balanced. Mole Thrill. Oh god, we're being chased by a Monimole. It looks like we gotta dig our way out with spoons? Yeah, we use spoons to dig through the dirt. Dude, I love how silly the theme is. Rope-a-Slope. All we're doing is jumping over little branches, but you do this while rapidly climbing down a hill. That's such a fun premise, especially because I can't imagine chugging down a hill this fast when rock climbing. Spin the Bubble. You'll tilt the 3DS to match up the character model with the image, and I really like this one. The tilting works great, and I like seeing how fast I can win. Stake Your Claim. I don't know why I like this one so much. All you do is look at a rectangle and select the section of it that seems the biggest to you. I think a lot of the fun has to do with the fact of being forced to quickly scan all the segments and taking a good guess on what seems to be the largest space. Pinball Brawl. It's not the only pinball game in Mario Party. This one is solid. You try to get a bunch of points in 3 different levels, and it's pretty much what you'd expect from a pinball machine. Panic Pinball. For this one, you team up with a partner and try to get a bunch of points. I like the dynamic of only controlling one flipper. That way, it's only your fault for losing half the time. I also love the subtle inclusion of the Bowser's Big Blast head. Don't think I didn't notice that, Nintendo. And at 700, we have Waluigi's Pinball Arcade. This minigame does not need to go on for 3 minutes, but it is really neat that we actually got a pinball-themed game based around one of the most iconic Mario Kart tracks, Waluigi Pinball. If you want to win big, you're gonna need to aim towards the Waluigi letters, as that'll cause different effects to appear. This includes multiple balls dropping in, bloopers covering the screen, and things like that. I'm not a big fan of pinball games personally, but this does take me back to the days when Nintendo made pinball spin-offs with all their IPs. Bowser's Paintball. More pinball action, but this time you control Bowser and he flings spike balls at his foes. It's a super clever use of the typical arena, and it doesn't drone on as long as Waluigi's Pinball Arcade. Wiggler Bounce. The Wiggler is not having a good day. The goal here is to continuously pound away at his segments until eliminated. Halfway through, he gets angry and moves faster, but it's pretty easy to attack him. Jump to Conclusion. Ah yes, the classic jump once or twice minigame, also seen in Kirby 64. You'll either jump big or small, with your main obstacle being piranha plants. I love trying to do games like this quickly without any chokes. It feels really good to bang them out. Flip Out. And here it is again, but now it takes place in the dark sky. There's a lot more at stake here, considering the thwomp platforms will spin sometimes, so you gotta be really careful. Power Trip. One player controls an electrifying UFO, while the other 3 have to run around and avoid it. This one is pretty solid. The UFO and character speeds are pretty even, so the overall game feels well balanced. As long as you don't get yourself cornered, this should be possible to survive. Wario's Bluff. It is strange to see Wario Land 4 sprites in a Mario Party game, but alas, the goal here is to stop the car and get as close to the edge as possible. That's all there really is to it, but there's a big thrill to trying to inch your way to that tippy-tip edge. Gimme a break, go down a hill, and try to avoid landing in the mud. It's a little hard to tell when to stop, but that's part of the fun in trying to be risque. Stretch run. We're not done yet. This time the setting takes place in the trees and you score points based on how close you get to the edge. I kind of like how colorful the panels are. It gives you a good sense of how close you need to be. Sled to the edge. The same type of minigame, but it takes place on ice. You also compete with all the characters at the same time, and it's just as thrilling since the ice feels more slippery. Murky Maze, a 2v2 where you and a partner have to make your way through a maze and meet up. While the minigame ends quicker than I wish it would, it's pretty fun trying to find your way around and race to be the first to match up. Trap floor. You want Koopa kids to fall to their death, and you'll do so by swapping the red and blue floors with the A and B buttons. Even though it's a basic idea, it's really fun in practice since the Koopas move at a fast pace, and they'll sometimes sneak through the pipes to stop you from the murdering spree. Tricky tires. You simply drive from one place to the other, but there's a ton of obstacles in the way, and the controls are a little funky. You move with the joystick and C-stick, and getting used to the movement takes a second to click. The awkward controls is what makes it fun though. There's so much crap to avoid, so you're frantically scurrying to the end, which makes it more likely to make mistakes and fall behind. Goomba Tower Takedown. A boss fight that isn't a big Goomba, but a lot of little Goombas. I like this one because the way you fight them is so different. You gotta throw apples at the Goombas to defeat them. Yeah, apples are the solution this time, and you know what? I can respect that it's a little weird. Garden Grab. It's another push the right button minigame. This time we're pulling out a bee carrot with a partner, and it's pretty good as you'd expect. Treetop Treasure, a coin minigame where coins fall from a tree and you gotta collect the most of them. This one can be super trolly if you want it to be. I always like bouncing on another player and snagging a bunch of coins from them just because I can, and everyone has the opportunity to do that to each other. Look Sharp. One of my favorite uses of the Joy-Con. Using a magnifying glass, you have to zoom in or out and get a proper focus on the character. My favorite one of the minigame is zooming in on Spike. Look at how f***ing funny he looks at that angle. Peach's Day Off. Some of these ally minigames are crappy and drag on, but this one is pretty solid. You'll do a variety of things like carrying gifts across a path while avoiding Bitty Buds, feeding Peach and the Toads some sugary treats, and even loading up fireworks. It really does feel like a day off. You do a bunch of errands in a competitive way against the others. Bus Buffer. Speaking of chores, this dumbass Shy Guy knocks a bunch of paint on top of a bus, and now we have to clean up after his mess. What the heck? This one is really gratifying. I like seeing the bus go from nasty to squeaky clean. Balloon Burst from Mario Party 1. We've got another all-time classic. Blow up the Bowser balloon before anyone else. What makes this one fun is learning the timing to get maximum air pumpage. It takes some practice, but feels amazing when you master your button presses. Balloon Burst from Mario Party 2. It's the exact same concept, but it's a 2v2, and the Bowser balloon looks significantly cuter. Just look at the little guy, he's so precious. Balloon Burst from Superstars. Interestingly, the Switch remake is inspired by the Mario Party 2 version and not Mario Party 1. That rarely happens with minigame remakes, and I have to agree that it's more fun in a pair. Pump, Pumpin' Away. It's Balloon Burst again, but you're instead launching a rocket into the air. As much as I like popping balloons, it's more entertaining to watch the rocket fly through the sky. Balloon Blast Bash. Maybe this is a hot take, but I vastly prefer just using motion controls to pump the balloon in this one. You could argue there isn't as much strategy with the timing, but it feels a lot more natural and fun. And the goal is different. You have to blow it up big without popping it. Chain Event. You slide down a chain and have to flip sides to avoid spikes. There's a few minigames like this one, and I think this version works well because the game is fast-paced and it's fun trying to bypass the spikes because less hits equals more speed. Cartwheeled. Yep, it's Kirby Air Ride's Top Ride, but in minigame form. The racers zoom across the course, and I really like how tight you can get with the turns once you've learned the controls. It's a great time. Speedy Graffiti, one of my favorite inclusions of pointer motion controls. You'll paint inside the shapes of these statues, and you really gotta be precise for it to count. That's why I like it though. The precision and skill required to get good is what makes it so fun. Nothing to Luge. Strangely, when I see this minigame, I think of Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games and not like the actual Olympics. Anyway, the goal is to get down the hill as fast as possible, and you want to lean on the left and right to avoid scraping the corners. Grin and Bar It, one of many jump rope minigames. This one includes 8 players, and the goal is to just survive as long as possible. While it's fun, the jumps are very heavy and it doesn't feel like you have a lot of control. But I like the sight of this many characters trying to jump rope at once. Get Over It. I guess this technically isn't jumping rope, but you're still jumping over grolls in a straight line. So it's basically the same thing, and it's a more interesting concept too. Burning Bridges. The same thing as Get Over It, except you jump over fireballs and Bowser is staring at us menacingly! I like the energy of it more. It feels a bit more tense. Handy Hoppers. An interesting take where one player spins the rope and the other has to jump. What's cool about this is having full control of how fast the rope can spin, so if the team of 2 wants to risk it, they can go full force and try to max out points. Hot Rope Jump from Mario Party 1. The main reason I'm ranking this higher than the others is just the atmosphere. We're completely shrouded in darkness, with our only light being literal flames. It just has this strange, eerie sense to it. You do only go to 20 jumps, but the aura is so much cooler than the other jump rope games we've done. But the best part? Star! Yeah, that soundbite is just glorious. Hot Rope Jump from Mario Party 2. And here we go with the same game, but it's got blue flames. Oh yeah, they went real wild with the changes here. No, but really, this one is an improvement because you go beyond 20 jumps and it continues to get harder and harder. Hot Rope Jump from Superstars. Yet again, another remake for the Switch. It takes inspiration from the Mario Party 2 version with the endless jumps and changing the color of the blue and orange flames. The only thing that I miss is the star! You all could have kept that in, come on now. Fetch Quest. A solid minigame where all players work together to bring 9 gems into the middle. Sometimes you'll need to stand on switches to open up walls, and it's a lot of fun working to do this as fast as possible. Storm Chasers from Mario Party 3. Run around with a plant and make it grow by putting it under the rain. This is a really fun minigame as it's frantic to keep yourself in the rain. And I like seeing the piranha grow nice and big at the end. Who knew water could be so powerful? Storm Chasers from the Top 100. It's the same game, but it looks a little cleaner. The cacti actually look like cacti instead of just colorful JPEGs. Storm Chasers from Superstars. Holy bright Batman, it really looks like a hot day out with this one. And I think the overexposed lighting works in its favor. It makes the raindrops feel all the more delicate. Bumper Balloon Cars from Mario Party 2. You gotta pop the balloons behind the cars, and I really like how the controls actually feel like a toy car. Hitting another car will spin them around, so you're never really safe from getting popped regardless of how good you are at this. Bumper Balloon Cars from Superstars. It's returned in all of its glory, but with a bit more of a darker tone. The controls feel the same, which is to be expected. Totem Pole Pound. This minigame really tests your ability to perform perfect hip drops. If you can catch the highest peak of your jump and pound down, you'll end up winning. It's not easy to do unless you have a bit of patience, but it's a really fun one to get good at. Hammer Drop from Mario Party 1. Another great coin minigame. A hammer bro throws hammers, coins, and money bags down at your feet. You simply have to collect as much cash as you can, and it's fun trying to snipe money from foes that aren't as familiar with the movement. Hammer Drop from Superstars. I'm a little surprised this one got a remake, but I'm not complaining. The water actually looks good now, and the Hammer Bro has been updated to his modern design. Banking Coins. Instead of a Hammer Bro throwing coins, one of your teammates smashes a vase while the other person collects the coins. It's a neat little twist on the idea, and I think it works well since you can focus on getting money and not have to worry about the hammers. Hammer Spammer. It's kind of the same concept, but the Hammer Bros are at an all-time war. 4 of them chuck hammers everywhere, and 2 big-ass hammers will come careening in from time to time. It's actually kind of tough. It's another great one. Lightning Round. A Sumo Bro floats above you and smashes the ground to release lightning. As usual, there's a lot of minigames similar to this one, but I really like how coins pop up to tempt you with a good time, and even a bonus Sumo Bro comes in for more difficulty. Tunnel of Lava. This is another great Bowser minigame as it adds in an immense amount of pressure, which fits the theme perfectly. One of the Mecha Koopas has the key, so you have to take them out and pray you find the key fast enough. Puzzle Hustle. This almost doesn't count as a minigame, but I've included all the quirky extra games from the other Mario Party titles, so why not this one too? What you do here is slide together these little chunks of pixel art into one image. While this can be a little slow going, I love how chill it is to go through all the puzzles and solve them piece by piece. And there's 30 pictures to build, so if you really like it, there's more than enough content to go around. Airbrushers, another coin minigame, but I do like how you're flying around in a big house to collect them. And you all know my feelings on big houses. Lava Lobbers. While in a minecart, you'll fire cannonballs at your foe and try to hit them 3 times to win. You can either shoot straight ahead or lob it in the air to serve as a distraction. It's not too bad. Barreling along. I normally don't have much affinity for minigames like this that make you use motion controls to turn, but they did a great job with this one. The goal is to reach the end, and you'll use the Joy-Con to turn and get across. I think the addition of the boost makes it a lot more fun after shoveling through thick grass. Bob-Omb-a-Plome. Well, this is terrifying. You have to kick bob-ombs away from your platform or die to the lava. This is a really cool idea for a minigame, even if we've seen similar concepts a bunch of times. Domino Effect. It's another minigame where you have to push the right buttons as quickly as possible. I like that this one is so responsive. The animation looks a little stiff and silly, but I have fun with it. Treacherous Tightrope. Using motion controls, you gotta walk across a tightrope while the wind is pushing you. This one can be a little nerve-wracking, and it pairs well with the motion controls since there's a greater sense of needing to be stable. Wheelin' and Wigglin'. You ride a wiggler and smash into the other ones to chip away at the segments. This one is pretty fun. I like how smooth the controls are, and the general gimmick of using wigglers works perfectly. Train and Pain. A very similar concept, but at a top-down angle. Instead of boosting into other players, you'll knock him cold with the classic knuckle sandwich. This stage makes you feel powerful, yet vulnerable at the same time. It's much easier to get hit if you're not constantly moving around and trying to stay safe. Feed and Seed. This minigame always confused me as a kid, but it's really not that complicated. The goal here is to catch and throw bomb seeds into the piranha while also maintaining enough height to not get sucked in. It's one of the more involved boss minigames, and I dig it. Bumper Bubbles from Mario Party 9. While you're in a bubble, you'll float around and collect balloons. The catch is that if you get popped by a spike, you lose all your balloons and have to start all over again. So this minigame has this balance of trying to collect balloons, but also being stealthy and staying away from other players. Bumper Bubbles from the Top 100. The balloons for the 3DS have a bit more color to them, and still use tilt controls like the Wii Remote did. Get Real. Cycle through a video reel and pause on the exact frame that the game wants you to. It's a neat little idea that really forces you to look at all the intricacies of a frame to get the shot you want. Picture this. It's basically the same idea, but with hand-drawn pictures, so it's a bit more charming. Piranha Patch. You run around a patch of grass and collect flowers. The main challenge here is just making sure you don't grab piranha plants by accident, but it's otherwise pretty fun to try racking up as many flowers as you can. Berry Basket. One partner shoots down the Starbit fruit, while the other runs around and collects it. This is yet another great teamwork minigame that fully relies on both players working together to win, especially since it can be a bit hard to tell where the fruit is landing. Even with the shadow, I sometimes miss the mark, but maybe I just need more practice. Hydro Stars. You drive around on the open seas, trying to hit all the checkpoints before everyone else. While the turning is a little slippery, it feels a lot like a regular boat, so it works well. Bumper Bugs. An extremely similar idea, but you use a skeeter to get around and need to hit 8 checkpoints instead. You also use the touchscreen to kind of skate around the water, which is extremely realistic to how skeeters move in the water normally. Slot Trot from Mario Party 6. It might look like another slot machine game, but it doesn't play like one at all. 2 images show up on screen, and the objective is to run across and find the right match. This is another one that's fun to do with another player, as you both have to heavily rely on each other. Slot Trot from the Top 100. And we've got another remake from the 3DS. As usual, the colors are sharper, but not much is different beyond that. Mario Bandstand. I guess you could say this is kind of a rhythm game. All characters are assigned their own instrument, and whoever plays the most accurately gets the coins. There's really not much difference from each instrument, aside from the conductor who has to use the joystick instead of buttons. Toad Bandstand. It's basically the same game, but now every character plays an instrument while Toad does the conducting for us. I guess that makes this a bit more fair, considering that the conductor from Mario Party 1 had no inputs to hit compared to the others. And just the fact that it takes place on 2 flowers, that's so random. Kartastrophe, an enjoyable overhead racing game that uses the Wii Remote's motion controls to turn, and it works well, despite the turning being a tad bit slippery. Mazed and Confused, one of the better maze-themed games. You simply have to get to the star in the middle. But of course, the maze is surrounded by electricity. What makes this one kind of neat is that paths change every few seconds, so even if you're falling behind, you can catch up if you react fast enough to your changed path. Mega Drybones Femur Fever. Shoot cannonballs at Drybones by ground pounding the ground. While that's happening, he'll throw bone boomerangs at you, and you need to jump over those. It's a pretty solid boss fight all around. Hot Hot Hop. A fire bar slowly spins around a grate, and some magmars come in near the end. It seems like this would be a tough minigame, but everything moves pretty slowly, so you shouldn't have many issues. Horror Harriers. You got some peepas spinning around on screen, and you need to avoid them. So yeah, very similar to Hot Hot Hop, but maybe a tad bit harder. All Fired Up. Another minigame with potaboos that move around trying to attack. This one can get quite fast after some time. Beeline Shrine. And here's another one. This time there's bees circling around you. This one is the scariest to me just because bees are more relatable. And I'll never forget that one time that I got stung as a 5-year-old. I was literally smacking flowers with a stick with bees on them. Yeah, not my smartest decision. Amplified. Another minigame where you're in an arena dodging attacks. This time, it's a bunch of amps trying to zap you away. What makes this one fun is that the amps constantly change direction, and you never know how many of them will be activated or not. It starts off easy, but gets a lot tougher as you get farther in. Shock Absorbers. It's the same game, but on the Nintendo GameCube. And there's another player trying to avoid the shockening as well. These two minigames could be interchanged. Amp My Style. This one is a little bit different. The amps make shapes and it's a lot more constricted when moving around. I find this one to be a lot more nerve-wracking, which is why I'm ranking it slightly higher. Thwomp Pull. This is like what? The 26th rendition of pushing the right buttons to win? This time it's a 1v3 where one player pushes all the buttons and the other 3 take turns doing so. This means that the game is fairly well balanced and throws in some extra obstacles too, like the snowman chucking snowballs at us. Mario Can Can, a 2v2 minigame where you open a can by ground pounding a can opener. The reason this is so enjoyable is just how satisfying it is to get into a good flow with your partner and seeing the opener get closer and closer to coming off. Hide and Splat. It takes a snippet from Mario 64 or Mario Galaxy and turns it into a minigame. Simply survive being squished from the tox boxes. It doesn't seem that intimidating until 3 of them drop in and it becomes increasingly harder to stay alive. Bruiser Bash. One player controls the bruiser machine and the other 3 run away. We've seen a lot of minigames like this one, and I think the speed of the bruiser and group of 3 are well balanced. The bruiser has a huge amount of range, but moves so slowly, so you really have to play some mind games to attack the other team. Weird Wheels. It's time to push buttons again! Doing so in the right order allows your car to go forward, despite how strange the wheels look. Squared Away from Mario Party 5. This is another certified classic. One player is in a small cube while the other 3 are in big cubes. This is a 1v3 that feels well balanced, as the winner really just comes down to who does a better job pre-planning their moves. The small cube can dart around like crazy, but the big cubes can also trap it if they work together. I also like how the floor has pixel art of Mario in a Cheep Cheep. That's a cute touch. Squared Away from the Top 100. And of course, it makes its grand return on the 3DS. The pixel art has been updated a bit, but otherwise, it's your typical remake. Squared Away from Superstars. Wow, the Switch version looks better than them all. Who could have seen that coming? It also has its own unique pixel art, so I guess that's something. Bubble Squabble. The solo player is chilling on the bottom, trying to blow bubbles and trap the team of 3. This kinda just reminds me of the Bubble Stand episode from SpongeBob. It's a similar concept to that. Even if someone gets trapped in a bubble, they can get busted out by someone on their team, so there's a tricky balance of staying near your partners, but not too close or you both might end up stuck in a bubble. Pokey Punch-Out. Some Pokies spawn out of the ground, and you gotta punch them away for points. Going for the head is ideal, and it's one of the more enjoyable minigames because of how cutthroat the points are. Balancing Act. A 2D obstacle course that uses motion controls to move forward and backward. It sounds like a disaster, but it works far better than you'd expect. You'll have to avoid thwomps and climb moving platforms as you move along. It's just an enjoyable romp. Treasure Divers from Mario Party 1. You got some treasure down below and have to dodge sharks and bloopers to get it. This one is pretty well balanced, with the cheaper chests being higher up and the more valuable ones at the sand level. It's over quickly, but I've always enjoyed it since you can throw off other players by getting in their way when trying to swim up for air. Treasure Divers from Jamboree. Yep, they brought it back and it controls just about the same. The swimming might be a tad bit slower, but the water looks nice and fresh. Deep Sea Salvage. We're in the water again, but we're chilling on some submarines while a hammer bro throws coins and spikes at us. I find it to be a lot more rewarding than Treasure Divers just because you have a lot more chances at getting coins compared to a small handful of chests. Cog Jog. A pretty tough obstacle course where you face off against Junior and run through a bunch of different cogs. The depth perception can be a little funky, but that's what makes this one exhilarating. Trying to get across without messing up any jumps is a good time, even though I kinda suck at it. Ice Slide, You Slide, a little game where you jump over snowballs and slide under flipperses. I was really bad at this one too, but I still thought it was a fun time and a great utilization of running on ice. Rattle and It's a fairly unique rumble minigame. You'll see some characters move around and feel the HD rumble in your Joy-Con. Then the curtain closes, one of the rumbles happen, and you have to guess which one is which. The only reason I'm ranking it this high is because the HD rumble is so distinctly unique, and it works well for a minigame like this. Bridge work. While standing on a bridge, you gotta avoid all the cheap-cheeps. It's kinda cool to see this in 3D, considering you rarely see cheap-cheep jump this high like in the original Super Mario Bros. Raking them in. Using a crane, you'll rake in as many mushrooms as you can while avoiding the poison ones. I'm not super good at this one, but it's really satisfying when you manage to scoop in a big heaping of shrooms. Right or left. We've seen a few mini-games like this one, and the Mario Party 4 variant is one of the best simply because you use buttons to turn left or right. It's simply more responsive and gives you a truer sense of control. And at 600, we have Balldozers, a very different 1v3. One player has to hammer pegs down to move a ball down a hill, while the team of 3 does the same thing, but their ball is much bigger. While I think this is fairly balanced, it really comes down to how well the group of 3 works together, as it's easier for the big ball to get stuck. Fuzzy Heights. Climb up as high as you can while avoiding the fuzzies. Getting hit by one causes a good amount of knockback, so it makes a lot more sense to just be patient and try to avoid them all. Deck Hunt. You're flying down a hill, skateboarding, collecting coins. It's pretty solid, and you even got the Whittles cheering you on in the back. Big Dripper. Honey drips from the ceiling, and you need to collect as much of it as you can. Sometimes bees will come flying out, and if you aren't ducking, then you're gonna have a bad time. I love the chemistry of collecting the sweet nectar and avoiding the stings. Buried Treasure. This almost counts as a button masher. All we're doing is looking around and digging for treasure, but you use the joystick to move around. Now, I am extremely good at button mashing, so I get a kick out of blazing through the dirt and grabbing the chest before anyone else stands a chance. Quicksand Cache from Mario Party 2. One player is in a Bowser suit, controlling the power of the quicksand, while the other 3 are trying to stay alive. This almost feels like a regular minigame where coins are the side quest. It's a lot more important to focus on staying alive if you're in the group of 3 and ensure you don't get too close to the middle. Quicksand Cache from Superstars. Believe it or not, it plays the same and looks better. Who could have seen that coming? I mean, really? Haha, oh my god. Puddle Paddle from Mario Party 3. With 2 people sitting in a raft, you have to swim around and grab coins that the Hammer Bro throws. You can't be too slow, as the coins and money bags will sink if you take too long to grab them. Puddle Paddle from Superstars, and it's returned yet again for the Switch, with all the rock and jump pictures replaced with proper and more naturally placed rocks. And the water almost looks like a melted slushie. Magnet Carta, another coin game where you'll take the loot and dump it into your side. What makes this one interesting is the cars themselves. They have big-ass magnets on the front, and they turn or go forward independently. Bumping into players also kinds of stuns you, so it requires some decent finessing to get some cash. Order Up from Mario Party 4. Toad tells you what food to order, and you have to find it under the boxes as a team. The table spins around, so you'll likely only be able to memorize a few items on the table. This creates this dynamic of getting lucky with the food you memorized, as the items you need may or may not be in your memory. Order Up from the top 100. Aside from the shinier floors, the ceiling fans are spinning faster compared to the abysmally slow speeds in the original version. And thank God, because it probably gets hot in there with all that fresh food. Bouncy Bounty, a 2v2 where one player walks around with a music note and the other collects a bunch of coins in the air. It's a pretty good dynamic of teamwork. Both teams have an equal chance to nab a bunch of coins. Penny Pinchers. And we're not done with the coin games. One player is running around on top grabbing money that's spilling over the chest, while the group of 3 are using the touchscreen and nabbing the leftover coins with a grabber. I really like how both teams have completely different controls. It spices it up a bit. Manta Rings. Fun fact, this is the first Mario Party minigame I ever played in my entire life. I was like 8 years old at a friend's house, we popped in Mario Party 4, and Mana Rings was the first minigame in the rotation. The goal here is to swim through the rings the mana leaves behind, and it's a pretty solid time. You can swim ahead of other players if you're fast enough, and I like how even the playing field is. Water Ski Spree. Surprise, surprise, it's more coin minigame time! Every character is on a jet ski, and they need to jump off some ramps while grabbing coins. Jet skiing is inherently cool, so that makes this a fun one. Bombsketball. Basketball with bob-ohms. That seems like a great idea, but that's what we're doing here. It's a 2v2 and the team that scores a hoop wins. Magmathon. When the platforms rise, hit the button to jump there. It sounds simple, and that's because it is. I got a kick out of blazing ahead of everyone else. Socket to Lekatu. Hit enough question blocks that spawn bullet bills and get launched right at Lekatu. It's a solid enough boss game. Bunny Belt. Hit a bunch of buttons, and out comes a little doll. The best part of this minigame is watching Mario manually push all the buttons and switches. It really adds to the feedback of the button presses much more than the 87 other minigames that do the same thing. Crossfire Caverns. You and a partner are in minecarts and need to take down Bowser Jr. while Jr. moves faster than you. And the fact that both of you can attack makes it pretty easy to win. Perfect Fit. You take your Joy-Con and twist it around until the shape matches up with your partner's shape. This isn't exactly a unique idea, as the Wii Remote could probably have done something like this too, but it's still fun since you get a nice little rumble click when you pair together the shape. Slow Glide. Another motion-controlled game. You fly around in a glider and collect a bunch of balloons. The tilting feels really smooth, and the dynamic is pretty great overall since the balloons fly at your face at a rapid pace. Tumble Temple. Spikes are rolling down a hill, and you need to avoid them. To freshen things up a bit, pegs will come in and out of the ground, which can change the direction the spikes are heading in. I was pretty shit at this game, but the character speed is just fast enough to avoid the spikes while also being a bit tough. One Stop Toad Shop. Some toads show up demanding a power-up, and you need to serve them up as quickly as possible. There's a few minigames like this that are kind of similar, and this is one of the better takes of the idea. Dash and Dine. You ever played Overcooked? That game absolutely slaps. I love the dinner rush energy it gives. That's basically what this minigame is, a simplified version of Overcooked where you need to fill orders by adding the right ingredients to each tray. It's not as hectic as Overcooked, but that damn toad getting in the way drives that similar anxiety. Bumper Crop. I wouldn't call this Overcooked, but you're still given a set of ingredients to pick from the garden and throw into the truck. So it has the same energy, and I like that there's slightly more ingredients to grab. It could be interchanged with Dash and Dine, as they're both pretty good. Parasailing. We've seen jet skiing, now it's time for parasailing. I actually did this in real life one time, and holy crap was it thrilling. Anyway, one player grabs coins in the air while the other controls the boat. It feels a little more interactive to grab the coin since both players need to scoot around without losing height or running into boxes. Volley Bomb. A 2D tennis game with a bob-omb. It sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, but in actuality, it's all about timing the bob-omb. You see it getting ready to blow up, and you have control of how quickly to swing the bomb back, which is what makes this one a blast. Sub Trouble. A submarine game where you simply race to the finish. The goal here is to try maintaining your speed since hitting anything slows you down dramatically. The alleyway is pretty tight, and I like the extra challenge in trying to get through. Kamek's Rocket Rampage. You're flying around in a plane, grabbing missiles out of bubbles, and firing them at a massive Kamek. You'll have to avoid some bullet bills and other attacks along the way, but it's another straightforward and solid boss game. Paintball Battle. Have any of you gone paintballing in real life? It's been about 15 years since I've been. It's a lot of fun, but I always bruised up pretty badly by the end. This minigame is set up like a grid, and you simply need to survive the longest. When you get hit, you have a bit of invincibility time to counterattack, and it's pretty solid. Gun the Runner. One player climbs an obstacle course while the other three are shooting at him, trying to stop him from reaching the top. This one is pretty solid actually, and is one of the better 1v3s because both sides stand a chance of winning. The single player can juke out the shots, but also moves somewhat slow, so it's not always easy to do. Cake Factory from Mario Party 2. We've got another classic one. One player grabs a cake and the other a strawberry. Stack them together in that order and boom, you got yourself a cake. The hard part comes down to the conveyor belt. You have to time grabbing the cake or strawberry and it gets faster as time ticks down. Cake Factory from the Top 100. This is a strange choice. The 3DS remake swapped the cake and strawberry sides. I'm not sure why, but it's otherwise the same old game. Cake Factory from Superstars, and the Switch version sticks with the change while looking much nicer. I also really like that table cover, that's looking classy. Pickin' Produce, a somewhat similar idea to Cake Factory. As a team, you'll still grab food from a conveyor, but you're instead organizing it into the correct cubbies. So while it's still teamwork focused, it's not reliant on stacking things in the right order. Stamp by Me. I know it all looks the same, but here you have to hammer stamps onto paper as it passes. I really like how both conveyors move at different speeds. It requires you to use more brain power to hit all the stamps accurately. Goombrat Combat. You basically bully a bunch of Goombrats and try to get more of them on the other team's side. It's pretty amusing to watch them get tossed around like bouncy balls. This is a great one. Memory Lane, another memory-focused game. A shy guy will walk across the correct path, but the highlighted tile disappear. I've always tried to count out the space by direction, and even still, I'm likely to mess up once or twice. It's a fairly innovative idea for the classic memory-focused minigame. Chomp Romp. You'll lure a chain chomp through a playground of all things and get to the end first. I really enjoy this one for just how chaotic the concept is. Bombage. Bombs fall from the sky, and you need to kick or avoid them entirely. This is another one with tension because the bombs pile up quickly, and it's better to just stay out of their way entirely. Floor It. Being the elevator lad, you'll move the correct enemies to the correct floors. This sounds like it'd be kind of boring, but when you're flying through multiple enemies at once, it gives you a weird sense of adrenaline. I never thought I'd say that about Mario Party Advance. Roller Revenge. Spikes are chucking some spiky logs your way, and the goal is to survive. It does feel a bit like a level from Super Mario 3D World, especially since you'll end up avoiding a ton of spikes at once. Abandoned Ship. You'll scurry up a ship while avoiding planks of wood and fish trying to eat you. This one is really hard to win. You need to be an excellent button masher and quick on your toes when it comes to swapping sides. Fire Away. A similar idea, but you climb up a pole while avoiding bullet bills and lava. It's a lot more intimidating and the controls are slicker too, so it's no surprise it's ranked a little higher. Balance Ball Brawl. There's a bunch of switches on the ground, and you have to roll all of them before the others. While I like this minigame, I find it a bit strange that you're forced on a path instead of free roaming. That doesn't make the minigame bad, it's just not the decision I would have made if I were making it. Vine Country from Mario Party 7. It's time for more climbing. This time it's up a vine and you race the funny monkey. Along the way, you'll need to avoid spiders and beehives, and yeah, it's a pretty fun one. Vine Country from the Top 100. Looky here, another remake on the 3DS. The tree in the background goes for a more interesting tube-like design, which is cool, but it's otherwise the same as before. Petey's Bomb Battle. You throw bombs at a man-eating plant. It's pretty straightforward. The only thing you really have to worry about is when Petey starts sucking up bombs, since he'll spit them back at you. Beach Volley Folly from Mario Party 4. We've finally reached the more traditional sports minigames, and all of them are pretty good. The Mario Party 4 version is a 2-on-2 match with a couple different modes. With that said, playing this just makes me crave a more fully realized Mario sports title, but these are still enjoyable for what they're worth. There's just not much meat to them. Beach Volley Folly from the Top 100, and it returns for the 3DS remake. The only change I noticed was there is more coral in the water. As if that matters, it's just something I noticed. Beach Volley Folly from Superstars. However, the Switch version barely shows the water as the focus is more on the game itself, which is probably for the best. Otherwise, we couldn't see those sand textures and physics as clearly. Beach Volleyball. So I've decided to rank this slightly higher because there's more options for the game itself. You can play with a regular volleyball, but also a bob-omb ball that explodes when the hit counter reaches 0. That's really bizarre since Volleybomb is also a minigame in Mario Party Advance, but it works well and adds a new sense of tension and fun. There's also a dice ball, where the points you score depends on what number is on the ball, just to mix things up a bit. Samurai Smackdown. This is a strange one. You're put into a 2D platformer and need to bop enemies with low or high hammer swings. It's a bit overkill to have the button presses attached to each enemy, but it's satisfying smacking them with a hammer. Shell Soccer from Mario Party 9. A 2-on-2 game of soccer, but instead of shooting for a goal, you shoot the other team's column of Goombas. Considering a paratrooper shell is the ball, this works really well and feels awesome when you chain together multiple Goombas at once. I really appreciate the creativity this has compared to making regular old soccer. Shell Soccer from Superstars, and it makes a return on the Switch. Looking and running as nice as you could hope for. The only difference I noticed is this one Goomba in the stands instead of a Toad. I wonder why he sneaked in, considering his species is getting abused from the minigame. Off the Chain. One player rides a chain chomp, and the other 3 run for their lives. I love that this is set up like a coliseum. That's hilarious and really fitting considering chain chomp takes the place of, say, a lion or a tiger. What makes the 1v3 so great is that it's fairly well balanced. The solo player may have a fast chain chomp, but it takes some time to commit to turns. While the group of 3 usually has enough time to survive, they've got to be careful or they can easily get clobbered. Coin Cache. It's about as retro as you can possibly get. You'll smash blocks to find coins and climb up top once the bottom layer thins out. You'll also find some blocks that have multiple coins hidden inside, so there's a decent amount of variety. Toadstool Titan. A mushroom is hiding inside a block. Whoever grabs it grows big and tries to squish all the other players. I wanted to put this above Off the Chain as the controls are somewhat similar. The turning is delayed, but the running speed can be hard to avoid. Mush Pit from the top 100. One of the most bizarre name changes I've seen, considering it's Toadstool Titan from Mario Party 3. But with this version, you get the Mega Mushroom instead of just some regular looking mushroom. And this makes a lot more sense in the context of when this game was released. Mush Pit from Superstars. And it's back! Again! This is one of the most similar carryovers I've seen in a minigame. A lot of times remakes will change bits of the background or environment, but this one compared to the top 100 is almost identical. Granite Getaway from Mario Party 6. It's Indiana Jones time. A giant boulder chases you through a cave and you have to run away to survive. I love that this minigame feels claustrophobic, and pieces of rock obscure your path and force you to react quickly to make it through. This is such a fun idea for a minigame, and it was executed really well. Granite Getaway from Jamboree. Another remake, but the background changes quite a bit. Instead of being in a dark cave, it looks like we're stuck at the bottom of a narrow valley, and the castle area layout is a bit different too. But beyond that, it's the same game. Insectoride. You pick a vehicle and have to win the race. What makes this one so unique is that each vehicle controls differently, so if you're lucky, you'll get to pick a bug ride with a control scheme that you're most accustomed to. It kind of has Kirby Air Ride energy when it comes to the controls. King Boo's Tricky Tiles. One of the more involved boss minigames. A bunch of tiles show up in front of King Boo, and other Boos sneak inside a few of them. You have to remember which tiles had Boo so you know to avoid them, and then get to the end so you can reach the switch at the end to blast them with the light. This is a really fun minigame, just because there's so many steps to it, and it feels great to reach the switches that deal the most points. Chimp Chase. It's a big game of organization. Catch the Yukiki and return it to the mother/father with the same color. Although I don't know if they're actually the parents, but anyway, I digress. To keep things interesting, the Yukikis will escape, meaning that you can keep on scoring points as long as you're quick and nimble. Dunk Bros. It's not Mario Hoops 3-on-3, but it's still a classic 2v2 basketball minigame. The goal is to score the most points, obviously. You can pass and shoot, and that's the gist of it. It's fairly basic, but it's a fun time. Ice Hockey from Mario Party 5. And here we are with another sports game. This time we've got hockey. There's not much for customization, but the controls feel really nice and it's easy to pass and shoot the puck across the rink. Ice Hockey from the top 100. The rink looks pretty similar in the 3DS remake, and it's exactly what you'd expect. The main difference is the ice rink is a bit more zoomed in, and you'll barely see the audience. Ice Hockey from Superstars. And here we are with another remake for the Switch. And once again, the rink is more zoomed in like the 3DS variant. It's still just as fun to play, despite the fact that a dedicated Mario Ice Hockey game could go hard as f***, and I'm sad that doesn't exist yet. Stop making Mario Tennis, Nintendo! Come on, give us Mario Hockey! Shorty Scores. This is one of those minigames that I completely forget exists despite sinking tons of hours into Mario Party DS as a kid. It's a 2v2 soccer title where the goalies are Goomba cutouts, which is an interesting choice. It's about as fun as all the other sports-themed games, but I like that you can jump while keeping the ball at your feet. Star Carnival Bowling. It's not as good as Wii Sports Bowling, but it's still pretty quality. You use the Wii Remote to swing, and while it's not as smooth, you still get the same kind of sensation. I also like that you got a little scoreboard on the top, keeping track of your score at all times. Ball Volley. The strangest volleyball court I've ever seen in my life. The goal here is to stay in your lane and just keep hitting the balls as they come to you to score points. I'll be honest, I'm kinda bad at the regular volleyball minigames, so I'd much rather play something that has a unique twist. It's not as in-depth, but I find it to be more enjoyable to play. Badminton Bash from Mario Party 10. Low-key, badminton is one of my favorite sports to play in real life. I used to play it all the time as a kid, and the game transitions really well as a minigame. The birdie moves fast but is light as a feather, making for engaging bouts. Badminton Bash from the top 100. I'm a bit shocked this game got a remake. I never would have guessed considering how unpopular badminton is, but it's still a banger. You can't really go wrong here. Color Me Fast. Sometimes you gotta drop what you're doing and start coloring. The goal for this minigame is to color in whatever is on the page, and it's fun because you get all the satisfaction of clean coloring while not doing any of the hard work. Double Vision. Oh hell yeah! It's the Mario 64 DS character select screen turned into a minigame. The idea here is that you want to use the touchscreen to trace the character as close as possible using only your color. I would have been fine with this being a solo minigame, but adding the two-player element makes it a bit more distinct. Mad Props. A really solid boat game. This time you're racing one other character to reach the end first. The controls are really good in this version. You still get the watery slipperiness, but it's a lot easier to maintain than most minigames of this style. 3 House. And now we've made it to the classic puzzle minigames. I absolutely adore these, but this is probably my least favorite of the bunch. The idea here is to make lines of 3 in any direction, and POW blocks can take out specific items. I think this is perfectly fine, but there's something about the icons being basic JPEG images. It just kind of has a cheap look to it, I guess. The images don't really blend well with the rest of the elements in the game, but whatever, it's still fun for what it's worth. Ghost in the Hall. I love the description of the rules for this minigame. Ah, a haunted house! That is pretty much what's happening though. You're trapped in a haunted house and have to find your way to the end. Pink booze and fake doors will get in your way, and it feels claustrophobic due to the limited amount of light in narrow hallways. Spectre Inspector, another spoopy one. This time the idea is to roam around in first-person mode, and the goal is to find the hidden enemies. Even the Luigi's Mansion ghosts make an appearance, but don't count towards your score. I really enjoy this one. It makes me hope that the next Luigi's Mansion has the option to play in first-person mode. It won't. Paratrooper Plunge, a pretty solid coin minigame, but you fall with style through the sky and collect coins while avoiding paratroopers. But you do gotta be careful and avoid getting hit, or your balloon could shrink to nothing and you'll probably die instantly. Parachuting Gallery. We're not done skydiving yet. You want to go through the panels shown on the top screen. So there's a bit more of an objective compared to Paratrooper Plunge, and you use actual skydiving gear instead of, one measly balloon. Dinger Derby from Mario Party 5. Instead of baseball, you're hitting pitches and going for the most points. The balls come out of the machine at different speeds, and sometimes you'll get multiple balls at once. I'm aware of how simple this kind of game is, but I still find it satisfying when you manage to get a ton of hits in. Dinger Derby from the top 100. We've gone from playing on a light green field to a darker green field, and the camera is a bit more zoomed in as well. Dinger Derby from Superstars. Wow, the camera zooms out a bit again so we can see more of the background. Not that you'd be paying attention when you're actually playing, but, I'm just saying. Swing Kings. Instead of hitting a button to swing, you'll use motion controls. This is one of those exceptions where swinging the remote actually feels better because that's the action happening on screen. I also like how a Shy Guy's just casually tossing the balls into the air. It feels more authentic compared to the machine. Bob-omb Bogey. Instead of regular golf, you're taking swings and have to avoid the bob-ombs that pop up. I really like the fast nature of this minigame. What's the scoop? I'll tell you what the scoop is. You use mouse controls to grab scoops of ice cream and stack them with a partner. It's a lot like Cake Factory, but much faster paced and more fluid due to the mouse. Bowser's Hit-or-Missile Mania. This almost qualifies as a button masher, but there's a bit more to it. You'll mash A to release missiles at Bowser, and use B to shield yourself from his attacks. Halfway through, he transforms into this badass Robo-Bowser, which comes completely out of nowhere, and yeah, you rarely see minigames go this far in Mario Party. King Bob-omb's Court of Chaos. To attack the Big King, you must connect the panels together to send a bomb to a cannon. I've always had a fondness for these circuitry kinds of games. Boss Sumo Bro Blitzers. A fairly similar idea. Connect the electrical pipes to give the Sumo Bro a good old zap in the face. The farther in you get, the harder the puzzles are. And that's on top of little Sumo Bros zapping your panels. So there's a bit more going on compared to the King Bob-omb version. Peekaboo, a really clever 1v3. The goal is to tap the style of boos on screen up above. The solo player gets a lot of screen estate, while the team of 3 is more zoomed, but can move around independently. There's a map showing all the boo locations, so each side has a chance. I'd say the solo player has a slight advantage because they don't need to spend as much time moving around exploring, but it's not a guaranteed W. World Peace. Take 2 shapes and combine them together to make the shape in the middle. It's not always obvious which shapes work with what, so you'll have to use your brain a bit to secure 3 points. Target Tag. An awesome flying game. You soar through the air like Superman and collect chips for points. It makes absolutely no sense as you don't have wings or anything, but it's a lot of fun to aim and score big. Light Wave Battle. Ground pound to release light waves of death. The goal is to take out all the other players. There's a few games like this one, of course, but I like how smooth the controls are and how much strategy there is with delaying your jump or using a ground pound to maintain extra height in order to avoid lasers coming your way. Boot off the stage. Boos come flying towards you, and you need to avoid them. The only time it gets a little tricky is when the boos get bigger. Spin Doctor from Mario Party 7. It's a race to reach the end, and the only thing stopping you are these rotating circles with gates. You have to try to time out which direction will end up the fastest, and also not miss any cycles or you'll get left behind. This one can get intense when both players know what they're doing. I've had tons of matches that end up as near ties. Spin Doctor from Superstars. And would you look at that, Spin Doctor has made its grand return on the Switch. The only thing I can really add here is that the floor is more vibrant as the colors pop out more from the illuminating lights. And at 500 we have Blown Away, fired the bazooka and knocked the other player off the cloud. This game can end in a flash. One good shot and that character is done for dinner. The Great Deflate from Mario Party 4. This is my favorite species of thwomp, Jello. The goal here is to ground pound them down to nothing with a teammate. What makes this one fun is syncing up with your partner's ground pounds, as that allows you to squish the thwomp down a lot faster. The Great Deflate from the top 100. For the remake, you see a lot more island with some additional flowers breathing in the back, but it's otherwise the same, with a more expressive looking Jello thwomp. Facelift from Mario Party 1. Ah yeah, another classic. The Bowser face contorts in a funny way, and you have to stretch the face to match the example. It's such a basic idea, but it works so well because of the amount of precision it takes to get a high score. You really have to carefully analyze every pixel to get it lined up just right. Facelift from the top 100. Of course, it's got a remake on the 3DS, and you can even use the touchscreen to stretch it around. The stretchiness is a bit slicker, and you also get circles indicating where you can push and pull. Facelift from Superstars. As you'd expect, the version on the Switch looks superb, and you still get light circles showing where the stretchy points are. Facelift from Mario Party 2. You might be wondering, why is this the highest ranked version? Well, it's simple. You can stretch more faces than just Bowser. Although, funny enough, Bowser isn't included, but all 6 playable characters have their own face model that can move around to your delight. I'm surprised the Superstars version doesn't have at least a few heads. It's usually pretty good about options. Herbicidal Maniac, another shooting game where you fire balls at piranhas for points. I find it a bit strange that the space to do this looks like a pinball machine, despite the fact that we aren't playing pinball. Burn Style from Mario Party 6. A massive spike log spins around, and you and your partner have to jump over and survive. This is kind of like TikTok Hop, but much more freeing because you can move around on your little platform. Burn Styles from Superstars. Who would have guessed the Switch remake looks substantially better and is just as fun? I mean, really, look at those lava bubbles popping away. Call of the Goombas. Music plays, and you need to crank it to the same tempo to draw in more Goombas. I don't know why the Goombas are so drawn to the Super Mario Bros. Theme in particular, but it's one of the more clever music-themed games. Pit or Platter. With the Wii Remote, tilt the stage and lean the marble towards the lit-up panels for points. This is a great one, and really reminds me of Table Tilt from Wii Fit. They both have the same ominous background style. Big Popper. With a fan, you'll push bubbles towards a spike floating in the air. The faster the bubbles hit it, the more the multiplier goes up. I didn't think this one was going to be all that special until realizing just how satisfying it is to guide tons of bubbles towards the multiplier. Soaker Croak. With a water gun, you'll plop shots at your foes to try knocking them off course. What makes this game a little different from the others that are similar is needing to shake your Joy-Con to refill. I'm not really sure how shaking a controller equals adding water to your gun, but it adds a great push/pull system in which you want to spam shots out, but you also need to be careful when you're refilling since that leaves you vulnerable. Dodge Fuzzy, Get Dizzy. Spin the touchscreen and climb your way to the top while avoiding fuzzies. Also, you gotta love the title of this minigame. That's a fun little nod to Yoshi's Island. I'm not usually a super big fan of games that require spinning on a touchscreen, but you move pretty quickly and it doesn't get tiring on your wrist. Shuttle Scuttle. In your little spaceship, climb up top while avoiding the electricity. This can be fun since you can push others into electricity if you're feeling a little zesty. Piranha Planetonium. A bunch of piranhas leave their pipes for some fresh air, only to get plummeted by our shots. There's a ton of minigames where you're on a rail system shooting stuff, and I like this version because there's so many targets to go for. Boudin Gallery. Another great rail shooter. You shoot down a bunch of boos while traveling around a mansion. The setting feels so right, and you battle a massive boo at the very end. Chomping Frenzy. Using motion controls, you'll shoot the correct fruit or bone at the chain chomp that wants it. You have to cycle through the fruit and make sure every chomp is fed quickly or they might be feisty. There's a lot of rail shooter minigames, and this is one of the more unique ones. Thwomper Room. Thwomps are trying to squish the players, so don't get the big squish to win. You can tell when they're coming down as they'll open their eyes ahead of time, and you can even step on the other players to slow them down. Hair Today, another bunny catching game. The bunnies will pop out of holes and you must catch them and throw them into the gated area. They're not as fast as they are in Mario 64, thankfully, so it's easy to snipe them for points. And shoutouts to the occasional golden bunny. I'm not sure if that's a callback to the shiny bunnies from Mario 64 DS or not, but that's neat if they're supposed to be. Trike Harder, an incredibly short minigame where you race via a tricycle to the end. And no, you can't just casually shake your Joy-Con to move, you really do have to make that weird twisting motion to go fast. Once you figure that out, it's a blast clearing the level in like 8 seconds. Tiny Triathlon. It takes the tricycle idea and expands it into a triathlon. You'll start by swimming, hitting the bike, and running over hurdles to finish. I wasn't very good at this one, but it's a pretty good minigame. Tilt-a-golf. Instead of using a golf club to move the ball, you use the stage itself, monkey ball style. I'm really bad at this one, but I can recognize that it's a great use of the Joy-Con's motion controls and a fun spin on the usual golfing. Full Tilt, another tilting minigame, but it moves on its own and you simply have to run across to the end. If you're not careful, it's easy to slip off and lose progress. That extra tension makes this one a blast to do. Lob to Rob, a rail shooter where you snipe targets in quick succession. Hit the mushrooms, avoid the Goombas, that's the general drill. Since it's on the Wii, the motion aiming makes it a bit more immersive and enjoyable. Pop Gun Pickoff, a shooter where you spam shots out to hit the Koopa Kid while avoiding the Toads. What I like about this one is for the sheer fact that targets can be hit multiple times in a row. It makes it feel like you're slowly tearing it apart and doing real damage. Blooper Blast Off. Okay, come on. These blooper vehicles are just adorable. Whoever designed these deserves a raise. The goal is to reach the surface first while avoiding torpedo Teds and air currents. I love that the movement works the same way that bloopers move. Slip and Slip. Penguins jump on your block of ice, and you need to stay above water. The penguins themselves aren't much of an obstacle, to be honest. The main culprit is their weight constantly shifting the ice around. Mad Ladders. Climb up a ladder and avoid the stone spikes. It's not the longest game ever, but it's really fun due to the nature of the spikes and not always knowing where they'll fall. Rinks to Riches. You slide around in an ice skate shoe collecting coins while snowballs fall from the ground. It's pretty much what you'd expect, and I like how smooth the ice feels with the boot. Pixel Perfect. This is the same thing as Tile Driver from Mario Party 2, but vastly improved. The game speed is faster, the picture you need to match it with is more complicated, and you complete it with a partner. Glacial Meltdown. Running around on ice, Lekatu drops Buzzy Beetles and tries to knock everyone off. Although, really, this is more of a brawler, which involves punching and kicking your opponents off to the side. Mr. Blizzard's Brigade. Frosty the Snowman isn't very happy with us for some reason, so we have to avoid his snowballs longer than the rest to win. Just one snowball encases you in a block of ice, which is kind of terrifying, especially when multiple chunks of snow start getting pelted around. Pit Boss from Mario Party 6. Instead of snowballs, Bowser chucks spikes into an arena that you have to avoid. I like this one slightly more because the spikes don't go away, and they start to bounce off each other, and it's genuinely hard to stay alive. Pit Boss from Superstars. And would you look at that, another remake for the Switch. Look at how shiny those spikes look. Did Bowser polish those up himself? Oh, I bet he did. Ice Rink Risk from Mario Party 3. Oh my goodness, it's the same game again, but we're on the ice, and it's spiky shells sliding around. Although we don't know who's dropping them this time. If I had to guess, it's probably a Lekatu, but who knows? It could be literally anything. Ice Rink Risk from the Top 100. And it was brought back for the 3DS. I like how the spikes on the rink went from looking possessed to scared of leaving his bedroom. Beyond that, not much has changed. Ice Rink Risk from Superstars. I'm kinda surprised this got a remake once more. The background has a lot more snow than the trees compared to the 3DS version, and that's all I really have to report on. Fruit Forecast, a fruit collecting game where you're either a top or a bottom. Which is better? Well, that's kinda up to your preference. The top has more shots at collecting fruit, but is more likely to bonk into the spikes. The bottom is probably safe from everything, but there's less chance of getting fruit. And I really like that both teams are evenly split on both sides. It feels very balanced because of that. Hammer Chime, a boss minigame where Hammer Bro plays notes and you have to send them back. It's basically just Simon Says, but you have to play his beat back quickly before getting hit by notes. While it's easy, it's still fun to smash those drums to counterattack. Snow Ride, a sick snowboarding game where the goal is to go fast and go through gates without stopping. The controls feel tight, which is why I like this one so much, and you can catch some big air off the ramps. Ground Pound Pals. With a partner, you'll ground pound to create a line of light and take the coins in that path. It's one of the more creative coin minigames, and I like the cooperation that's required as well. Bob-Omb Toss. Take your Joy-Con 2 mouse, pick up the Bob-Ombs, and throw them on the other side. Whoever ends up with the most bombs loses. Oh yeah, this is my kind of shit. It seems to pay some sort of homage to Sword Explode from Mario 64 DS. I really enjoy this one a bunch. Twistin' Out. A minigame where you want to stay inside the eye of a tornado. Bro, that's f***ed up for a Mario game. To survive, you'll use your hammer and smack your enemies to the edge. You'd think your foes wouldn't stand a chance, but no. At the end of the minigame, they float back down and they're just a bit dizzy. How did they survive that? Pep Rally. We've officially made it to the rhythm game section of this ranking. This is one of the only rhythm games that confuses me sometimes. You'll flip your panels to match with the beat, but sometimes it's hard to tell when you're supposed to flip because the waves change constantly, so you really have to focus to do well. Strike it rich. Everyone runs forward and times their button presses to hitting question mark blocks. You'll get red coins instead of yellow if you manage to nail the timing, and you can spam a brick block at the very end. Baton and on. We're at a parade and we basically just wave our batons to the music. It's not the most interesting idea, but it does the job. Burger builders. It's pretty much how it sounds. You stand in one spot assembling burgers to the beat. A bit of a strange one to be built around music since I feel like it'd work well as a normal minigame, but it's still a good time. On the beat, you'll shovel out some vegetables with the music. Sometimes you'll pick them yourself, and sometimes you'll pair with others to get them out of the ground. All-Star Swingers, one of the stranger ones. It looks like your typical baseball minigame, but if you want to hit the balls, you literally just swing to the beat. This can be a little hard to do instinctively since you typically choke up more to hit the ball. Rhythm and Bruise. It's whack-a-mole, but you swing the hammer to the song. You even get whistle beats to help you. This minigame is particularly funny to play when you're using the Monty Mole. Bros crashing out. Short Stack Chef. God damn, those pancakes cook fast. You time your pan tosses to the beat and it's really satisfying to watch the cakes get formed. Whisk Cream. Making a cake to the beat of music? That sounds like a classic Disney movie. But no, you whisk up a bunch of cream and it's added to a cake. Take a Stab. A fairly silly idea. Lekatu throws a bunch of fruit at you, and you must stab the fruit to the beat. I like that you'll even throw it off to the side when your sword is full. This is one of those minigames where the motion of the Joy-Con really adds to the immersion because you physically have to stab forward. Barb. It's the Take a Stab minigame, but you stab meat and set it down on a plate to be cooked. Don't get me wrong, I love me some fruit, but you can't go wrong with freshly cooked meat. Soup Troop. You slice food to the beat and watch it fall into a pot. You've got potatoes, tomatoes, carrots, and all the likes, and my god, is it satisfying to watch the food plop inside. That looks good. Footlong Frenzy. It's time to build a sandwich of the sub variety. Ingredients roll into the meat, and you must close the sandwich at the right time. It's pretty fun to watch the subs get made like this. Parfait the Course. Penguins throw strawberries, and you smack them with a spoon to chuck them into a parfait. I gotta be real, this is a very smart way of reusing the mechanics from All-Star Swingers. I almost can't tell. It's more creative anyway. This is a great one. Spread and Butter. Only Nintendo could make a minigame where you spread butter on bread to the time of music. I love that you do both things in tandem with each other, and if done correctly, you get some extra garments for your reward. Time to Shine, a more obvious rhythm game. Waluigi throws up dance moves, and you have to mimic them to the time of the beat when the spotlight is shown on you. Well, kind of. You just need to move the Joy-Con in some direction for it to count, but it's still fun to watch Waluigi jam the f*** out like he's reliving DDR Mario Mix. Copycat Curry. Okay, this is the most blatant reusing of assets I've seen. Instead of dancing to Waluigi, you're holding spices and toss them into the curry to the beat. I like it more than Waluigi's dance moves. It's so silly and weird. Mega Bloopers Bayside Bop. Something about a blooper holding a baton is very funny to me. You'll see the beat from the bloopers ahead of time and need to time your jumps the same for the most points. Clearing the Table. Wine glasses fall onto a table, and you must pull the tablecloth in sync with the song. It doesn't make much sense saying it out loud, but in action it's super satisfying to see the glasses or thwomps remain at a standstill. Fiddler on the Hoof. It's rare that we see horseback riding. You'll swing the remote to the beat to gain speed. The fact that you're rewarded for timing well is a step up compared to most of these rhythm games. Wiped Out. I don't know why this one is so satisfying, but basically you're scrolling up a window and have to scrub away the soap in time with the song. I think it's rewarding to make the window sparkly clean in a quick swoop. Motown. Yes, there's even a minigame on mowing a lawn, and it's actually pretty great, since the goal is to mow the most grass out of everyone. I like how all your grass somehow magically gets poured into this little pile, even if you're super far away from it. Stuffy Stacker. Another mouse game where you'll stack plushies as high as can be. What makes this one work so well is that you can rotate the pieces quite easily, and the gravity is generous with the stacking. Superstar Showdown, a minigame where you'll fight Bowser by shooting energy balls at him. You also tilt with the Wii Remote, and wow, this actually works. You'd think the lack of a joystick would make this game kind of intrusive, but it's shockingly natural to twist your way around and fire energy attacks at the evil turtle. Easy Pickings. One player has a big pickaxe while the other three have small ones. Whoever finds the most gems wins, and this is a very balanced game, believe it or not. As long as a group of three isn't dilly-dallying around, everyone breaks gems at about the same pace. Claiming the Cube. You're running around on a cube and have to ground pound the lit up panels for points. Normally, a game like this wouldn't be that exciting, but this is controlled in a 3D space on the 3DS. Shadow play. A shadow is cast, so you and a partner have to find the two shapes that overlap it correctly. This can be difficult as the shadows you're given tend to look nothing like the final shape, so you really have to think outside the box. Apes of Wrath. Well, this is a change of events. The Yukikis are mad at us for taking their apples. Whoever gets caught by them first loses. The role reversal makes this a fairly interesting one. Sprinkler Scalers. We've got another game where you push the right buttons, but this time you're climbing up a narrow tube instead of a sprinkler. Dude, that's such an awesome premise. That alone makes this great. Pickaxe Dash. Hold the shoulder buttons on the Joy-Cons and shake them with all your might to dig through the tunnel. There's not much substance to this game, but you feel strong watching your character just tear the dirt apart. Bob-omb Makeover. With your mouse, you'll spray paint the bob-ombs and even be required to refill by shaking the controller. I've never done graffiti, but I have to imagine it feels something along the lines of this. Raft Riot. Another raft minigame. This one involves getting to the end by making swift turns and hitting the boosts. Even though the controls look slippery, your raft is fairly light so the physics work in tandem. No Traction Action. Another racing game where you're sliding around on ice even though it doesn't really look like it. This might look kinda crappy, but the gameplay feels pretty nice. Trip Navigator. Work your way through a bunch of bananas and try to avoid slipping. We've seen something like this from a DK minigame, but the screen being zoomed in makes it more fun since you can't easily create a path to win. It requires a lot more skill of weaving through tiny gaps of bananas. Peak Precision from Mario Party 9. One of my favorite minigames where you're just pushing the correct buttons. You can easily fly up this wall of rock and make yourself look like a rock climbing master. Peak Precision from the Top 100. And they brought it back to the 3DS. They even kept the Wii-shaped buttons instead of replacing them with the 3DS's. In the nick of time. Using the remote, you really have to be right on the dot if you want the points. Cliffhangers. One of the more memorable games for me personally. You and a partner are climbing up a steep snowy hill while attached by rope. There's times where the wind will start to pick up, and if it starts blowing hard, you need to hold on tight or you'll slide downwards a bit. That's what makes this a great 2v2. Both partners need to be ready for the wind to kick in, or you may lose if you're not properly embraced. Frozen Assets. Punch the icicles to grab the gems, and the first one to get 5 wins. This is a nice little brawling game. You never know how often those gems will show up, so it keeps you locked in. Destruction Duet. You and a partner must destroy a Bowser statue as quickly as you can. You can do this with a few different moves, but the important thing is to be consistent with your attacks to take the victory. This is a very satisfying one to do, just because you can see your progress as the statue gets more and more beaten up. Rocky Road from Mario Party 6. A 2v2 where you and a partner are trying to have a relaxing Sunday drive, but big boulders keep getting in the way. So of course, you have to punch the shit out of them as a team. There's a few minigames like this one, but I really like this concept compared to the others. It's fun when both partners master the art of breaking the boulders. Rocky Road from the Top 100. Holy crap noli, the same minigame, but it's on the Nintendo 3DS family of systems. I guess the main difference is you can't see nearly as much of the world we're in due to the camera being more zoomed in. Rocky Road from Superstars. The grass is looking a lot more lush, but it is otherwise exactly what you'd want and expect. Castle Hassle. Oh god, Bowser grew big for the 80th time, and we have to avoid the lava and attacks to win. I really enjoyed this one for the simple fact that you have to make it as a big group, and it gets tough by the end with all the lava. Asteroid Rage. This feels like a random flash game from the 2000s in the best way possible. You turn from left to right to avoid asteroids until someone gets hit, and it's a great time. Drive for Show. Another golf game. This one uses the touchscreen to aim your shots at targets, and wouldn't you guess, this works really damn well. It's the first time I've ever felt like I've had real control when golfing. 3-throw from Mario Party 4. A certified classic. You throw a bunch of balls into hoops to score points. I have no idea what the timing is, but this is still a great game that stood the test of time. 3-throw from the Top 100. Outside of the color of the buildings on the side, this is virtually the remake that you'd expect. 3-throw from Jamboree, and it makes a return for the Switch of all things. Not that I'm complaining. I just gotta say that it's impressive watching the Goomba make a shot with his head. He deserves to win every time for that kind of skill. Spike's Gambit. While climbing a sandy hill, Spike will throw logs your way while you try to collect coins. While it's not too hard to avoid the logs, it's a lot of fun trying to grab every coin without missing any. And you can't forget about that beak Spike that likes to pop in. Bowser's Block Party. The scariest Bowser transformation of all time. Bowser turns into Blocks? Oh, gasp. Oh, the horror. Yeah, so basically you want to attack the golden block while avoiding Bowser's flames, and each hit turns him into a different form. It's very silly, but it's a lot of fun and gets hard by the end. Speeding bullets from Mario Party 9. Using the Wiimote, you tilt left and right to clear the obstacle course, and I really like this one due to the thrilling speed. It's not F-Zero, but most Mario Party minigames don't get fast to this degree, which is refreshing. Speeding bullets from the top 100. And this is the same, but you tilt the 3DS to turn, which works just as well. The reason I prefer this version is because the bottom screen lets you see your character in full screen, which is super helpful considering the 3DS screen's 4-player split screen makes it a lot harder to see. Cliffside Crisis. The prospect is terrifying. Bombs are trying to bomb you off this cliff. Both the top and bottom platforms move, so you really gotta be on your toes to make it through. Shortcut Circuit, a smart usage of the touchscreen for this DS minigame. You'll slide these arrow panels across the screen, which allows your character to walk across them and grab coins. This affects not just you, but everyone else, so a lot of the strategy is timing your panels to grab these coins in between the paths. And at 400, we have Social Climbers. Using the Joy-Con, you'll grab the SL and SR buttons and make a pulling motion to climb up this pole. While there are more intricate versions of this kind of game with obstacles to avoid, I really like this one because the video feedback with the Joy-Con feels exquisite. Careening Koopas from Mario Party 4. Tilt the stage and get all the Koopas into the holes. There was an extremely crappy 1v3 minigame that's similar to this, but this version is so much better. Figuring out the precision to get the shells in is so much more fun and fair. Careening Koopas from the top 100. And there you go, another remake on the 3DS. The big difference is you tilt the system to tilt the board, which I find to be a bit more precise for a game of this nature. Meteor Melee. Meteors and stars are falling from the sky, and you run around with a pot to catch all the stars. This uses the top and bottom screen to show the meteors and stars coming in, which is a clever use of both screens. Coney Island from Mario Party 5. We've got another classic. It's a very similar idea, but we're catching ice cream instead. While you see the shadows of ice cream prop up ahead of time, the real race is getting under the shadow before anyone else does, as that will almost guarantee getting another scoop. The more scoops you have, the slower you move, so that gives players with less ice cream a chance to catch up. Coney Island from the top 100. Strangely, the camera angle has been lowered slightly, but it's otherwise the usual type of remake. Coney Island from Superstars. Holy crap, that Mario chocolate on the bottom looks so goddamn good. Oh, I want that right now. But yep, it's another remake. Snack Attack. A similar concept, but you'll catch popcorn and have to avoid meteors? Is this just Meteor Melee again? Yeah, it basically is. The popcorn comes from this corn-on-the-cob volcano. It's a more interesting dynamic, as the shadows can sometimes be deceiving and go from looking like popcorn to meteors real quick. Toad's Quick Draw. Balloons float up, and you'll shoot the color of the flag Toad pulls up. Even with how many rail shooters are in the franchise, this is one of the few that requires you to react really fast to win. You can hover your cursor over a balloon, but if Toad picks a color far away from you, then you're out of luck. Pipe Sniper, an on-rail shooter where you take out a bunch of piranha plants. We've seen this one a bunch of times, and this is one of the highlights as it uses the Wii Remote's motion controls in a smart manner. Snipe for the Picking, a super fast-paced shooter where apple targets come into frame and you want to score as many points as possible. I love games like this. It almost feels like something that comes from a Kirby minigame, and those are usually really great. It's addicting going for the 100 points. Manner of Escape from Mario Party 9. Imagine Hotel Mario, but it's actually sick. The goal here is to go through doors and get from top to bottom. It's a guessing game on which door is correct, and the best part is that you don't have to rely completely on luck. You just have to pay attention to the doors that have already been entered and were rejected, and use the process of elimination to help you get to the bottom faster. That little sprinkle of luck is what makes this one so great. It has way more strategy than you'd expect. Manner of Escape from Superstars. Oh hell yeah! Getting a remake of this for the Switch is awesome. Nothing's changed of course, it just looks a little bit nicer. Match Faker, another minigame where you'll take notes. The idea is to write down the names of each enemy to help remember them. After some time, the panels flip and you need to start guessing where each enemy is. I find these so endearing to play. It's rare a game involves taking notes in this manner. Lumber Tumble. 2 logs are swooping around across a bridge, and you need to get across without falling. This one can get very close quarters if you aren't moving forward quickly. It's a fun time. Snowball from Mario Party 6. A 1v3 where the solo player is stuck with a bunch of monkeys, and the other 3 take you all on. The snowballs turn you into a block of ice instantly, so it gets frantic trying to aim accurately while avoiding the snowy traps. Snowball from Jamboree. The difference with the Switch remake is a background change with the trees and slides, but otherwise it's as great as ever. Breakneck Building, a triathlon of woodworking goodness. You'll start by sawing a log in half, smacking nails with a hammer, and painting a piece of wood. All these segments use different motion controls, and they feel fairly natural to use. Bowser's Shocking Slip-Up. Running around on a ring, you'll hit item boxes to shoot lightning strikes at Bowser while he spews fire at you. Halfway through, Bowser turns into a robot again, and he drops a ton of spikes for some extra challenge. This is a pretty solid boss battle. It feels a lot more engaging than most boss minigames. Bopping Spree, a 1v3 where you'll punch the lit-up bags. One player works on their own while the other 3 work together. This sounds like it'd be impossible for the single player, but the big difference is they're running around inside the diamond. This is much faster than being on the outside, and it's easy for the team of 3 to be clumped together and waste a lot of time running to a punching bag that's far away. So for that reason, it's a shockingly balanced 1v3. Soccer Survival. After all these minigames of squishing Goombas, they're finally getting revenge. A Goomba kicks soccer balls at us, and since we're tiny, we have to avoid them. It's a very smart use of both screens, and it gets genuinely difficult to survive. Noggin Knock. A simple game of whack-a-mole. Hit the monies while avoiding the bob-oms. There's a few minigames just like this, but the controls are incredibly responsive, which makes going for a ton of points really satisfying. Mega Monimoles in the Hole. And here's a boss minigame where you have to whack Monimole a bunch of times while avoiding the fake ones. It's another one where you're really engaged with the fight instead of just standing in one spot. Fruit of the Doom. Collect a bunch of fruit that pours down from the waterfall. The controls feel really smooth, and there's some urchins that drop down too for extra challenge. Lift Leapers, a 2D platforming segment where you jump up, down, and all around to reach the end. The physics are a little heavy feeling for my taste, but this is one of those games that's fun to replay as you slowly get better and better with the movement. Just for Kicks. I know there's other soccer minigames, but this one is a lot better just because the controls feel more responsive. There's also no goalie, so scoring shots is more seamless. Canyon Cruisers. While the graphics don't look great, look how fast we're moving! This is some real F-Zero speeds, and you use the remote to turn. They really got this one feeling great. There's not any obstacles, but the sheer speed is a blast. Rolls for Moles. You take a ball and try to hit as many Monimoles as possible with good timing. I was absolutely horrible at this minigame, but with practice I could see it being fun to learn the timing. Avalanche. You ski down a hill and need to go fast enough so the avalanche of snow doesn't eat you alive. I find this one to be fairly thrilling because the stakes are high. Just one trip up on a rock and you're not going to make it. Alpine Assault. More sledding, but this time it's with motion controls and it actually feels nice to play. It goes on for a bit longer than Avalanche does and has more substance in general. Half the Battle. You grab crests off the ground and link them up with your partners on the other side. You can grab a bunch of these crests at once, but hitting the amp will make you drop all of them, so there's some risk/reward to it. Looney Lumberjacks from Mario Party 2. Another push-the-buttons minigame. This one is all about sawing off a log. While there's a couple others that specifically do the same thing, the partner aspect and the fact that doing longer saws is more efficient makes this really enjoyable. Mastering the timing and destroying your opponents just feels awesome. Looney Lumberjacks from the Top 100, and it made a return for the 3DS. The camera's a bit more zoomed out, but there aren't many changes beyond that. Cheep Cheep Sweep. Oh man, I love minigames like this. You gotta catch Cheep Cheeps and throw them into your goal. Sneaking up on the Cheep Cheeps makes it more likely you'll catch them, which makes the game hectic when 4 other players are stomping their feet around in the water. Spearmongers. You take a bunch of spears, magnetize them to your ship, and send them down the hole for points. It's the simplest idea, but the magnet physics have such a nice crunch to them. You really feel the spear hitting your ship. Long Claw of the Law. A character is wanted, and you'll look through doors to grab 3 of them before the others. It's a very quick minigame, and very frantic since you don't need much to win. Mega Goomba's Ladder Leap. Climb up a ladder, and continuously jump on a Goomba until it's down. This works well because you can bounce off the Goomba multiple times, so if you're good, you can chain together a bunch of points. Mega Stingbee Stompers. This is basically the same idea, but you're bouncing off a Stingbee, and it's a lot easier to bounce off them multiple times in a row. Light Up My Night. With a candle in hand, you'll try to light up 5 candles before the Koopa Kid can. A bit of a strange competition, I'm not gonna lie, but I really like how the minigame gets easier with the more candles lit, which is both a good and a bad thing considering both players can take advantage of it. Bowser Bop. You're in a room and it'll start coming to life with Koopa heads, and you must hammer more than the other player. This one can get quite close and competitive. Funsticle course. Simply survive all the traps being laid down on us. You got flames, thwomps, gapped jumps, and all sorts of nonsense. I really like that surviving is not a walk in the park. You actually need to be somewhat versed with the obstacles coming up. Looking for love. We've got a nice group of minigames that all revolve around copying shapes or actions of other players. This one wants us to stare at the heart in one of 4 directions as fast as possible. While these are very simplistic minigames, it's super fun to compete with the others, and the color of the heart switches up as you play, just to try to throw you off. Don't Look from Mario Party 9. An extremely similar idea, but instead of looking at a heart, you have to turn the opposite of the arrows. It starts off simple with only 1 arrow at a time, but by the end there's 3 of them, and it takes some brain power to actively avoid the directions you see on screen. It almost feels counterintuitive, which is what makes it enjoyable to play. Don't Look from the Top 100. And they brought it back to the 3DS. There's not much of a change here. The rooms look more yellow, I guess, if we're gonna be real picky. Look Away from Mario Party 2. Now we've made it to an iconic minigame. 1 player picks a direction, and the group of 3 have to avoid facing the same way. What makes this one so fun is that when the music stops, everyone can change their direction for a second or so, which makes this feel very frantic by the end. Look Away from Superstars. And of course, it was brought back to the Switch, and it looks as glorious as ever. I do really like the frame border that's been added in too, so they look more like photos. It's a nice touch. Look This Way. This is the same idea, but the opposite goal. Instead of avoiding the direction, you want to face it, but the challenge is the arrows give you less and less time to react. I could definitely see some people preferring the original Look Away, but I like that everyone is more on even footing. Flagging rights. We've now begun the onslaught of Simon Says with the Shy Guy. This version from Mario Part 8 requires you to match Shy Guy's movements by lifting and dropping the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. While I think this works perfectly fine, I kinda just prefer using buttons for a bit more accuracy. It's still great though. At the end you get the plank treatment. Shy Guy Says from Mario Party 1. One of the most remade minigames of all time. And funny enough, the game itself is just Simon Says. But there's a bit more to it than that. The Shy Guy's trying to trip you up on purpose. The music also has this upbeat yet unhinged tone, and the way that Shy Guy sends you to the open sea to fucking die if you mess up, it's just awesome. Shy Guy Says from the Top 100. It's the same as the original, but it looks a lot cleaner, and you push R and L to raise the flags. Which honestly, I feel like works better since you'll use 2 different fingers instead of 1 thumb to push A and B. Shy Guy Says from Superstars. Man, that water's looking so good that I could drink it right off the boat. But I'm not gonna do that or the Shy Guy might kill me. And yep, it's the nicest looking version so far. Shy Guy Says from Mario Party 2. Of course, it returns in the sequel, but it's gotten even more intense. Now we're floating in the sky, and the Shy Guy will pop your balloon and you'll fall to your death if you mess up. He's also much more challenging with his more advanced fake-outs, and a Lakitu scrolls across the screen indicating how much time you have left to match Shy Guy's movements. Gimme a Sign. Okay, hot take, but this is Shy Guy Says done in a more interesting manner. The Shy Guy holds up colored signs, and these platforms will sink into the water if you're standing above them. This feels just as frantic, if not more so, because the stakes are so much higher, especially once he starts throwing up both signs at once. Control Shtick. And yet again, this minigame feels like a better, more complex version of Shy Guy Says. Instead of just mashing the right button, you have to put in the right inputs with a joystick and C-stick. This really uses different parts of your brain to do correctly, and it's fun to get down to the end when it gets really fast. Flippin' Out. Swing across a bunch of pegs and reach the end. While the controls can take a bit to get used to, this game is pretty solid. It's fun to try and plow through the stage and safely swing from peg to peg. Some of them move around, some poke their nub in and out of the wall, so there's a good sense of variety. Rasslin' Rapids. You and another player are sailing down some rapids and have to fight to the death. It's your typical brawling minigame, but I like that it takes place while you're going down a creek. Tipsy Turny from Mario Party 1. You run around a frame and get rid of all the tiles to reveal a photo. Even though it's over in a matter of seconds, I've always found this one enjoyable due to needing a lot of understanding of the physics to optimally move the shell around the screen and not waste time missing panels. Tipsy Turny from Mario Party 2. Not much has changed with this remake, outside of the background, and the photo in the middle looks a bit cooler. Tipsy Turny from Superstars, and now we've got the remake, and it looks much better as you'd expect. I guess you could argue the picture is a bit bland, but the other visuals are an improvement. Table Menace. A chill game of ping pong with motion controls because we're playing on the Nintendo Wii. While the controls aren't as complex as Wii Sports, you still need to hit the ball at the right time and aim it in certain directions. Boo Burglars. Okay, this one is such an awesome 2v2 idea. One player shines a light at a boo, and the other player catches the gem stuck inside it. The sense of teamwork is immaculate. It's an ingenious way of spicing up the boos. Bowser's Lovely Lift. You must climb up to the 100th floor of Bowser's castle. You move up by hitting the dice blocks in the corners. While that's happening, Bowser will shoot fire and missiles at you, and Koopa Kid will join in later, making the challenge even harder. I love the concept. It feels so much more demanding since the top of the castle is so high up. Goomba Gold Rush, an excellent shooter where you're on a train track and need to fire away at a bunch of Goombas. It's set up so much like Galaga where the Goombas will run around in little patterns and you're trying to nail a ton of them to max out your score. Note to self, smack the music blocks around to grab points. Since they all bounce off each other, you can attempt to combo together a bunch of points, which is gratifying when pulled off. Thunder Wall. Climb up a wall while fire is getting pierced at you. There's also spikes to avoid, and the constant fire can be a bit challenging. Buddy Bounce. Jump off some clouds and collect the balloons. If you want to be real dirty, bounce off the other players to nab even more balloons and send them into a pit of despair. Or just, I guess they might lose the minigame if that happens. King Bob-omb's Boom D'etat. This is a great boss minigame. It's one of the more engaging ones. King Bob-omb will release Bob-ombs, and our job is to throw them into cannons to use in retaliation. Peepa Panic, an auto-scroller where you have to avoid a bunch of Peepas. While more of them appear near the end, it never gets terribly hard to avoid them. Warp Pipe Dreams. I'm kinda surprised there aren't more minigames that revolve around using warp pipes. This one requires you to jump through a bunch of pipes and find the right path. It requires a lot of trial and error to find your way, but you might get lucky and reach the end quickly from good picks. Hammergeddon, a very memorable game if you've played this as a kid. You throw a bunch of hammers and try to hit your enemy 3 times with them. The concept is simple, but actually winning takes a good amount of skill. The hammers arc at an angle, so you need to be really careful of when and where you're attacking to avoid getting hit, especially since the hammers can be thrown in different directions. All geared up, it's time for a long barrage of climb-up stuff minigames, starting with this one. You need to reach the top of this clock-themed obstacle course, and it requires some tight jumps to make it up. The controls are a tad bit janky, but they don't take long to get the hang of, and it's a great competitive game. Cloud Climb. Even Mario Party Advance had one of these games. You'll bounce off clouds and springs while avoiding the amps. I think the screen crunch adds to the fun since you have to be more aware of your surroundings to successfully climb up top. Slow G. For this one, we're in space with low gravity and simply need to climb up the platforms. It's pretty basic, but the controls feel a bit smoother compared to the other game I just talked about. Upward Mobility. For this one, we're bouncing off the blocks and making our way high into the air. It's a pretty cool one, but I feel like it's missing something. Parkour War, a more creative version of the same type of minigame. You take a gem up top and have to scurry back down for the next gem. While it may not be the smoothest to control, I really like having a more firm objective. Leaf Leap from the top 100. You knew this was coming sooner or later. A vine continually grows leaves, and you have to quickly hop up and get as high as possible. The fun with this game is just how fast-paced it is. The new leaves spawn just late enough that you can't prepare for your next jump, so you have to react to where you're going. Leaf Leap from Mario Party 5. And here's the original. It runs a bit smoother, and if you get high enough, you'll go to space. Okay, well, maybe that happens in the top 100 as well, but I've never done that before, in that version. Leaf Leap from Superstars. And of course, the Switch variant is the best just because it looks really nice. I also like that extra touch of when you're climbing through the clouds and your vision gets a little blurred for a moment. What Goes Up from Mario Party 6. I was debating on whether to put this or Leaf Leap higher, and I opted with this one by a hair. Instead of climbing up leaves, you climb up Koopas and clouds, and the turtles move around on their own. While you can more easily prepare your jumps, the Koopas are also at awkward angles, and require you to make tight jumps to keep climbing up. Or if you're playing at nighttime, down. Yeah, this is one of the few nighttime minigames where the gameplay changes this drastically. What Goes Up from Superstars. And of course, the Switch version looks drastically better, but is still just as much of a blast to play. Bob-omb Crossing. Bob-ombs walk around a road and decide to explode randomly. You simply need to stay alive as long as possible. It's a basic concept, but works well because you can kind of lure the Bob-ombs to walk a certain direction, making them less likely to blow up in your face. Bowser's Tank Terror. Everyone gets in a tank, and you fire away at Bowser. He's got some fire and spike attacks, but we also get mushrooms that make our shots more effective. It's another great boss minigame. Dusk Till Dawn. You like cleaning your house? Of course you do. This 1v3 is all about seeing who can dust their rooms the fastest. This is a nicely balanced one since the single player has a smaller room while the group of 3 has a larger room. Of course, the group needs to have a plan of who's going to tackle what dust pile to have a chance of winning. I have to imagine this amount of dust is what most people's Wii U's look like nowadays. F***ing got 'em. Fish Upon a Star, another brawler. This time the stage will start to fall apart as more time ticks away. And when I say fall apart, I mean Cheep Cheeps crash into the ground and break it up. I love imagining the lore of a Cheep Cheep from Mario Bros. 1 flying into the air, hitting this star, and then crashing back down to the ground afterwards. That's gotta be how it works, right? Rosalina's Radical Race. Oh Radical? Oh, okay, now you got me intrigued. It's a snowboarding racing game which isn't out of the ordinary. We've seen a few of these already. But halfway through the snowy racetrack, it switches to a rainbow? Whoa, an epic Rainbow Road reference? Yes, but honestly, it reminds me more of Starlight Carnival from Sonic Colors since both of the roads fade into existence in front of you. But regardless, this is really cool and a very refreshing change of pace. Bowser's Power Bomb. This game looks familiar. Bowser chucks bob-ombs into the air that explode and tilt the stage we're standing on. This is a really great minigame since you have to be on your toes to survive the bombs in the stage itself. Bombs away from the top 100. Ah, that's right, this is what I was thinking of. A pirate ship fires cannons at you, splashing in the water making the island tilt. And sometimes the cannonballs hit land, which can stun players. It can be very chaotic, and it's also easy to jump and bounce off players only to fall into the water without meaning to. Bombs away from Mario Party 1. It might seem a little strange to put the N64 version higher, but I feel like the physics are more fun to play with. The jumps and movement have more pull, and the cannonballs are more destructive when they hit land. Bombs away from Mario Party 2. Now, the Mario Party 2 version is very similar, but it adds in bullet bills, as well as one more big difference. At the end, a big-ass missile comes careening towards you, and you better jump out of the way or you're going for a nice swim with the bloopers. Bombs away from Superstars. You could debate that the Mario Party 2 version is still better, but the physics still feel fantastic in the Switch version. And god, it looks so nice on top of that. Lava or Leave 'em? Oh, a volcano just erupted and we're stuck on this tile. Well, I guess that means we need to punch the other players into the lava because only one of us can survive this. Yeah, this is honestly a pretty fun one. The fireballs quickly multiply and it makes for a romping time. Magma Meltdown, an even scarier lava-themed game. Tiles will rise and fall, and you have to scurry to a safe area to survive. I'm awful at this minigame, but it's a pretty damn good one. Platform Push. More punching people, but the grassy platforms slowly sink into the poison and you want to survive the longest. I also like that the arena shrinks over time. It adds more suspense. Cyber Scamper. In this 3D space, you'll run across panels and try to avoid falling. You'll need to memorize where the safe spots are, since you won't be able to tell when the lights go out. This is a really trippy one. I love the aesthetic of the panels and the weird background as well. PD Piranha's Shell Smackdown. You pick up green shells and chuck them at the Piranha lad himself. It's one of the best boss minigames just because you're actually fighting him in a fun way. You're not just standing in one spot using cards or some dumb bullshit like that. No, you're actually fighting him. Wait for it. A 1v1 where you have a hammer and have to smack balls to the other person's side. Whoever has the most balls by the ends loses, and this one is awesome due to the bounciness and not knowing exactly how it's going to go down. Hanger Management. Oh my god, I love this idea. You're ziplining with a freaking wire hanger and have to reach the end while avoiding obstacles. You want to try staying in the middle to go at top speed, but you'll need to shift sides sometimes. I've said this before and I'll say it again. We need more games where you're doing stuff like this in a big house, or just being miniaturized. Magma Mayhem from the top 100. You punch the crap out of the players and try to get them to fall into the lava. I like that you're standing on this little platform that's only being hung by one chain. Magma Mayhem from Mario Party 9, and we've got the original version. It looks pretty close to the 3DS remake. The colors pop a bit more, and the physics are a little different too. King of the Thrill, a little bit of a spin on the usual fighting game. You fight your partner, and the winner from both games pit each other in a final round. So it's basically a little tournament, and that's pretty cool. And at 300, we have King Boo's Puzzle Attack. I know I recently said that I like boss minigames where you actively engage with a fight, but puzzle games are an exception. You make a match of 3, and that match attacks King Boo. I've just always loved puzzle games in general, so I'm definitely being a little biased here. Reverse-a-bomb from the top 100. This is a really cool 2v2. You have to continuously hit the lit up buttons to send bob-ombs to the other team. This game requires great cooperation. I've always found that you need to delegate one player to the top half and the other to the bottom half. You really feel a rush with this one when a ton of bombs are headed your way and you need to keep up at a fast pace. Reverse-a-bomb from Mario Party 4. The original version looks about the same, even if all the background elements have remained untouched. Reverse-a-bomb from Superstars. I guess the visuals look shinier on the Switch? I don't know how else to describe it, just the buttons in particular have a glossy coating. Bowser's Space Race. You go down a path, avoid fireballs, and attack Bowser at the end. You can also grab a Mega Mushroom to make your cannonball attack bigger. I like that the path changes up every time. It keeps things fresh as you chip away at Bowser's health bar. Platform Peril from Jamboree. We've got another platforming classic. Hop up the platforms and collect coins along the way. Although if I'm being real, the Jamboree version is fairly tramped. This is usually known as a challenging minigame, but look at how little space there is between platforms. What was even the point in remaking this if it feels almost nothing like the original? It's still fun, don't get me wrong, but it certainly doesn't have the same charm. Domino Effect, another unique mouse game. You grab dominoes and need to connect them from one side to the other. You can drag and twist the domino in any way you want. As long as the dominoes connect at the end, it doesn't matter how you lay them down. Pedal to the Paddle, a really fun 2v2 where you and a partner have to move a wheel to the end. It entirely comes down to using momentum to go fast, and it's not as easy as it looks. Clean Team, another great 2v2. One player sprays the grimy windows while the other wipes them down. The trick here is trying to stay out of your partner's way to clean the house as efficiently as possible, and it's fun to figure out on the fly. Crazy Cutter from Mario Party 1. We've got another iconic minigame. Using a jackhammer, you need to carve around the image as close as possible. This one is pure fun with trying to get your carving to be perfect. Crazy Cutters from Mario Party 2, and it returned in the sequel with 3 additional shapes, all ranging in difficulty. You can't go wrong with a bit more variety. Crazy Cutters from Superstars. While the Switch version only has the Boo image, it looks and controls much more smoothly, so I think it's a fine sacrifice. Daft Rafts. We've reached another Mario Party 6 minigame where the day and night versions have actual changes besides the visuals. The goal here is to hop from platform to platform and not fall in the water. The daytime version has spikes as obstacles, while at nighttime it's flames. Hop Till You Drop. For this one, you run across a larger variety of platforms, and you're really high in the air, which adds a flair of acrophobia. Sick and Twisted. It's more platforming action. The gimmick is that everything is rotating. And I don't know. These all are starting to kind of feel like the same game after playing 30 versions? Treadmill Grill. Another brawler, but it takes place on a treadmill, and this is where things start to spice up. Not only does the treadmill move, but flames hit the stage and the treadmill shrinks over time, making this one genuinely hard to win. Bill Bounce. This feels like the kind of minigame that would never exist today and is instead a self-imposed challenge from some random YouTuber. The goal here is to bounce off bullet bills as long as possible without touching the ground. Is it possible, you may ask? Well, it kind of is. You build up a combo for more bounces, but there's usually not enough bullet bills to bounce for that long. Eyesore. This might be another hot take, because I know a lot of people hate this minigame. You have to run around Mr. Eye 15 times while avoiding the flames to win. This can be quite hard if you're trying to go fast, and getting hit by the flames or eyeball stuns you for a second or two. While I can agree that it's difficult, I also think the controls are good enough to where you can build skill and it becomes a blast to play once you know what you're doing. Golden Brown. Jamboree really likes its food games, doesn't it? This one has you baking some fresh bread, and the way to get the most coins is to take them out of the oven when they're done. So it's basically just cooking in real life, but much faster. Quickest Cricket. While riding a cricket, you try to race to the end. The controls are very unique as you'll flick your joystick back to jump forward, and it works surprisingly well. I found it to be quite fun to fling myself forward. Real Cheap. Another fishing minigame. Catching fish has a bit more complexity than the other minigames. You'll push a sequence of buttons really fast to actually catch it, and it makes the game feel a bit more dramatic in a sense. Pizza Me, Mario. You decorate a pizza with your toppings as it spins around, and you want to cover every slice before anyone else. It's a very short yet fun little game. Stick and Spin from Mario Party DS. We've made our way back to the puzzle minigames. This one wants you to connect 5 or more balls of the same color to get rid of them. The catch with this one is that you can rotate the entire circle to make matches, which allows this game to go for quite a while. While I find this one to be fun, I have to admit that I sometimes get confused by which direction I'm supposed to spin, but that could just be a me problem. Stick and Spin from Mario Party 7. And now we have the original version from the GameCube. There's not much more to say about it, it just looks a little bit nicer. Stick and Spin from the top 100. The only reason I'm ranking the 3DS remake higher is because of the multiplayer aspect. It's pretty cool that you can have two games running at the same time. Stick and Spin from Superstars. But you can also do that on the Switch, and it looks significantly better. I actually thought these marble designs were pulled from Clubhouse Games' Hit and Blow, but I checked and they're different. That would have been a neat Easter egg. Koopa Crunch. Would you look at that? Another puzzle game! You'll match 3 colors together and use the red shells to clear out the green shells as well as other blocks nearby. It's a fun little time. Mario also does this adorable little dance in the corner while you're playing, and just look at him, he's having a merry old time, isn't he? Mario's Puzzle Party from Mario Party DS. Another classic puzzle game. You make matches of 2 and try to chain combos together. You'll also occasionally get a thwomp to squish the pieces down. And I'll be real, I'm really bad at this one. I don't even know why. I'm usually pretty decent at puzzle games, but for this one, I just struggle to survive. Mario's Puzzle Party from Mario Party 3. Here's the original version on the N64, and I'm placing it higher simply because it's played with others, which is really how it's meant to be experienced. Mario's Puzzle Party from Superstars. And now we've got the Switch version. It looks a lot nicer, yada yada yada, you know what? Yeah. Mario's Puzzle Party Pro. I was debating on where to put this version, but I figured it's the best one because it goes on for longer and is a bit more challenging. Bob-omb Breakers from Mario Party DS. For this puzzle game, you make matches and also try to surround the bob-ombs with a lot of blocks so their explosion will be the most effective. It's fairly similar to Mario's Puzzle Party, but with a bit more complexity, which I can appreciate. Bob-omb Breakers from Mario Party 4. And here's the original version, but it's multiplayer and you can make matches on other players' sides. It's pretty rare that puzzle games let you do that. The only other one I can think of is the Connected mode in Tetris Effect Connected. The final countdown from the top 100. The numbers on the ground will tick down, and when they reach 0, the floor drops. That's the main gimmick for this fighter, and it's fairly unique for what it's worth. The final countdown from Mario Party 7. The original version runs a little faster, but it's otherwise the same thing again. The camera's also a bit more zoomed out. The final countdown from Superstars. And here it is again on the Switch, looking just as fancy as ever. Although, really, the valley does look fantastic. They did a great job with the textures in this minigame. The floor is falling. A somewhat similar idea. Bowser will smash a button and parts of the panels disappear temporarily. I like how unpredictable this minigame can be. Ducked and Cover. This is almost a button masher game. You and a partner are patching up a pipe by mashing a button and going to all the holes. I enjoy button mashers a lot, so I find this one to be fun to do. Pool Buoy. Guys, epic monkey ball reference? Probably not, because the goal is to collect as many buoys as you can. You use the stylus to roll around, and it's really well done. The controls feel fine-tuned and precise, which is impressive since it would have worked perfectly fine with a joystick. Get the lead out. We've now made it to the 37 button mashing minigames. To start off, Get the Lead Out wants you to punch the crap out of the lead from the pencil to win. The only reason I'm ranking this at the bottom is that the hard CPUs are impossible to beat, but even still, it's fun smashing the button as fast as humanly possible. Light Breeze. By spamming L and R, the fan in front of you spins, and the team that charges up the fan first wins. I don't really like spamming with the GameCube shoulder buttons, but it's still enjoyable to play. Take a breather. Instead of a fan, you use L and R to take breaths before jumping into the water for a breath-holding contest. This really reminds me of all the times I spent at the pool with friends as a kid doing stuff like this. Wind Wavers. This involves mashing L and R again, but you're trying to avoid a killer tornado instead. The premise is way more interesting to me compared to the others. Bolt from Boo. You'll run away from a Boo by mashing A or B that uses Mario World sprites. Although technically, Mario's and Boo's sprites are unique to this game, and they kinda stand out a little bit. Cheapers Keepers. As the button prompt shows, you'll mash away to try and catch the most cheap. It's over quickly, but it's still a fun one. Pull It Together. A game of tug-of-war I can actually get behind. You simply mash the button to win. I'd much rather do this than destroy my hand with a joystick. Winging It. This time you're mashing A to get a Koopa-mobile to soar into the air. That seems a little counterintuitive, but it looks cool. Popstar. You could argue this technically isn't a button masher since only the solo player does it, but I think it technically counts. The team of 3 still has to ground pound, but mashing A won't be as effective since you get the most air with the highest ground pounds. Button mashers from the top 100. The most unique button masher of them all. Blocks fall on your character and you have to continuously hit that button. As more and more blocks come down, the more contorted your hands become, and doing this on a 3DS can sometimes get a little painful. Button mashers from Mario Party 5. It's the original game, but the GameCube controller is a bit more comfy to hold. Although even still, trying to mash shoulder and face buttons is not as easy as it seems. Manic Mallets from the top 100. You and a partner have to smash the crap out of a button to get the hammer to smash the other team. I find it funny that the hammer you use is the same styled hammer in the background. Manic Mallets from Mario Party 5, and the original version is better simply because the controller is more comfortable to hold. Even the background remains virtually the same. Psychic Safari, a quick duel game where you mash A and B to power up relics and have them battle each other. I love how nonsensical these games can get sometimes. Willflower, literally use mind power to bring a flower to life. The GameCube Mario parties were weird, man. Stair Scare. An earthquake is happening, so you have to mash your way up the stairs to win and survive. And thank God that this hot air balloon was conveniently waiting for me, or else, I would have been a goner. Pump and Jump. Mashing the A button builds pressure on this platform, and whichever player launches the highest wins. This honestly looks kind of fun to do in real life. You're basically just making your own slingshot. Tug-O-Dory. Smash the A button in a 4-player tug-of-war finale. This one can get scary. It may look like you can rest your arm when someone is falling, but trust me, you'll want to keep mashing just to be safe. Mary Poppins. You mash A and B to shoot out of a blowgun and cause the other player to fall to their death. Just imagine this scenario. You gotta have some balls to participate in this stunt. Black Hole Boogie. As we all know, you escape black holes by swimming through them, and that's exactly what you do in this minigame. And if you're too slow, well, the black hole literally swallows you alive. That has to be the most gruesome Mario Party death ever. Launch Break. I almost didn't count this one as a button masher since you technically shake the remote at the end, but it's close enough if you ask me. You hit the button prompts quickly to accelerate the launch of your rocket, and whoever's the fastest successfully explores space. Triple Jump from Mario Party 5. A really satisfying way of getting some distance with a triple jump. You switch back and forth between A and B as you perform all 3 jumps, and you even get this nice little rainbow trail. Triple Jump from the top 100. When it comes to the button mashing games, I usually prefer the versions that aren't on the 3DS because mashing isn't as comfortable. But they really did a great job with the visual touch-up, and the camera being more zoomed in makes a lot of sense since you can more easily see when to switch from button to button. Slime Time. It's mashing with a twist. If you mash too slowly, the slime will literally pull you back to the beginning and you have to restart. It can be a bit intense to stay focused and keep the endurance going. Cheep Cheep Chase from Mario Party 3. A massive fish wants to eat us alive, and the only way to escape is to mash A and dive through the water to avoid the spikes. I don't know what it is, but I've always struggled to get through the spikes quickly. It seems like I trail behind without meaning to, but the concept of being chased by a rabid fish is just awesome. Cheep Cheep Chase from Mario Party Superstars. The Switch remake is so much creepier now with the dreary lighting and somber colors. This is one of the best button mashers out there. Skateboard Scamper from Mario Party 1. Although, come on, skateboarding and jumping over thwomps while trying to avoid lava is even better. What I find interesting about this game is you can conserve your mashing energy for most of the time until the final stretch when the amount of presses actually count. Skateboard Scamper from Mario Party 2. It's the same game, but it takes place in a haunted house, and there's elevated ground to make things harder. I will always be nostalgic for the Mario Party 1 version, but this one is better for the higher skill ceiling. Gondola Glide. This is my favorite 2v2 mashing game by far. You take turns mashing A and B, and both partners need to quickly switch and continuously mash to win. What I like about it is you both rely on each other super heavily to win this. Pokey Pummel from the top 100. This is a very fast minigame. You mash at the Pokey until it's gone, but it keeps track of your time. That is what makes it fun. Who doesn't want to top their high scores? Pokey Pummel from Mario Party 7. But of course, the original version is better because of the GameCube controller, and it runs much smoother on top of that. Pokey Pummel from Superstars, and it makes its grand re-return on the Switch, looking better and snazzier than ever. Mecha Marathon from the top 100. Here's another button masher where you'll plow the A and B buttons and try to get as far as possible. Like with Pokey Pummel, you see your score by the amount of yards you cover. Mecha Marathon from Mario Party 2. And as you'd expect by now, I'd rather play the N64 version because the buttons feel better to press. I also like these more unique Shy Guy colors. Mecha Marathon from Superstars. The winner has to be the Switch version, of course, as it looks the nicest and the Pro Controller is a little bit better. Domination from Mario Party 4. I know it's kind of a meme at this point, but I feel like people truly don't understand why I love this game so much. First off, it's innately satisfying to watch all the whomps fall at the end, but I'm just really good at mashing, so having a minigame that keeps track of every single button press just makes me want to keep playing it over and over and over again. Domination from Jamboree, and here we go, my favorite button masher. I was tempted to put Jamboree's Domination as the overall #1 minigame just to be funny, but I will resist the manly urge to do so. Bubble Brawl, one of the most unique brawlers. You fight inside a big bubble and try to punch each other out of it. The bubble is not as big as it looks, as it can end quickly if you aren't careful. Hedge Honcho. This one is a bit silly. You'll swipe leaves to move them out of the way to get to the bottom, and shake the ladybugs off as well as avoid bees. This is another one of those DS minigames that just works well with a touchscreen. Swiping the leaves is satisfying to do in quick succession. Whack-A-Plant. You might be surprised to see a one-player coin minigame this high up on a list, but it's a really great one. The goal is to bounce off as many piranha plants as possible, and what makes it awesome is you can chain jump off as many piranhas as you can muster. It's not easy to do, but I always enjoy trying to hold my streak as long as possible without missing any. Baby Bowser Bonkers. A very similar concept, but it's 2-player and you're bonking on Baby Bowsers instead. The physics are practically identical, and it's more fun to do with someone else as there's more Baby Bowsers on screen. Flower Shower. Aw, look at the cute Koopa couple that just got married. The goal here is to collect the most flowers as they fall from the sky. There's a sense of joy this minigame brings to the table. I think it's just the really cheery sound effect you get when grabbing the flowers. Catchy Tunes. This is very similar in concept, except that you're collecting notes. And not just that, but you need to get every one of every kind of note, so there's a little more to think about and it's just as enjoyable. Leafboard Horde. Oh, now we're talking. You surf down a path while standing on a leaf collecting coins. The controls feel really fluid, and it's a ton of fun grabbing as many coins as possible while avoiding the spikes and wigglers. Say what you want about Mario Party Star Rush, but it's got some banger minigames that most people overlook. DK's Conga Line. This is essentially Donkey Konga, but you play with 4 players at once. And I love Donkey Konga and these types of rhythm games in general. It's a really great time. Xylophone Home, a similar minigame where notes come bouncing onto the screen and you'll hit them with the touchscreen. It's a little more interactive, I suppose. Battery Ram, another killer 2v2 minigame. You and a partner need to carry a battery through a block. As you can see, the battery is a little on the long side, so you have to carefully plan and weave through the blocks to get through. It almost feels like moving furniture through the house and the challenge that's faced with tight corners, but in a non-tiring way. Helipopper. When flying in a helicopter, you'll go around popping balloons. Sometimes you'll find them in clumps together for extra points, and it's a pretty fun time. Frozen Frenzy, one of the more creative brawlers. You got a bunch of crystals found in this ice cave. While you can run up and collect them, anybody can knock the crystals out of you if you aren't careful, and the goal is to end up with the most at the end. This really changes the dynamic of this type of minigame a lot, as you'll spend so much time playing defense if you're holding onto a bunch of crystals. Mecha March. You and a partner take turns to move the mecha machine by flicking your remote up. You can only move when your icon pops up, and you may need to jump over a bunch of blocks too. While I'd prefer this game being buttons, it's still really fun to do at a fast pace. Desert Dash from Mario Part 1. The idea is simple. Push left and right at the same time as your partner to push forward through the desert. Your only obstacle is this thwomp, but if both players are aligned, this is an incredibly satisfying game to play since you can move at the same time as your partner. Dungeon Dash from Mario Party 2. It's the same game, but held inside of a dungeon with a couple more obstacles. The controls are the same, it's just a more diverse premise. Desert Dash from the Top 100. Not only do the graphics look more detailed, but the sliding controls are much more fluid and responsive than before. Dungeon Dash from Superstars. I'm really glad the Switch remake stuck with Dungeon Dash. It looks breathtaking on the Switch, and the switching controls are the fastest they've ever been. Ski-Daddle, a reimagining in Mario Party Jamboree. You race a wiggler and do the switching with L and R instead of the joystick. Instead of spamming to go as fast as possible, the idea is to dash to the beat of the song, so it almost counts as a dedicated rhythm game. Some may consider this worse than the original minigames, but I like the new dynamic this one offers. Handcar Havoc from Mario Party 1, another classic minigame that's had plenty of remakes. The goal here is to mash the A button on the handcar while also trying to not go too fast or you'll fall off. What I love about this minigame is that leaning the cart actually makes a difference from barely clinging on for dear life and falling into the lava. It's an intensely fun time when it's all human players. Handcar Havoc from Mario Party 2. The sequel takes place high in the clouds, but also includes a speed gauge and even shows you when you're at maximum speed. It's a really nice touch because you know how fast you actually need to mash without exerting all your energy. Handcar Havoc from the Top 100. In here we've got the 3DS version, which I find plays a little more smoothly than the N64 counterparts, and it looks pretty decent on top of that. Handcar Havoc from Superstars. I'm surprised the Superstars version recreated the Mario Party 1 version. It looks fantastic and is still a great time. Cold Front. This is technically another brawling game, but it's really more about survival. The Typhoons blow air at all angles, and it's easy to slip off if you get caught in the current. Mr. Blizzard's Snow Slalom. You become one with the snowball. Roll down a hill and smack Mr. Blizzard in the face. The entire premise of this minigame is hysterical and really fun on top of that. And for 200, we have Ice Moves. I've never played an air hockey game where you literally drive the puck. Like, obviously you still control the puck, but physically being on top of one is very different, and it makes for a really fun minigame. And also, I just vastly prefer air hockey over regular hockey. Speed Hockey from Mario Party 2. Oh, would you look at that? It's more air hockey. Some may argue this minigame is kinda crappy because the Koopa Shell loses way too much control, but I think that's what makes it so great. This is the epitome of Mario Party, an extremely hectic yet enjoyable minigame. Half the challenge here is trying to not score on yourself. The limited controls make the game feel so much harder. Speed Hockey from the Top 100. The 3DS is essentially the same, although it does feel like our pucks or the shell is a tad bit smaller. I don't know if that's actually the case, but the minigame is still the same joyous experience. Speed Hockey from Superstars, and here we are with another remake. The track is looking as supreme as ever, and the red shell's been replaced with a green one, for some reason. Trample Line. A bunch of ant troopers are walking around, and you need to avoid the horned ones. It almost feels like you're in a trampoline park since you can bounce everywhere. Camp Yukiki, a very diverse obstacle course where you gotta reach the end first. I love how there's multiple sections and they all play differently. You got some pegs to weave around, jumps to clear, and even a zip line. Luigi Rescue Operation, a teammate minigame where you'll complete a variety of puzzles while running through a mansion. This includes pairing photos together, clicking the right button on a statue, stepping on tiles, and clearing a path. Getting this while playing on a board can make the minigame feel a little bit long, but on its own, it's really great. There's a lot of variety, the puzzles can be tough to do in a quick manner, and it fits the theme of Luigi really well. Cheep Cheep Leap. You immediately get stars and try to run into as many Cheep Cheep as possible. This is inherently fun to do in regular Mario games, so turning that moment into an entire minigame is just ingenious. Broom Zoom. A really great flying minigame where you need to go through a bunch of rings to gain speed and get points. If you're wondering why this minigame is a thing and you don't really see broom flying minigames nowadays, that's because Mario Party Advance came out at the peak of Harry Potter's popularity. It was a big thing back then. If you weren't there, just trust me. Castle Clear Out. We got ourselves another puzzle game. It's almost identical to 6-Ball Puzzle from Clubhouse Games. The rules and physics are virtually the same. You try to get matches of 6, and the way the marbles collapse is the same as well. Jewel Drop from Mario Party 10. This puzzle game is about matching 4 jewels and has a unique mechanic of shaking the Wii Remote to shake up the pieces in matches. I don't think I've ever played a puzzle game besides this one that can do that. It's a cool mechanic. Jewel Drop from the Top 100. For the 3DS remake, it's got 2 games happening at the same time, so I suppose that makes it a tiny bit better. Ridiculous Relay, a really great 1v3. One player is gliding through the air while the other 3 take it to the sea. The team of 3 each have different controls and are generally slower, but the solo player has to avoid bullet bills, which is easier said than done. Both levels have a pretty equal shot at winning. It really comes down to the skill level. Emergency Hexit, another puzzle game. This time you'll slide panels and try to line them up in groups of 6. The shape of the board is a little funky, which adds to the challenge, but I found this to be incredibly addicting, especially when you get a big chain together. It just feels good to get a boatload of points in a matter of seconds. Mario Mechs. This is another sick 1v3. One player is in a big robot while the other 3 are flying around in little ships. Each player fires beams at each other, and I honestly love this depiction of what the future might have looked like. It feels like a very 2000s futuristic minigame, and it's also well balanced on top of that. I mean, just look at the nighttime version. It literally feels like the Matrix. Team Treasure Trek, a pretty great 2v2. Both players need to run around a maze and find either the chest or key, and then meet up to win. You're given a map so you can figure out where to go, but the challenge really comes down to if your partner is on the same wavelength as you. It's very easy to split into weird directions and get lost trying to meet up. Daisy's Field Day. Daisy being the sportier type, this collage of minigames involves a lot of running around and collecting Daisy coins. You'll jump from peg to peg, leap across spinning platforms, and run on a treadmill while clearing girders. It's a lot of fun, and I like that for each one, the goal is to keep grabbing Daisy coins. The final battle from the top 100. The title speaks for itself. You'll go through a variety of obstacle courses to eventually fight Bowser at the end. While I do enjoy the boss minigames in the more modern titles, I feel like this style of boss minigame is so much better. It's more fleshed out, there's extra objectives, it just feels like a more full minigame. And sure, maybe the pacing can be a little slow, but I also feel like that adds to the experience. There's genuine build-up to fighting Bowser at the end. The final battle from Mario Party 4. And here's the original one, of course. It just runs a little bit nicer. The controls also feel a bit tighter. Frightmare. This is a fairly similar idea. You'll start by avoiding all these Mecha Koopas, rings of fire, and getting Bowser to butt stomp his way through the floor tiles. It's pretty cool to see a Mario Bros. 3 callback in this 3D space. If you survive all that, Bowser starts shooting these magic ball things out of his hands and coating the stage in fire. There's a lot of shit going on. It's pretty intense to beat it all and take out Bowser. Vine with me from Mario Party 3, one of my favorite duel minigames out there. You'll hop from vine to vine, and the trick to doing well is all about timing. Sometimes you have to swing early, and sometimes you need to stay put for an extra swing if there's nothing to grab onto. Vine with me from the top 100. I'm glad this one got a remake on the 3DS, especially since the controls feel a little bit better. It also looks a bit more full and lush. Vine with me from Superstars, but it can't top the Switch remake. This one really crushes it. I love that they brought back the piranha plants from Mario Party 3. It's a nice touch. Rocky Rope Race. Here's an interesting parallel to Vine with me. It's a 2v2 where each side takes turns swinging and holding onto a bar. I find this one to be a bit more thrilling since you have to time the bar grab to make progress. Shell Hockey. As you already know, I'm a big fan of air hockey. So when you take that minigame and make it possible to move around like a mouse, you've completely sold me. The controls are perfect. It really feels like the real thing because you're getting that same sense of friction. 2-axis taxi. I keep saying this, but we've got another great 2v2. One player moves up and down, and the other is left to right. Whoever gets through the obstacle course area first wins. It's very gratifying when both players know what they're doing and just plow through the level like it's nothing. Buzzstormer. Okay, this is such an awesome idea. You fly around in a little bee car with a partner and try to reach the end the fastest. Your obstacles are the flowers in front of you. They really executed this minigame masterfully. Spear Factor from the top 100. You push a ball around and need to reach the end first. And it's all about pushing on the right sides and being prepared for the obstacles on the road. Spear Factor from Mario Party 7. While the original version might not look as clean, it does run a little bit smoother. Of course. Pushy Penguins from the top 100. Aw yeah, dude, we've got ourselves another OG minigame. Penguins run from the right and you simply need to avoid them and survive. This gets increasingly hard as more and more penguins pile forward. Pushy Penguins from Mario Party 5. The original version runs better and is honestly a bit tougher. The 3DS penguins are much larger, so there aren't as many on screen, meaning there's less segments to get stuck in. The GameCube one, on the other hand, is much more different as the penguins are smaller and it's much easier to get stuck. Pushy Penguins from Superstars. As you'd expect, the Switch version looks much better and retains the same difficulty from Mario Party 5. Blockstar from Mario Party DS. Yes, finally, we've made it to another addicting puzzle game. For this one, you have to connect 5 or more blocks to get rid of them. The main goal of each level is to get rid of the blocks with stars in them, so there's a bit more to it than just clearing blocks over and over again. I like that there's a proper objective. Sometimes it's nice to play a puzzle game that isn't endless. Blockstar from Mario Party 6. And here we are with the GameCube original. The main difference is the time block that adds an extra 15 seconds. Blockstar from the top 100. For the 3DS version, you're up against a second player and you're facing off against them. So while it's the same game, the dynamic is totally different and has a more competitive edge. Blockstar from Superstars. And finally, the Switch variant is also against someone else, and I'm very glad that this minigame has had so many remakes. Jump the Gun from Mario Party 6, one of the highest skilled 2v2s out there. One player shoots bullet bills into targets, while the other jumps on them as platforms. With practice, the player jumping can clear really far distances, meaning that fewer bullet bills need to be fired, and that makes the game take less time to finish. Jump the Gun from Jamboree, a really nice remake. The clouds have more detailing and the jumping is a little bit floatier. Chain Chomp Fever. You're stuck on a stone platform, and a rabid Chain Chomp randomly lunges and tries to attack players. On top of that, the wall he collides with falls apart and parts of the stage light up with fire. There's a lot to consider. You'll be on your toes trying to survive this one. Take Me Home. This one kind of reminds me of Chain Chomp Fever. A bunch of thwomps hit switches and cause shockwaves to cover the area. I find it to be a bit more threatening and exhilarating, especially when multiple shockwaves come rushing in. Filet Relay, a 1v3 relay race. Both sides are trying to bring a fish to the end in different ways. The solo player lugs themselves across the ice by himself, while the other three split up the segments. The fun in this one is trying to not go too fast, as you can trip over and fall. Fuzzy Flyers. We've got another creative minigame concept. We all know about using clouds in Mario games to fly around, as it's a fun little thing you can do. This entire minigame is built around that. You have to continuously collect clouds to build up time and avoid the fuzzies. Polar Extreme. You run across blocks of ice and have to survive the whole way across. There have been plenty of minigames that do this, but what I like about this one is just how hard it is. The ice constantly breaks apart and flops around, and dying isn't the end of the world. You can keep going, but you'll get stunned for a couple seconds. Color correction. You ride a magic carpet and try to color the spaces in your color. You might be wondering why I'm not ranking this as high as, say, Stamp It Out, and that's because it's over in like 5 seconds. It's really fun, but it ends way sooner than it should. Dust Buddies. It's funny how Nintendo manages to make household chores fun. This is one of the best minigames Super Mario Party has. One player sucks up the dust, while the group of 3 does the same. The solo player can move around much faster, while the team has more range but moves more slowly. It's an incredibly well-balanced minigame. Every time I play it, it's always a close call. Magical Journey. Run across a bunch of rocks while also avoiding the Koopa Kids. This one can get a bit uptight, as there's a lot of platforms to jump across to reach the end. Spider Stomp. Flutter has been kidnapped, and it's our job to save him by taking out the scuttlebugs. The end also has a big spider, and you use your little pistol thing to take them all out. There's a bit of an adventure with this minigame. Cookie Cutters. I'm a huge fan of minigames like this. You need to cut out a ton of cookies, and do so by pushing the right button to match the cutter with the shape. It's a lot of fun to master the cookies at blistering speeds. Track and Yield from Mario Party 7. You run across a treadmill that continuously gets faster, with some of the hurdles being electrified. While you can get hit and survive, you really gotta be cautious and alert or you're not gonna make it. Track and Field from the Top 100. Okay, this is a strange change. The angle has been completely shifted compared to the original. Seriously, it went from a side view to almost behind the conveyor. And I actually like that, as it's a little more clear of when it's safe to jump. Trounce and Bounce. It's the ultimate skydiving extravaganza. You bounce off jump blocks over and over and try to bump your opponents towards the hard, unforgiving ground. Each jump has less and less platforms, and I really like how strangulating this one ends up being. Spiked Ball Scramble. An auto-scroller where you have to avoid a bunch of spiked balls and make it to the end first. Or really, just don't get hit by things. That's how you're most likely to win this one. Baby Bowser Broadside, a fairly compelling 2v2. You'll fire away at the Baby Bowser shell and need to avoid the barriers to continuously score points. I like that the balloon moves around a bit too. It makes it feel like your shots are leaving an impact. Fuzzy Flight School. It's all about maneuvering. Avoid the fuzzies by tilting the Joy-Con around. It's another motion-controlled game that works fluidly, as it's very easy to control and the fuzzies are a challenge to evade. Goomba Bowling from Mario Party 9. Wii Sports may be the king of motion-controlled bowling, but this minigame is the next heir in line. You simply toss a shell down a lane and try to hit as many Goombas as possible. What makes this one so awesome is figuring out how to string together all the Goombas at once. It's one of the most satisfying things you can do in Mario Party. Goomba Bowling Extra. It's more bowling, but it has a scorecard with 5 turns for each player. Obviously, I'd want to play this game more than once. Goomba Bowling from the Top 100. I really struggled on where to put the 3DS version. The big difference here is you use buttons to throw the shell instead of motion controls, and even though it isn't as cool, it is more accurate. So, I don't know. The remake could be interchanged with the original version on any given day. Blockbusters. The goal here is to shoot down all your colored blocks. To do this, you'll likely be forced to also help your opponents so your other blocks also fall down. This creates a really interesting dynamic because you're basically forced to shoot the wrong blocks just for yours to show up quicker. Puzzle Pillars. More puzzle action. This time you need to link together 4 more blocks to clear them. You'll use the motion controls to move the blocks around them. Like with Blockstar, you'll want to get rid of the blocks that have the emblems on them to move through the levels. I wasn't really sure how I'd feel about a puzzle game using pointer controls, but they're fairly simple and work really well. Plush Crush. A crane picks up a bunch of toys, and you have to avoid getting squished. While I'm not great at this one, it's a really fun idea for a minigame and utilizes the characters being tiny in a creative way. Blooper Barrage, a really awesome boss minigame. You take aim with a cannon and fire away at a massive blooper. You also have to shoot at incoming urchins or your screen will get covered in goo. This one is simply a blast. Mega Rocky Wrench Wreckers, a very similar concept, but it's against a rocky wrench that randomly appears from a few potholes. The second half throws a ton of wrenches at you too. Scare-ousel. Run around a merry-go-round and survive the longest. You got boo toys that'll bop up and down, and even a chain chomp. Every lap, the merry-go-round moves faster and faster, making it more difficult to avoid the zap. Hyper Sniper, probably my favorite shooting game, and I'll be real, it's just because I'm good at it. You shoot targets and try to get the most points. The aiming is just superb, and you got all these little baby 100-point targets to go for too. Nothing feels better than nailing a bunch of those 100-pointers. Snag the flags. Running around in a 3D space, you collect more flags than the others. There's a minigame also like this on the DS, and I don't know what it is, but there's something about running around on a planet that's just really fun. Tiles and Tribulations. Oh my goodness, it's another puzzle game. The goal here is to make matches of 3 and you'll move them by rotating in the shape of a square. I really like the cute custom icons. It looks a lot more personal than just reusing faces or enemies in the other puzzlers. Blown Hover. Oh, now we're talking. This is a high-speed racer where you're on a hoverboard while trying to avoid the flip panels. When you're going full speed, you need to react fast or risk falling behind. Brick Breaker. This is another genre of game that I'm shocked we don't have like 50 clones of in Mario Party. You break the blocks and try to keep the shell from falling to the bottom. It's a ton of fun and always has been. This kind of game has been around since the frickin' 1980s. Hot Shots, another fantastic target shooter. This time you use the stylus to draw your bow and aim for points. The precision of the touchscreen is unmatched and feels perfect. King Boo's Light Smite, a boss minigame where you take a headlight, run across some spinning platforms, and give the Boo a nice taste of phone screen brightness when just waking up. Yeah, that's why it's actually hurting him, because King Boo, he just got up from a nap, and that bright light's hurting his eyes. Bob-omb Combo. You throw one Bob-omb and try to create a chain reaction of explosions. There's a lot of Bob-omb themed minigames, and this is the only one where you're encouraged to make them explode. Go with the flow. You carry penguins to the mama, Mario 64 style. The ice blocks are the main obstacle as you'll need to time your path out to avoid falling in the water. Making faces. 2 players try to adjust parts of the face to get it matching to the original image. This, of course, is very hard to perfect and leads to a lot of goofy and sometimes cursed results by the end. Cucumber Jacks. If only slicing cucumbers were this easy in real life. You and a partner have to slice this veggie down to nothing to win. You'll use the touchscreen to achieve this, and what's really cool about that is the speed of your slicing actually matters. Going too fast means you'll catch less of the cuke, so you have to find the right tempo. Shape Up. You got a bunch of shapes, and you need to stack them up as high as you can without the tower tipping. It's basically a game of Jenga, and you'll work with a partner for better or worse. Any minigame that uses momentum in this way is automatically a favorite of mine. Sort Stack. Finally, a minigame that caters to my OCD. The goal is to sort the books and put them in the right colored row. However, Mario can only hold 2 books at a time, so you'll need to do a lot of mixing and matching to get the books lined up correctly. It may seem basic, but it's satisfying to get those books organized and tidied up. Camera Shy, one of the all-time best Mario Party DS minigames. You run around with a camera in a cornfield like Zardy's Maze, and you have to be the first one to take photos of everyone else. You can only snap a photo when your flash turns back on, so you have to be ready to capture when the opportunity arises. Sign, Steal, Deliver, a 1v3 where you're trying to deliver some mail. One player grabs the packages with a drone, and the other 3 have to manually run up the stairs to grab them. What makes this one work so well is the team of 3 seemingly has the advantage, but the player on the drone can sneakily take away packages that are close to one of the players, making them waste a bunch of time and are left forced to find another package. Freeze Frame. You got one shot to capture as many enemies as possible in your frame. During the day, you'll also see Shy Guys, and at nighttime you'll see UFOs, so there's a bit of variety. I really like this one because it's a naturally fun concept of snapping photos of things in a video game. Why else do you think Nintendo keeps adding photo mode in all their titles? They know what they're doing. Point and shoot. Using the motion controls on the 3DS, you grab snapshots of enemies, and the ones that you need change as you're playing. While a desync can happen, you can fix it with a quick button press, and I don't know. I think this one's pretty awesome and is a great usage of the motion controls. Camera Ready. This is the same idea, but much more expanded on. This time, you get a photo of something happening in the scene, and you have to snap the photo to match it up as close as possible. What's cool about this is the scene is happening in real time, and sometimes it can be hard to tell what trees to get or what angle you really have to be at. It's an absolute blast, especially when you get a near-perfect replicated shot. Yoshi's Mountain Race. Ride around with Yoshi and reach the end first. What I really like about this minigame is it almost feels like an extension of a 3D Mario. The level is surprisingly fleshed out. You can even gain speed boost by eating the fruit along the way. Candy Shakedown. This is one of those oddly satisfying kinds of minigames. You shake a candy jar with a Joy-Con and try to knock out all the candy. Some pieces are big and some are small, so you'll need to shake the jar around at all sorts of angles and speeds. Sizzling steaks. And now we've got these perfectly cube-cut steaks. The goal is to simply cook them to perfection. You need to cook all 6 sides the fastest, and you flip the steak by flicking with the Joy-Con. Half the reason the minigame is so high up is because the steak makes me hungry every time I play it. I mean, does that not look absolutely delectable? Bath bob-ohms. As a group, you'll try to keep the bob-ohms away from the gate by throwing them overboard. A lot of times, minigames with like 8 to 10 players feels kinda pointless, but this one doesn't. There's a whole army of bob-ohms trying to invade the castle. We actually need all these characters' help to keep the peace. Picking Panic from Mario Party 3. You and a partner are trying to move cherries from tree to tree, so of course you do so by swinging upside down and tossing the cherry in the air. It's very silly, but incredibly fun if you get the timing down and manage to get all the cherries in the basket without error. Picking Panic from Superstars. If there's anything I can say about the Switch version, is that the basket actually looks like a basket this time. I have no idea what this abomination was supposed to resemble before, but it's finally been remedied. Driver's Ed. Here we've got a hidden driving minigame where you have to hit all the balloons within the time limit. These controls take some time to get used to, but that's what makes this one so invigorating. You feel gratified once you've mastered the controls and are zipping your way along. Dizzy Dinghies. This is very similar, but a lot more enjoyable. First off, you can pick from different types of vehicles, which is surprising, and there's multiple courses on top of that. The goal is to zoom your way from point A to point B, and the physics feel really nice. Shell Shock Deluxe. They may call this Shell Shock, but it only kind of is. The camera perspective is completely different, but it's otherwise the same idea. Shoot down your player while in a tank. It's mindless fun, and there's a few different stages you can play on. Shell Shocked from the Top 100. Here we go. This is what you're likely more familiar with. You have to be the last player standing in this all-out tank shooter. It's especially fun when it's all human players, and I also like that the bottom screen shows my gameplay so I don't have to stare at the tiny top screen. Shell Shocked from Mario Party 2. And now we have the original. It comes included with 3 stages. The controls have this natural feeling of tankiness to them that work well with this minigame. There's a reason it's been remade so many times. Tanks a lot. It's Shell Shocked again, but the level is way bigger and you also drive faster. Look, I like Shell Shocked, but this version of it is pretty underrated if you ask me. Think Tank. The tank minigame is now a 1v3. The solo player has a ton of hearts while the team only has 3. And my god, it turns into an all-out war without many places to take cover. Tread Carefully. Another remake of Shell Shocked, which got a name change. It looks fantastic and has all the stages from Mario Party 2 included. Gyro for the Gold. Tilt the 3DS to roll yourself through an obstacle course. This kind of reminds me of Monkey Ball, so I might be just a tad bit biased from that. But even still, the course is constantly changing and new shit is thrown at you the whole way through. Bounce and Trounce from Mario Party 3. You bounce on a ball and try to knock people off while the platforms below you are falling. The strange thing about this minigame is you can only do a spin attack while in the air. You have to pair it with jumping. So there's a bit more to this brawler than most. Bounce and Trounce from the Top 100, a fairly similar remake. It looks more vibrant and has similar controls. Bounce and Trounce from Superstars. Here we go. The Switch version pays homage to Mario Party 3's graphical style, and it controls the best out of them all. Bouncy Brawl. This is kind of the same concept, but without the bouncy ball. You can create much more of a vertex this time around, but it's also possible to get dizzy if you aren't careful. And at 100, we have Ballistic Bingo. Boats come up, and you're trying to score bingos to earn points. This is another one that works well with a big group of characters. Sandwiched. This is such a fun idea. A bunch of sandwiches crash down into a picnic basket, and you have to run around and avoid getting smushed. You can't just mindlessly run around either. Sometimes holes will form that are impossible to escape if you aren't careful. And on top of that, these sandwiches look f***ing delicious. Like, oh my goodness. Jewel Janitors. Instead of vacuuming dust, you're giving Jules the big suck and want to pull as many of them to your corner as possible. It's a fun twist on the idea, and maybe it's just me, but the vacuuming sound is very similar to Luigi's Poltergust in Dark Moon. This could just be a tinfoil hat theory, I don't know. I just drew a comparison in my mind when hearing it. Dust Buddies. In an inverse switching of events, us the players are avoiding the vacuum. Again, I love how much Mario Party DS honed in on the characters being tiny as the theme. You have to avoid standing on all the random household items to survive. Cheep Cheep Shot. Shells and bubbles soar towards us, and you'll pick them up to chuck at the Cheep Cheep. I love how you grab them in the same manner as Mario Galaxy when holding on to shells too. I'm impressed with how fun an underwater minigame turned out. Tuber Tug. Using the remote, you'll tug away at this row of veggies and try to fill your basket with the most tubers. It's another oddly satisfying minigame since you're making the motion to do this. Robo Arm Wrestle. Now you're shaking to win a game of arm wrestling. Whoever shakes the most wins. I know there's not much substance to it, but I like having the ability to win in 3 seconds. Shake It Up. I know it's stupid to have a minigame where you shake a soda can for 5 seconds this high on the list, but can you blame me? Look at that spew of artificially colored sugary goodness. Of course I'm ranking this near the top. Precision Gardening. This is a very similar idea. You'll pump the lever to get the water to the flower the fastest. This one can be a little tiring, but it's fun to see your flower blossom in an instant after all the hard labor. Cannonball Fun. An all-out war in hover ships. Whoever gets 5 hits in first is the winner. The cannonballs alternate each shot, which adds a bit of strategy to aiming instead of just mindlessly going at it. Scooter Pursuit. A similar idea, but you're instead on a little scooter. It also uses motion controls for turning and moving, and it feels really great to use. Triangle Twisters. Here we go with another puzzle game. This time, the goal is to make matches of 4 of the same color. You'll do this by rotating the triangles and moving the screen, if necessary. It kind of reminds me of Bejeweled. It takes a second to get the hang of, but once the minigame clicks, it really clicks. I was hooked. It's one of those games where I could spend 3 hours playing it without even realizing. And on top of that, there's also a focus mode that requires you to make specific shapes with the triangles, which is a fun change of pace. Running of the Bulb. This is one of my all-time favorite 4-player teamwork minigames. One player is running around with a bulb trying to get to the end, while the other 3 are punching boos to keep me from giving into the boo behind us. What makes this one so awesome is the other 3 players can get possessed by boos if they aren't careful, but they can still be saved by those that are in the clear. Sky Pilots from Mario Party 2, a 2v2 where one player steers the plane and the other flaps the wings. This is a really neat one since you need both players to work in harmony together. You'll have to avoid cannonballs and go through rainbow rings for speed boost. It's one of the best minigames out there. Sky Pilots from Superstars. And would you look at that, a remake on the Switch. The planes also look like actual planes this time, although the windows kind of retain the same face structure from the Mario Party 2 original. Aces High. We've got a dogfighter this time. You'll fire shots and missiles at your opponent and try to be the last one flying. This is another style of minigame that I'm surprised there aren't like 80 clones of. Trace Race from the Top 100. An absolute bona fide classic. The goal is to trace as close to the line as possible. You can't really take your time either as the screen scrolls behind you, so you have to try to draw to the best of your abilities. There's something about the characters holding these big-ass markers that's just amusing to me. And at the end you see an exact percentage to see how well you did. Trace Race from Mario Party 4. And now we have the original. I know it looks like the drawing is lagging out, but that's just an issue with my GameCube, as it normally looks and runs perfectly fine. Trace Race from Superstars. But of course, the Switch version is the one we care about. It looks the smoothest and controls the best out of every remake. Flinger Painting. Using the Wii's pointer controls, you'll shoot paintballs at a canvas, and the goal is to cover as much of your paint as possible. This creates a really fun parallel of deciding to cover the other player's paint or shoot in areas that are still blank. Splat-A-Stamp. This is practically the same game, although it technically isn't a remake. Using the stylus, you fling paintballs towards the bob-omb and try to end up with the most color at the end. Stamp Out from Mario Party 4. The same idea, but done a bit better. You jump around and stamp the paper, but you can choose to do short hops or extend them, whichever you think will give you the most color. Stamp Out from Jamboree. Here we go, another remake from the Switch. The main change here is that the toys in the background actually look realistic. Lightspeed. Hop onto a hovercraft and color the tiles in your color. It's basically Stamp Out, but much faster and a bit more competitive on top of that. Mega Goomba's Bad Dream. A Goomba is having a snooze, and we need to run up and steal apples from him for points. He eventually wakes up, so we'll have to weave our way around his anger and the smaller Goombas. It's nice that you can carry multiple apples per trip, although it makes you move slower and there's more of a risk. Tall Order. When you shake the Joy-Con, you create some shaved ice and the goal is to stack it up as tall as possible. While you may think it makes sense to just constantly shake, you'll actually get a higher distance if you and your partners take turns and use the top of each other's ice off each other. Sky Survivor, an extremely enjoyable flying minigame. You and someone else fly forward and have to avoid the spikes in the air. The controls are buttery smooth, and it's fun trying to navigate your way around to survive the longest as the spikes get more and more prevalent. Book It, one of my favorite minigames that involve hitting buttons in a certain order. That's because you have to roll them with your thumb, which is really satisfying to do. And look at this premise! You climb up these books in the most awkward way possible while holding onto a library card. Mario Party DS, it's goated. I can't say that enough. Snow World from the top 100. Here's a very similar idea, but you instead are doing rotations on a snowboard after taking off a ramp. This one is even better as you can go for a high score and try to improve your rhythm with practice. Snow World from Mario Party 6. The original version runs a lot better, and obviously I'd rather play a minigame like this with a GameCube controller. I love the nighttime version too. Look at those gorgeous northern lights. Snow World from Superstars. But that doesn't mean I'm not complaining about the Switch remake, as you do the same thing with a Pro Controller. All the marbles. Simply reach the end by pushing your way through a bunch of marbles. So much of this minigame is looking for the tiny openings around the marbles to push through a little bit faster, and it feels good when you're able to barely reach the end first. Monty's Revenge from the top 100. It takes the idea of whack-a-mole and flips it on its own hill. The goal is to poke your head out for the longest period of time and hope the Monty moles don't see you. You can quickly swap from hole to hole, but it's best to try remaining in one spot and clutch out the seconds. Monty's Revenge from Mario Party 7. The original version doesn't have that shine of light at the top, but it runs nicer and is still just as fun. Monty's Revenge from Superstars. And of course, there's a Switch version, and it looks great and also brings back that light in the top left corner. Fun Run. You continuously charge forward in a spiral and have to avoid a wide variety of enemies. Clearing the jumps and climbing up at full speed is immensely gratifying, as it demands a lot of skill to do without mistakes. Platform Peril from Mario Party 1. Here we go. We saw the Jamboree version a while back, but the classics are highly remembered for a reason. You have to make tight jumps while the platforms fall behind you, and it can be quite tough to win if you aren't running at full force. Platform Peril from Mario Party 2. For the sequel, it adds some conveyor belts that push you forward or back, as well as smaller split platforms. Making this game harder to beat is music to my ears. Snake Block Party. A bunch of snake blocks are wobbling around, and you need to walk across them and make it to the end. I like that the snake blocks make the preceding path a bit more of a mystery. Sky Jinx. We've seen so many of these already. This is one of the standouts. The controls are on point, the challenge is there, and the variety of platforms changes up the whole way through. Rotation Station. Another awesome platformer. This time you have to climb up a series of cubes, and you need to rotate the camera properly to see everything. There's a lot of illusions, which makes this incredibly unique. Diffuse or Lose from the top 100. King Bob-omb is calmly relaxing while sparks are heading his way. The goal with your partner is to ground pound the sparks to put them out. They'll always come back somehow, and you want to last longer than the other team. This is a great co-op one, as you need to try to not squish each other, as that'll cause the sparks to travel farther. Diffuse or Lose from Mario Party 5. And of course we have the original version. The environment may look a bit more plain, but the controls are a tad bit smoother. Diffuse or Lose from Jamboree, and the Switch version changes the background yet again and pits us in this canyon-esque field. Butterfly Blitz. With your net, you'll catch as many butterflies as you can. They're worth different points, so you want to go for the red and blue to bring in a higher score. I've always adored this minigame, even as a kid. The little comfy sound you get when catching butterflies is great, and I love that you can swing horizontally and vertically. Hotel Goomba from the top 100. Now I just want Nintendo to get back to the hotel business and make this a reality. You'll run through a few rooms to punch Goombas out of the way to get to the other side. It's a very novel idea, and I think the music is what really sells the minigame. It's got this zany and frantic energy to it. Hotel Goomba from Mario Party 5. And now for the original. As usual, I prefer the GameCube controls and smoother gameplay. Rope-a-dope. You and your partner have to cross your own bridges, but you're also attached via a string, so you can't veer away from each other too much, which creates a really unique dynamic in needing to pay attention to both your surroundings. Motor Rooter from Mario Party 3, a fantastic high-speed racer. You move by turning through a pipe and build speed hitting these accelerator panels and avoiding the electricity. It's very hard to get good at, but feels awesome when you're soaring away. Motor Rooter from Superstars. The Switch version looks pristine. I mean, check out that impeccable lighting. I guess it doesn't really look like a traditional pipe anymore, but I'm more than okay with that. Can Take Pancake. You drag a bunch of pancakes to your plate, but you can't do it haphazardly. You can only grab pancakes at the very top, and there's also star pancakes worth extra points. It's a quickie, but a goodie. Bowser Filter. Ah yes, this mouse minigame totally doesn't reuse the Can Take Pancake assets. Nope, they're not even close to the same thing. Okay, but jokes aside, you'll slide Bowser mail into the trash and regular mail into the folder. This really shouldn't be as fun as it is. I do this on my computer literally every day. Bowser Crashers, a boss minigame where you ride around on boards and do charge attacks into him. What makes this one so unique is at the halfway point, the perspective completely changes and you fight Bowser in a first-person view. There's tons of fire and obstacles to avoid, and it makes for a pretty thrilling time. Catch You Later from the top 100. Oh goodness! A bunch of mail is falling from the streets! The goal is to run into the panicking Shy Guy and help him recollect as much mail as possible. The reason this one is so fun is because of Shy Guy's unpredictability. You never know which way he's gonna turn. It's very cute that the love letters are worth more points as well. Catch You Later from Mario Party 6. Whoa! It's the original! You already know the drill. Just looking at it, you can tell it's better than the 3DS remake. And it includes a nighttime version as well. Whoa. Catch You Later from Superstars, and it looks so much better on the Switch. I also think it's the most zoomed in this minigame ever gets. Soap Surfers. Come the f*** on. This is the most endearing minigame I've seen in ages. You're in a sink surfing on soap, trying to knock each other off. It's an incredible idea and a ton of fun trying to push everyone off. Mosh Pit Playroom. A bunch of play balls fall from the sky, and your goal is to collect all the ones of your color. This is such a visually fun one to look at, and it can be difficult to tell how many balls you have left when you're getting near the end, as they're often blended in with the rest. This is a fantastic minigame, one of the best Mario Party 8 has to offer. Bumper to Bumper, and here comes a long line of bumper ball themed games. For this one, you're on bumper carts. You'll get smacked around and try to last the longest. It's very hard to stick around since a single bump launches you far away. Musical Snares. This one actually has you tilting the 3DS. The main goal is to collect musical notes. It still feels like classic bumper balls, but with a safety net. Rolling Rumble, a very different kind of bumper balls. The goal is to knock off as many Shy Guys as possible. There's a button to launch yourself forward, which is unheard of for this type of minigame. It's pretty damn good. Bumper Thumper. This isn't exactly bumper balls, but it's a better version of Rolling Rumble. You want to survive as long as you can, and this is done by launching yourself at the other players in spots where the wall is collapsed. Bumper Brawl. It's bumper balls again with lighter physics and way more players. Maybe it's a bit too chaotic, but working as a team to be the last one standing is still a blast. Bumper balls from the top 100. Alright, now we've made it to what you're most familiar with, bumping each other over some lava, but with lighter physics. Bumper balls from Superstars. The Switch variant makes your character feel a bit heavier, and there's all the original stages from Mario Party 2. Bumper balls from Mario Party 1, and here's the one and only original. I personally like the N64 ones the most because the bumping physics are heavier, and you actually have to build up speed to knock someone into the water. I'm aware that some people think this minigame is bad because it can end in a tie with human players, and sometimes that's true, but even humans make mistakes. It's very easy to slip up and lose the match. And look at those goofy-ass faces on the balls. How can you say no to that? Bumper balls from Mario Party 2. But of course, I have to give credit to the sequel for offering multiple different stages that also have different styles. The ice is more slippery, and the grass has rocks that can alter your speed and direction. Bumper Ball Maze. This seems like one of those mini-games that people tend to forget exist as it's a tough unlockable. But basically, it's 3 different mazes that require you to move around on the ball, and man, it is not easy to clear these stages without practice, which is what makes them awesome. I love the challenge and skill required to be good at this minigame. Mario's 3-Peat, one of the most interesting ideas Jamboree gave us, a minigame that combines 3 classic minigames that are all tied canonically together. You start on the ground and climb up high with Leaf Leap, the vines take you to the Bumper Balls arena, and balloons bring you higher into the sky to end with Shy Guy Says. Not only are all 3 minigames great, but morphing them together in this fashion is so freaking cool. Isthmus Be the Way, a super fun relay minigame where you carry a firework from one side to the other. Each player takes turns carrying it to the cannon, and I love that the paths are narrow and have tight turns and corners. Paths of Peril from the top 100, another all-time classic. You run on top of a canyon and try to make it across without falling. What makes this one so nerve-wracking is the perception. You're perched up hundreds of feet in the air, and all the paths in front of you are skinny thin. It's a very rewarding minigame to get good at. Paths of Peril from Mario Party 4. What I like about the original version more isn't just the smoother frame rate, it's just that it's way easier to switch from slow to fast due to the joystick being larger and having actual depth. Paths of Peril from Superstars. So then of course the Switch version is in widescreen, it looks nicer, and yeah, you already know all this junk. Unhappy Trails. Oh hey, it's the same minigame, but it's a 2v2 relay race. That's a fun way to spice it up, even though Isthmus Be the Way technically does this, but now it's competitive, so woo! Cube Crushers. The idea here is to smash through these ice blocks and hit the switches to clear the stage. This on its own is a ton of fun, but look at the character animation. This is the goofiest looking I've ever seen, and like, I get it. They're running on ice, so it's more slippery, but the excessively fast running motions look so goddamn silly. It cracks me up every time I see it. Lab Brats, and here we have a genuinely elaborate maze. There's a handful of maze-themed minigames, and none of them require proper exploration to figure out where to go. Not only do you have to find the exit, but you also have to retrieve the lost enemies. I also like that it's EGAD's maze for some reason. This is never elaborated on. He's just throwing us in the maze for shits and giggles, I guess. Cosmic Coaster, an incredibly enjoyable 2v2 where you slide around in a cart while trying to avoid the Bowser signs. The reason it's fun is because of the sheer speed you're going at. The exhilaration builds up the longer you manage to go. Rapid River Race from Mario Party 10, and this is a very similar concept except that you get to control your speed. I personally like to go 1 bar lower than the max as it's just fast enough for me to react to all the urchins in the water. Rapid River Race from Superstars. Well, the water looks a little bit nicer on the Switch, but it's otherwise the same zany fun as before. Lane Change. It's like Rapid River Race, but on a larger scale. You'll fly down a straight path collecting coins and avoiding amps. It starts off easy, but gets increasingly difficult as you move up in levels. Snowball Summit from Mario Party 3. Build up a snowball and roll it around nice and big. If you can, roll the ball away to throw people off the cliff. I like that there's a few steps to actually building the snowball and the mind games you have to play to hit the other players. Snowball Summit from the Top 100. It's very similar with smoother controls, and the shooting stars in the background look so much nicer. The PNG scrolling in Mario Party 3 is charming and all, but you really can't beat these beautiful northern lights. Snowball Summit from Superstars, and it looks even better of course on the Switch. The game is also a bit more zoomed in and angled down so you can see more of the action. Peace Out from Mario Party DS, and we finally made it to my favorite puzzle game in all of Mario Party. You'll grab pieces off a conveyor belt and lay them down on this field. The goal is to completely fill the field with pieces to move on to the next level. This is very satisfying because you have a definitive goal, and it gets harder as you move forward with wackier shaped pieces. Peace Out from Mario Party 5. The original version is still the GOAT though. The conveyor belt gets pretty fast by the end, and you're also playing against another player. Coin Conveyor. Would you look at that? They created a reimagined version in Mario Party Jamboree. The biggest difference is you want to blow up the bombs this time, and this is done by creating full lines. This is just as addicting as Peace Out, if not even more so. Book Bash, my all-time favorite Mario Party DS minigame. You surf around in a library while shooting ink blobs to destroy the bookcases. It's the most nonsensical, surreal thing I've ever seen in Mario Party, and I absolutely love it. There's even haunted flying books, and you fight Kamek at the very end. Mushroom Mix-Up from Mario Party 1. This is probably the most popular Mario Party minigame of all time. Toad holds up a flag, and every mushroom but that color will fall. That means you have to make your way to safety before sinking into the water and losing. This makes for an incredibly chaotic time where you'll be jumping off people's heads and trying to survive, or standing on the edge to make it harder for the other characters to make it. Hexagon Heat from Mario Party 2. And the sequel got the same game, but now it takes place over the lava, which is terrifying. I love that the music speeds up as the tiles fall faster and faster too. Hexagon Heat from the Top 100. Holy bright Batman, it's the 3DS remake and wow is it colorful. You're still surrounded by heat. I always forget that the tone has shifted a bit, but even with that, I think it's a bit better as the controls are a bit more fair. Jumping on players' heads are much easier to survive too compared to the N64 versions. Mushroom Mix-Up from Superstars. And of course, it landed itself a remake on the Switch. And it looks incredible. And the controls aren't quite as funky as they are in the originals, although it could be argued that's what makes them so great to begin with. Eats a Pizza from the Top 100. This almost counted as a button masher, but it technically isn't. You and a partner are laying on the ground and have to move around and mash A to eat the pizza as fast as possible. I don't think I need to overstate why this is one of the best minigames ever. You get to chow down on this huge pizza in a matter of seconds. Eats a Pizza from Mario Party 3. I was unsure of putting this or the 3DS one higher, but I went with this one simply because it's easier to mash A with the controller. Eats a Pizza from Superstars. Oh my god, they added a burst of steam at the very beginning. That just makes the pizza look even tastier. Dungeon Duos from Mario Party 4. Without a doubt, the best 2v2 minigame of all time. You and your partner have to navigate your way through a dungeon in a large variety of ways. Opening up this big door, rotating the lever platforms, jumping through pipes, and blowing up the hot air balloon to escape. This entire minigame is perfectly centered around you and your partner. You have to rely on each other to move the levers at a speed you can comfortably jump at, you need to screen sheet each other to find the correct pipe the fastest, and you need a consistently good rhythm to blow up the balloon. It is 100% skill-based and is a genuinely remarkable minigame. Dungeon Duos from Superstars. Oh yeah, and it got itself a juicy remake for the Switch. You got widescreen, more brooding light, and the same fun as before. Booksquirm from the top 100. We finally made it! After several hours, these next 4 minigames are my personal favorite from the entire series. Booksquirm involves being stuck under the pages of a book, and they continue to flip down. The only way to survive is to find the holes in the pages. These pages get faster and faster, so it becomes increasingly difficult to hold out. After decades, this is the one minigame that I actively go out of my way to play without playing the board because it's that addicting. It's got a great gameplay loop, a fun concept, and perfect music to top it all off. Booksquirm from Mario Party 4. I figured the original version would go next as it looks a bit sharper, and it's also a little easier to see the page holes coming. Challenge Booksquirm. I know this is basically the same thing, but Mario Party 4 counts it as its own minigame, so I guess I will too. It's Booksquirm again, but with no limit. You can go for forever, and the pages will continue to get faster and faster. Booksquirm from Mario Party Superstars. And here we are. At number 1, we've got the Switch remake of Booksquirm. It looks amazing in HD and widescreen, and it also has an endless mode included. I honestly don't know if Nintendo will ever make a better minigame to me. It's about as perfect as it could possibly be. If there's anything I've learned from ranking over 1,000 Mario Party minigames, it's that tons of these are just rehashed concepts over and over again, which isn't a bad thing per se, but in terms of actual unique minigames, there's maybe only a few hundred. But whatever, I'm tired of talking, my throat actually hurts a lot, and I'm amazed if you've watched this entire video. If you did, thank you so much. I'll be back later. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Ugh, my throat hurts. Warning. The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions said aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings, so don't you dare pick me for chance time. I don't want to risk a heart attack, man. What kind of losers sit around on a couch playing a virtual board game and call it a party? Are the minigames like shots of vodka too? There's zero skill involved in Mario Party. It's all just stupid dumb luck. Why you gotta pick on Luigi, huh? What'd he do? Guys, you wanna give Toad some space? Okay, of everyone running towards this pipe, Wario should not be the furthest ahead. He's kind of a big boy. What kind of birthday cake lets you grow living plants inside of it? And everyone is stepping all over the cake. Worst birthday ever. Luigi's engine room? Since when was Luigi an engineer? The one-player minigames are not only boring, but show up way too frequently. That moment when you land on a red space. Freaking chance time. This is when the game starts to hate me and takes away all my coins and stars. Bumper Balls is great, but 99% of the time, it's just a tie game. Wait, I lose coins when I lose a minigame? Is this actually real? The Boo is a bastard, man. He'll steal people's coins for free. Yes, for freaking free. And guess what? Pay him 50 coins and he'll steal a star from someone. When you pick the poison mushroom and can't move the next turn. Bowser spaces actually suck in this Mario Party. You're likely to lose a ton of coins and sometimes even a star. Why on earth does Pipe Maze bother to show you the maze if the screen scrolls up so damn fast that you end up guessing anyway? If you show up for a star in Mario's Rainbow Castle and Bowser is there, you lose 40 coins! 40! This has to be the easiest game of Guitar Hero I've ever played. It is literally impossible for the skateboarder to lose in Piranha's Pursuit if he just makes all the jumps. Tug of War. Need I remind you of the blisters you got from this? And Paddle Battle is worse because you rotate the joystick for even longer. And guess what you do for pedal power? Rotate the joystick and... Oh cool, a Shy Guy toy. What does this do? Rotate the joystick. Oh
Oh my god!
Catching up in Bobsled Run is nearly impossible because it's so easy to screen cheat. Some of the one-player games are so easy a toddler could do them. Oh, herpa-derp, match the cards. Herpa-derpa, ground pound the poles that aren't pointy. There is no reason for Slot Car Derby to be so awkward to control. Oh my god, we hit you 1,000 times. Fall already! Oh my god. Dude, you gotta put this in the video. Holy crap, I've never seen him land on the ship before. Whenever Koopa predicts who's gonna win in the last 5 turns, it's literally always a shot in the dark. You're not some wizard, alright? Don't you hate picking the last seed and knowing it's gonna send you to Bowser? Because that's totally fair. Look at all of that frickin' treasure at the end, and we all just get 10 coins. Bowser, I really didn't want the cake, okay? Look at it, it's got spikes in it. This so-called lucky box gets you 10% interest on coins, but what kid is gonna know what that means? There's nothing more cruel than getting turned into a toy only to be assaulted by a human crane. There's not nearly enough 1v3 or 2v2 minigames. You constantly play the same ones over and over again. And this minigame lasts for like 5 to 10 seconds. It's just a tad short. If you don't know how to play a minigame, well, tough luck because there's no option to practice. The janky controls make it hard to move Bowser's face. There is no reason for the Thwomp to allow us to artificially raise the price. I say we take this to change.org and make things right. Actually, please don't do that. And worse, the happening space moves the star to the other side of the island, forcing you to pay another toll, and the vicious cycle continues infinitely. Also, I like that Toad doesn't care that he's getting eaten by Bubba. It's just like a normal day routine, you know. Whatever. Bowser put a tube on me, then it broke, and then he made me pay for it. And he called me fat. That's what you call a bad day. What is wrong with the Goomba's eyes? My problem with Coin Shower Flower isn't the absurd unfairness of the guy on the flower taking 99% of the coins, but the fact that the other 3 float on giant leaves. Like, I'm sorry, that's just never gonna happen. Coin Block Bash and Coin Block Blitz are like clones in Smash Bros. They're basically the same thing, but do one tiny little thing to be different. Playing basketball with a bomb is a horrible idea. Is there really a purpose in buying the minigames after playing them? I mean, it's kind of cool that you can use the coins you earn, but they're way too expensive. The only fun one-player minigames are the bumper ball mazes, but those can only be played in the minigame house and not on the boards. Wario's Battle Canyon sounds cool, you know, you shoot cannons to different parts of the board, but when you crash land behind the star, that's when you want to rip your eyes out. Yep, that said bomb, not boom. The red and blue doors suck ass. They open and close after every turn, as well as when you land on a happening space, and you can pay some robot 20 coins to change the order. Good freaking luck getting a star here. Oh cool, thanks for the coin, Bowser. That costs 20 coins. Ah, if you land on a green space in Bowser's Magma Mountain, every space turns red. I'm not joking. I love that Bowser's Roulette has 100 stars or 1,000 coins on the board because you'll literally never get that. It's just there to tease and mock you. In Eternal Star, not only do you pay 20 coins for a star, but you have to get a higher dice roll than Baby Bowser. And if you don't, he actually takes your star. What the actual hell is wrong with this game? The happening space teleports everyone to the start. To sum up Mario Party in a nutshell, it's the equivalent of getting punched in the balls over and over again, and never knowing when you're gonna get hit again. Warning! The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings, because these Mario parties ain't stopping anytime soon. Party rock, boys. Mario Party 2 isn't the best Mario Party. Stop saying that. How is a castle sitting atop a cloud? Clouds are made of water vapor. None of the character models were updated or polished from the first game. And there's not a single new character. I like how Toad says we're gonna do all this crazy stuff like be deputies or whatever, when we all know we're just gonna run around a board playing mini-games. Good luck winning as the hammer and Lights Out. That face when Yoshi loses. What the hell? They brought back chance time. Mario Party 2 introduced luck mini-games where it's literally just luck if you win or not. They're so freaking dumb. The train's mustache must be dirty as hell from all the dust and sand kicking up. Why are we forced to watch the computers play item games? Just give them the item and move on. Half of the minigames were just remade from Mario Party 1. Oh cool, there's a genie item that just straight up takes you to the start. That's fair. The so-called dual minigames barely qualify as minigames, if at all. What? No! Oh my freaking god. Shy Guy, you're a dick, you know that? Why do I gotta pay money for walking past a bank? Like, what kind of sense does that make? what is with having to buy the mini games? I've already played them 1,000 times. I like how when Bowser waves and his skin moves into his body, it looks very delicate. The skeleton keys suck. Most of the time you never need it, and there's no way to throw it out for a new item. Also, when you use a key, you can't use it again. What, did the door eat the key? When you're going for a nice little stroll and get shot with a cannonball for no reason. Why do they take so long to get in position? Come on! This is still the easiest Guitar Hero game I've ever played. Why do I have to manually turn on autosave? I really wish this sword fight was an actual minigame and not just a cutscene. Why don't the item shops always have the same items? Sometimes they got 2 things, sometimes 4. Ugh, God, I hate Sneak and Snore. Like, you need hyper reflexes to have any chance of winning. Don't play Toad in the Box with hard computers. They have pinpoint accuracy and you will lose. Yeah, nice try. Toad Bandstand is just Mario Bandstand, despite it being a 2v2 minigame. Boy, do I love getting the Thwomp Cop called on me for just walking around. Peach loves tricking people. Well, that explains a lot. I mean, think about how many castles Mario's gone to with no Peach in sight. Why did they bring back Slot Car Derby? That's like the worst minigame. The Mysteryland ending goes from guessing a picture as Bowser to getting sucked into a void, then a trophy turns into a bomb, and more bombs come down from a UFO, and then they fly away. What? Magic prevents Womp moving at night. You know, honestly, he's probably just taking a nap. Rocks need sleep too. Is that X the penguin's closed butthole? Oh God, Lord have mercy. Give Toad 20 coins to get it. Seems a little pricey to me. Whoa, wait a minute. Has Toad fluctuated the value of stars this whole time? Oh my God, we've been gypped. I like how you don't even go through the pipe. You just kind of slide, I guess? This is the worst parade I've ever been to. Oh, nice. Just steal your own idea from Mario 64, why don't you? Good job spelling Charles Martinet's name wrong in the credits. If you want a heart attack, just be the victim playing this minigame. It's pretty lame that 2 of the 3 unlockable minigames were, again, just remakes from Mario Party 1. Wait, this whole thing was just an act? What did I get so worked up about then? Warning. The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings, so for the love of Waluigi, don't claim you're the superstar unless you can prove it. Comprende? The change up on the box looks so stupid. How sad is it that this is the first Mario Party to have save slots? I mean, come on, The Legend of Zelda on the NES had saves. So Waluigi and Daisy are new characters, but can't be used in the duel or story mode? Why? DK still looks way derpier than he should. Those freaking eyes, man. I'm sorry, but if a star that big fell to the ground, an earthquake should have happened or something. You must pass my test to prove yourself worthy of possessing me. I didn't know we were watching The Bachelorette. The press start animation goes in sync with the music, but then it goes out of sync. I don't like that. Who would pick easy minigames? Freaking wusses. The story is literally just the beginning cutscene, like the exact same thing. What's the point? The character models have again not been updated since Mario Party 1. The Game Guy spaces are horrible. If you lose the minigame, kiss every last one of your coins goodbye. And these minigames are luck-based, so 50% chance you lose all your coins to RNG. I don't think those are waves, they're more like hypersonic laser rings. You can only tab through the instructions from the right and not left. We still have to painfully watch the computers play item minigames. Like seriously, why make us wait? The star ended up here. No one will ever get it. Wow, thanks for having confidence in us. The luck minigames have returned and they still suck. Action time? More like quick time event time. Yoshi winking is literally just an arrow pointing at his eye. Taking the thin path is just a mistake. Like, honestly, don't bother because someone else is gonna step on it and screw you over. Playing with a friend that learned how to spam his taunt makes me want to rip my nose off.
Will you cut it out?
Buying Cellular Shopper is like Uber Eats in real life. You get what you want, but pay way more than you should. MPIQ is the most bullcrap minigame against hard computers. They pick the answer before the answers pop up completely. Like, wow, oh yeah, that's super fair. I think Boo is scarier when he looks this happy. He's actually terrifying. Catching this chicken reminds me of the monkey in Mario 64. Thanks for the horrible memories. Man, imagine randomly hiring employees and hope they do well on the job. That's basically what duel mode is. I don't understand why Deep Blooper Sea isn't Deep Blooper Sea. Like, did they purposefully not use a pun or something? Like, what is this all about? Is this the IHOP thing? I just don't get it. What We could have made it. What the heck? As if Mario Party couldn't get more random, now there's fake stars. Fake news. Sad. What the hell is Mario's cry when he spins out? Etch and Catch is the most awkward minigame I've ever played in my life. Did the other rocket really not have a parachute? Rip whoever was inside. Look at this. The Womps are playing Mario Party, and it's almost like they're breaking the fourth wall. But wait, they are walls! Oh my god. I hate and love you, Nintendo. What do you want a key for? To eat it? Are all skeleton keys secretly edible? Oh no, I lost. Yeah, I was 2 feet away. I heard him. Holy shit. Okay, seriously? This backtrap map is so obnoxious because the players are constantly changing direction. It's Smash Tour levels of random, and you shouldn't go that low. This minigame's just a ripoff of Tetris. Waluigi's first ever board has a giant ticking time bomb in the middle of it, and people wonder why he didn't make it into Smash Ultimate as of July 2018, because we don't know if he's gonna be added in or not as DLC. Motor Rooter is a really cool minigame, but it's annoying when the amps pop up so fast that you can't react on time. The title does not lie. This tower is awful to climb up. Apparently, accelerate and race mean the same thing. After all this build-up in the story of Bowser wanting to fight us, he's not even the final boss. What the heck? Warning. The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughties and feelies. Is this to real and true party? Tune in right now to find out. Replay that, John. What the hell kind of jump was that? Alright, Nintendo, I get it. The GameCube has more polygons. Really? The same 8 characters? Come on, couldn't they have added 2 or 3 new ones? It's gotta suck having to swim in full clothing. Those people that don't think Booksquirm is the best minigame of all time, they're just objectively wrong. I do wish the book's text actually said something clever, like, Booksquirm is godlike. Because it is. All the boards look way too similar. I know there's different themes, but the running tiles never change color or anything. I'm pretty sure his leg should have shattered on impact. Reversal of Fortune is literally just chance time. Name change confirmed unnecessary. I don't think a single snowball will entirely freeze a person. But okay. This is basically a crappy version of Splatoon. Why don't they just run and shoot? There's no reason for them to stop in place. Banana's tripping up a giant wooden robot. I feel like everyone and everything moves so slowly on the boards. Like, what the heck? The lottery shop is a complete waste of time. Don't even bother with it. Is this Nintendo subliminally telling kids that candy is bad and money is good? I see what you all are up to. The crane controls are so unintuitive. You hold A to move it around and release A to drop the crane. I guess joysticks weren't invented yet. Dungeon Duos is one of the best Mario Party minigames. Unless you're playing with an idiot, then it's one of the worst. He's not just a winner, but a wiener. Oh good, I'm so glad this luck-based minigame was brought back from Mario Party 2. It's obviously better to bring that back than say, oh I don't know, Skateboard Scamper or Hexagon Heat. No, I don't want to spend 10 coins on a complete and total gamble at getting closer to a star, especially since there's spaces that already send you to other players for free.
Red spaces become Bowser spaces. Hilarious!
Oh yeah, that's really funny. Does Bowser seriously have this random kid waving a fan for him? I hope he's at least paying him. Bowser needs to hit up the dentist. Look at all that nasty yellow plaque on his teeth. Ugh. Bowser wrestling isn't really wrestling. It's more just slapping each other. This is Luigi's table. It's fashionable, but not very functional. Like Luigi! Oh my god, Nintendo dropping the roast. I feel like Koopa Kid didn't make Peach hang this up. It was totally her idea. This is the worst clock I've ever seen in my life. That moment when you get squished by someone bigger than you. You can't collect the star if you're giant. What kind of bullcrap is that? Oh, so I have to block 3 soccer balls at once. Oh yeah, that's really fair. Why does it look like Toad's head is on a floaty? John, can you Photoshop that picture into a pool with like happy Toad sounds and like, you know, maramba music and, you know, just... Why does the shop bother to sell mega and mini mushrooms when every board has 10,000 mushroom spaces? This mini game is horrible. Like, who the hell catches fish with a net anyway? And yes, I know that some fish are caught with nets, but like, come on. Fishing rods are way cooler. The mega board and mini board mayhem are incredibly boring because there's no items or mini games. You just collect coins. Yay, I won a box that just exploded on me.
All right, Nathaniel, waffles are ready. Ooh, you made the good stuff. Oh, I love Eggos. Hey, prayers. Oh, sorry. Warning, the following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings.
Even if these games are starting to feel more and more uninspired.
How are you doing that? I didn't do this. You're trying to poison me. Yeah, I didn't do that. How can I don't like it?
Guys, will you chill out? I just want to spread the waffle love.
This is the game where the franchise started to dip in quality, and it shows.
The character models weren't updated at all.
The opening cutscene is nothing more than random gameplay. The pre-rendered cutscenes are gone. The DK spaces are neat, but couldn't they have used some random Mario enemy instead? I liked playing as Dong.
See? This game actually invented Battle Royale. Nice try, Fortnite.
If there's one thing the tag team names got right, it's Daisy and Waluigi being titled the Awkward Date. Cause damn, they would be pretty awkward. When you pair Yoshi and Koopa Kid, they're called Dino Cousins, which makes me wonder, is Yoshi secretly a double agent if he's related to Koopa Kid who's related to Bowser? Is that why Yoshi wouldn't go in the castles in Super Mario World? Because he knew he'd be killed off for betraying Bowser? And they say Mario games don't have lore.
The computer players move so slowly. It feels like ages before you get to play every turn.
Hey look, we're playing Awful Tower again. Banking coins is basically just hammer drop and coin shower flowers to form child. It sucks that you can't pick out the capsules you want. I'd rather buy them than get something random. Do you see what I'm seeing? They're putting Goombas in cans to eat. That's just not right, man. That's not cool. So, unrelated, can we talk about how goddamn catchy this minigame song is? It's one of Nintendo's best pieces.
Gladiator and Squared Away are basically the same minigames, but with the roles reversed.
If you don't get first in the main game, you're brutally sucked into a black hole. Holy shit.
It's sad that penguins are better off in Mario Party, while real-life penguins are risking extinction due to the poles rapidly melting.
If you lose an ID UFO, you get sent into space to die. No spacesuit, no oxygen, just pure unadulterated suffering.
I thought this was Mario Party, not Candyland.
Heat stroke actually gives me a stroke. There's only 3 types of bonus stars: minigame, coin, and happening. Where's the variety?
Vicious Vending is the dumbest minigame ever. You turn a lever for 2 seconds, get coins or a womp, and that's the whole game.
You can't lose on the tightrope. Literally just tap left and right to avoid the slow-moving balls, and you'll win every time. Don't get stuck in this red circle of death. It's not fun.
Why can't I play the card party game with Boo, Koopa Kid, or Toad?
Also, this mode is incredibly slow and monotonous. You just get stars without playing minigames or collecting coins. Whoever came up with this Bob-omb ball needs to get fired. This is unethical.
As adorable as this little cutscene may be, there is no way that bouquet had this many flowers inside of it.
Why is Luigi's head so off-centered compared to everyone else?
Oh yeah.
Warning! The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings. Because day and night cycles, it's the one backup gimmick to freshen up any video game series. Why does the sun and moon have to argue? Why can't you just be friends? Mario, how is a star gonna help their problems? The sun is a star! They just need to go to couples therapy and work this out. Waluigi's getting hooked. Not cool, like it too. Is it just me, or do all these GameCube Mario Party games feel the same? They didn't add a Bowser board. And no, Infernal Tower doesn't count. I feel like we've played this minigame before. Awful Tower, Leaf Leap. The S in results looks like a flip 2. Mr. Tree, don't get mad at me. I have to obey the dice roll, and that's that. Why do the Pokies look so freaking creepy in this game? So DK takes one bite out of this banana and then just throws it behind him. How about finish your food, okay? And don't litter. A piece of fluff can be turbulence free? Man, we should get rid of airplanes. This is the real deal. Round of miracles? Just call it chance time. It's literally the same thing. I don't like how Daisy says,
Oh yeah, I won.
no need to sound so sassy, miss. Man, come on. Why do I have to watch the CPUs play dual minigames? Just tell us the winner and move on. This is the 6th game now. Let's get it right. You know what this minigame kind of reminds me of? Don't worry, I won't show the ending. This so-called car commercial scarred me as a kid. I've always wanted to mow the lawn in a video game. Why is this a thing? What did they do to Yoshi's voice? I feel like dropping all these mines in the water is bad for the environment. Dizzy Rotisserie is way too easy. Once you find out which way is straight, you're basically set. There should not be a wheel to change the pricing of the stars. Do you realize how cheap that can be? This star shuffle space is literally just giving you a free star. It is way too easy to keep track of the spinning hats. They're basically just humping the tree, let's be honest. Just like in Mario Party 4's Mr. Blizzard's Brigade, one snowball somehow turns you into solid ice. The player on the stage stands no chance of surviving because the balls move so fast. Wario looks way too happy trying to hit us with these spinies. The fact that DK moves the star every turn makes it so unlikely you'll ever get a star on Clockwork Castle. And then at night, he's replaced with Bowser. This is blasphemy. Bowser moves so slow. Pick it up, pal! Did that boulder just scream? Yep, it screamed. All the minigame modes are pretty boring and don't do much to add value to the minigames. This Shy Guy is the worst mailman ever. He's making civilians pick up his dropped mail. Okay, if you actually got near a black hole, you can't just swim through it because you'd be slowly torn into atoms and sent to either another universe or literally nowhere. Why is Seer Terror a rare minigame? It's nothing special. It's just a luck-based one where you pull a rope and hope you don't lose. Ooh, look at these strange black balls. Hey Luigi, you shouldn't stalk Mario and Peach in their free time. That's a little creepy. The solo levels are just linear boards, and it's honestly pretty lame without stars. Warning! The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings. I felt that I was a Mario. It was spooky. I hope to read more by Bowser. Perhaps next time, something longer. Did you like my auto-generated haiku? You did? Good. So what's different about this Mario Party compared to the other 6? Well, I'll tell ya, absolutely nothing. Mario was out taking his morning constitutional? Who talks like that? Just say he's walking. I have a hard time believing a ship was able to fit Peach's entire castle on board. Why did they get rid of the day and night cycles? That was a cool idea and they could have expanded on it. Why can't you play as Koopa Kid anymore? Maybe Birdo sucked the skin off him with her giant snout and all that's left is dry bones, the bones and soul of Koopa Kid. You know you're out of ideas when you turn hitting the dice block to move into a minigame. When you pause the game, Bowser blows mist out of his nose every 2 seconds and it gets really annoying. Hey, there's the star! Well, so much for that. I feel like we shouldn't be popping balloons. What if the rubber gets caught in our blades and the helicopter explodes? Bowser, I did not agree to get my picture taken and pay up to 20 freaking coins for your lousy photo. What is the point of mic minigames if you can set them to just playing them on the controller? That defeats the whole purpose. There's an 8-player mode? Well, I'm too lazy to call up 7 friends. I'll just clone myself 7 times instead. Those aren't spiders, game. Those are scuttlebugs. Call them by their name. If you guys just stayed on the hot air balloon, you wouldn't have to worry about getting zapped to smithereens. I don't know what I did, but these Cheep Cheeps have a serious grudge against me. I like how the blooper just casually steals a star. No big deal. Good job, Koopa Kid. You made Toadette swap the same amount of coins with Toad. Ooh, you're so evil. Wait a second, when did I start playing Kirby Air Ride? I'm pretty sure hives aren't built like this, but okay. Why does Grandpa Koopa raise the price of this star every time someone gets one? That's not fair. This pose of yours makes makes me a little uncomfortable. So I went to this orb shop and saw a GameCube, but it's not for sale. What a tease. Most of the music is sadly pretty weak in Mario Party 7. There is so much lag when you're shooting these darts. It takes like 2 seconds after you say fire. Mario Party Cross Minecraft, only the best collab. What on earth does shooting targets have to do with acting? Legato picked up this chest by just putting his rod through the top. That makes all the sense. 8,000 Mario Parties later, and we're still playing Shy Guy Says. This minigame is literally just picking up DK's garbage. I am never taking vacation advice from Toadsworth ever again. He gave us tickets to Bowser's Inferno for crying out loud. The DK spaces are getting old. Can we just play as DK again? I miss the monkey. The big dong. The happening space on Bowser's board moves the star every time. It's stupid luck if you get one. What's in there anyway? Huh, hey John, why don't you zoom into that jar so we can see? Oh hey, what's up buddy?
Oh yeah.
What kind of windmill grinds corn? Oil Crisis is a really fun mic game, but I wish everybody could go at the same time instead of painfully waiting one by one. Warning! The following video is over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared aren't accurate to my thoughts and feelings. Because really, who doesn't love to wiggle-waggle the Wiimotes to whoopity-whoop? Don't lie, you about that life. Wow, the first Mario Party on a new console and they skimped out the intro. Is Ballyhoo's hat Cappy's little brother or something? Why on earth is Mario Party 8 running in 4x3 when 16x9 was more than possible on the Wii? There's no online. Man, have I just been craving to play as a blooper. Oh, my whole life I've always wanted to play as a freaking blooper. Let's be honest, the only good board is Koopa's Tycoon Town. Wow, DK just throws people to the star. That's really fair. For all the weird crap Waluigi does, this takes the cake. The dude straight up pulls out a rose when he wins, for literally no reason. Why are the character profiles cramped into the top right corner? It just makes the whole screen look cluttered. I don't think the blooper can play Punch a Bunch. He doesn't have hands or arms. I gotta say, I never thought I would trade candy with a Shy Guy, get a spear shoved up my booty, and then get paid for it at the end. Why do I feel like I've played this game before? Wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on! And don't even get me started on baseball. This is like the millionth time they've made a batting minigame. Ah yes, shake the soda. That's not suggestive at all. All Bowser does on this board is move stars or give you coins. Why isn't he being evil? Why does this Leaf game have to be so slow and boring? For the love of God, Birdo, stop shaking your hips like you're such hot stuff. Please! Drybone straight up died after losing the game. His yellow eyes just pooped out of existence. Goomba's booty boardwalk? Okay, he does not have a booty. I'm just saying, I'm sorry. I'm keeping it real. I'm not the only one that thinks some of the boards look way too bright, right? Since when could you ever shoot booze with anything? Goomba is the worst pirate ever. He straight up hands over stars for free. Good luck popping all those teeny tiny balloons. 10 coins for a star? You know, what's with the newer games always changing the price? 20 is the perfect cost for how many coins you get each turn. When did I start watching Terminator 2? How does Boo even trip on rope? He's floating in the air! Bowser has financial clout, in case you forgot. So Bowser Candy takes 2 stars from every player you pass. That is straight up evil, and I love that. This minigame is the equivalent to button mashing in the old days. All you do is shake your remote as fast as you can. Why can't the ship save both of us? That's kind of messed up for it to pick up one person and strand the other. I guess we're playing Sonic Advance bonus stages now. This is just unintuitive Wii Sports bowling. They'll never give up on Shy Guy Says, will they? So we did get F-Zero on the Wii. Kind of. A 30-person racing minigame is insanely cool, but the models look pretty stiff, I gotta be honest. Warning! The following video is not over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared are totally accurate to my thoughts and feelings, because honestly, this is like turning Monopoly into Candyland. It just doesn't make sense. I I guess the animated intro cutscenes are just gone now. Which stages do you like? Toad Road is my favorite. Oh, well, look at Mr. Bias here. How does this giant vortex only suck up the mini stars and not the whole planet? But then we zoom in to see Bowser and Bowser Jr. with some sort of vacuum gun, and I have no idea how that's creating a huge vortex. What's even going on? What? Drybones is teaming up with Bowser after being playable in Mario Party 8? What a backstabbing, flip-flopping jerk. Okay, hold on a second. Bowser just wanted the mini stars to decorate his castle. Bro, have you ever heard of Etsy or Amazon? Just order stars from there. Look at that, boom. My place looks nice now. That wasn't hard. Why can't I use the joystick? It should at least be an option. Players travel together. Wait, what does that mean? What the is this? Why does everyone win mini stars after a mini game? This is some participation award BS. What happened to all the boards? They're all linear, so there's no element of strategy now. Okay, like the board does occasionally split paths, but we're all in a car anyway. And worse, there's not even coins to collect. You can only get mini stars and that's it. Also, why the heck don't you play a mini game after everyone's turn? There's a reason every other Mario Party has you doing a mini game each turn, to prevent too much boredom after rolling dice. Look at how ridiculous this is. Half of these spaces do nothing at all. Mario Party 9's music is bland. None of it's really memorable or really catchy at all. The normal dice blocks don't even go to 10 anymore. Now it's just 6 for some reason. And the only items you can get now are dice blocks. So exciting. If only making pizza was this fun. Trust me, I know as someone that worked at Papa's for 2 years. Those flower wheels can't be good to drive with. Ah, great, counting enemies. We've never seen that before. So guess what a reverse minigame is? Bowser says you have to be the first person to lose, then he gives you 10 mini stars.
Winner.
Okay, it's way too easy to pick the right path to the cannon. The camera should scroll a little bit faster. They do have stars in this game, but they're just used as a prop for the person that wins the whole thing. Why does this mini star graph look like something I'd find in the stock section of a newspaper? The King Bomb car honestly creeps me out. Something about it is unsettling. This is a great minigame, but why on earth do we need 30 seconds per section? I like how playing cards hurt Drybones. You know, you guys could just like push the bomb off and be fine, right? No, you don't want to? Okay, it's fine. Bowser Jr. is straight up asking if I'm sure I want to play this minigame. Why is he being so polite? While it looks like we're in different vehicles and can move freely, it's just a tease because we all move the same spaces after a dice roll. It's about time Hotel Mario got a remaster. Luigi is dropping the L for getting last place. Whatever makes you happy, I guess. Press 2 or up, down, left, or right. Wow, that is some bad grammar. So we all lost this minigame, yet still somehow got mini stars, and it wasn't an even amount for everybody, because logic. Well, this minigame is unfair. Poor Wario has to avoid these giant boulders that quickly move down the mountain, and they aren't easy to avoid.
I love that minigame! Dude, kid you not next time. Sorry. I'll go back.
I loathe the reverse spaces, because it makes the game drag on longer than it already does. Why do I have to watch the computers finish the captain event after I'm done? The camera really doesn't need to zoom in and out every time a character rolls a dice. It could have saved time by panning from character to character. Bowser Jr.'s boss minigame is hitting a dice and hoping you get a star to attack him. Could it possibly be any lamer? You know, upward mobility kind of reminds me of Awful Tower. No, wait, was it Leaf Leap? No, wait a second, it was What Goes Up? Wait, what? If there's only gonna be one Donkey Kong minigame, why bother anymore? Just make him a character again. The minigames in perspective mode really could have just been swappable before playing it normally. Warning! The following video is not over-exaggerated. Most opinions shared are accurate to my vibes and thoughts. So who's ready to party with Bowser and get completely annihilated? Any takers? There's no intro cutscene and this menu is incredibly boring. Why does Amiibo have to be shouted every time I put my cursor over it?
Amiibo! Amiibo! Amiibo!
I know this is really picky, but if you're gonna have black outlines around the characters, make them look smooth at least. I love how the game expects you to only spend 5 minutes in free play. That's pretty low expectations. So what's with this easy minigame pack? Aren't like 99% of Mario Party minigames easy? Great, we're back in the freaking cars again. But there is an option for traditional play. More on that at 11. You can't even hit a dice block anymore to see who rolls first. Since when was anybody ever scared of a Goomba? Even the big ones aren't intimidating. Isn't it a little odd that the minigame instructions scroll under the video feed instead of being, oh, I don't know, written on the left side where there's space? Bullet Bill Bullies is stupidly unfair for the person on the switchboard. They stand no chance of surviving. Shouldn't there be a seatbelt or at least a bar on this ride? Everyone's gonna fall off and die. This is just Gimp Splatoon. Mario Party 10 has insanely unmemorable music. It all feels very generic and bland. I guess we're playing Paper Mario Color Splash now. So we have 5 boards to pick from. The first Mario Party had a bigger selection than this. There's something really stupid and funny about Bowser just chilling in jail on the gamepad. The backward spaces still suck. They just add more time to a fairly dull board. Why make the car look like a plane? Now I just want to fly around, especially on this board because this is a dope location. Wow, we count Goombas in this game. That's really fun. Mega Monty Mole's Maze Mischief. Say that 10 times fast. This is a great co-op minigame, but why not just use the Polterguster to suck up the booze? Bowser Party is a cool idea, but it's so broken. Bowser gets so many dice blocks to catch up to everyone else, and it's nearly impossible for the other team to win because of this. And worse, there's only 10 Bowser minigames, so they constantly get replayed. Like seriously, you can cheese this game so hard with Bowser. Just knock out one character in the minigame, then the car can't move as far since there's less characters, and yep, Bowser is just completely OP. Ooh, an entire game mode that requires an amiibo to play it. Oh, and by the way, this came out when most amiibo were pretty scarce. That's right, the amiibo mode is what we wanted all along, a traditional playstyle. So this is basically $12 DLC, and the board is literally just a square. But what about the other amiibo? Well, they've all got unique boards too, as in they're all squares, but the backgrounds and subspaces are different. Being forced to switch from using the gamepad and Wii Remote is needlessly overcomplicated. I love that you can view the route when the board already fits on the whole screen.
Hey, fellow stranger that's picked me up, set me down at once! If you throw me, you will enter the circle of hell.
Yeah, okay. Man, I'm getting really delusional these days. Got a 4. Nope. What? Hello? Stop. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe you. What is going on?